Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Just before we continue with the debate, given the fluidity of matters on the floor of the House, my personal view, and it's only my view, is that I do not propose to suspend at 5 o'clock. Honourable members will understand that they may at any time leave the room for a comfort break, and given that there's likely to be an interruption and that the committee may not want to sit too late, my view is that we should bash on, or you should bash on. The chair will be taken by Mr. Dowd at 5 o'clock, so I shall be able to escape, and you have your own escape routes. So we, yes, there may be an escape committee. So we are on Amendment 462 to Clause 18, which has already been moved. And Dr. Shastri Hurst, I understand, has the floor.
Very grateful, Sir Roger, and a pleasure to serve under your chairmanship this afternoon. My honourable friend for East Wiltshire was mid-intervention, and I wouldn't want to pull the rug from underneath him. So, if he wishes to intervene,
I'm very grateful, and very grateful to my honourable friend. I was simply asking the honourable member the question: what is it that causes him to object to physician-administered assistance to die? What is wrong with the principle? If he supports the principle of assisted suicide and if he believes in doctor autonomy, why doesn't he think that doctors should be able to administer the fatal dose?
Dr. Shastri Hurst.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for his intervention. This really comes to the root of the way this law has operated in another jurisdiction, specifically Switzerland, and how Dignitas over the last 40 years or so have managed this scenario. And the key, and the words that they use within their own guidance, is about ensuring that the power control remains with the person seeking the assisted death. That provides the individual who is making this choice with the ultimate autonomy at the end in terms of controlling the circumstances and the manner in which they pass. So, Sir Roger, I've set out the reasons why I feel, although 463 perhaps comes from good intentions, it doesn't achieve what it wishes to do. And there is a very real risk, in my mind, that it leads to the very regrettable unintended consequence that individuals will be forced to have an assisted death at an earlier stage than they would have otherwise wished to do so, because of the constraints that this amendment, if adopted, would create. The final two amendments that are within this grouping are 497 and 498. These I will deal with in very short order, Sir Roger. They are tightening up of the bill as it currently stands to give greater clarity around the circumstances whereby the substance would be removed from the presence of the individual who had previously indicated a wish to have an assisted death. 497 very clearly sets out that the individual would need to set out their desire to the coordinating doctor, that they've decided no longer to go through with that. In my view, that is eminently sensible. And 498, of course, elaborates upon what the current bill says to give greater clarity to those who are operating it. I think that makes it a much more workable piece of legislation as it progresses through. So I will be supporting those two amendments. I'm grateful, Sir Roger.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's a pleasure to serve under your chairship this afternoon. There are two amendments in this grouping, 497 and 498, where the government has worked with the Honourable Member for Spen Valley, so I'll come to them shortly, but I'll take first of all 462, which amends Clause 18 to require the coordinating doctor to explain to the person that they do not have to proceed and self-administer the approved substance, and that they may still cancel their declaration. Although not specified, it is presumed that this amendment refers to the second declaration that a person would have made. The committee may wish to note that there is already a requirement of Clause 18(4)(b) that, at the time the approved substance is provided, the coordinating doctor must be satisfied that the person has a clear, settled and informed wish to end their own life. Turning now to 463. The purpose of this amendment is to limit what the coordinating doctor is permitted to do in relation to providing the person with an approved substance under Clause 18. As the bill stands, Clause 18.6 sets out the activities the coordinating doctor is permitted to carry out in respect of an approved substance provided to the person under 18 subsection 2. The coordinating doctor may A. prepare that substance for self-administration by that person, B. prepare a medical device which will enable that person to self-administer the substance, or C. assist that person to ingest or otherwise self-administer the substance. Additionally, Clause 18.7 provides that the decision to self-administer the approved substance and the final act of doing so must be taken by the person to whom the substance has been provided. This amendment removes Clause 18.6c, which would result in a coordinating doctor being unable to assist that person to ingest or otherwise self-administer the approved substance. The coordinating doctor would still be permitted to prepare that substance for self-administration and prepare a medical device to enable the person to self-administer the substance. This could mean a coordinating doctor may not be able to provide assistance, such as helping the person to sit up to help with swallowing, or to explain how the medical device for self-administering the substance works. This could result in practical difficulties in self-administration of the substance and or could place the coordinating doctor in a difficult position. It could also result...
Sir Joseph.
Thank you, Chair. The Minister think that it is confusing for health professionals when we say, yes, we can assist the patient to sit up or hold a cup of water or put the medication into their mouth. Is it not confusing for the medical professionals that we're contradicting to those statements?
Well, one of the fundamental principles of the bill is that this is about self-administration. That is a fundamental principle that the sponsor of the bill has prioritised, and it's not for me as a government minister to opine on that. It is simply there in the bill. So once that fundamental principle is established, then it is about defining what assistance means compared to what self-administration means. And as I was setting out in my comments, I think assistance can mean things like helping the patient to sit up. It does not mean actually administering the substance itself to the patient. So I think it's going to be about that dividing line between assistance and self-administration, hence the term, I suppose, assisted dying, being very different to the doctor actually administering the substance. Oh, we'll go.
I thank the Minister for giving way. I'm just going to read subclause C again. So it says, assist that person to ingest or otherwise self-administer the substance. So I would have interpreted this slightly differently to how you've interpreted it, because it talks about ingesting, which suggests the substance entering the body. So I wouldn't suggest that sitting someone up would actually qualify, and I think this in itself actually shows that maybe there's some ambiguity here, because the Minister has set out something that I've not read into this law. Would the Minister be able to comment on that further?
I thank the Honourable Member for that intervention. I think I would pretty much repeat what I just said to my Honourable friend here, which is that there is a dividing line, as the government sees it, between assistance and administration, and there is a dividing line between making the patient comfortable, enabling the procedure to take place, and the doctor actually putting the substance into the body of the patient. And so I think that dividing line, simply from the point of view of having a picture in our minds of that process, is, from the government's point of view, is clear enough in the drafting and in the clause.
I'm grateful, and I'm grateful that he's allowing us to push him on this, because this is absolutely crucial. This is the moment beyond which there is no return. So he thinks that helping a patient to sit up would be within the scope of the clause, does he think that holding the patient's hand while they tip and tipping a cup of pills into their mouth, would that be consistent with the clause?
Minister.
My interpretation of this would be that no, that wouldn't be, because if you're actually tipping the pills into the mouth of the patient, you are going through the act of putting the substance into the patient. This is a bill that is founded on the principle of self-administration. However, there are acts such as helping the patient to sit up, which are not the direct administration, but which are the assistance and enabling of it to take place. And I think that's where the distinction lies.
One more.
That's helpful. It's not clear to me if the patient were holding the cup and the doctors held their hand, helped them to tip it into their mouth. At what point does assistance end and self-administration begin? I'd be grateful if he could explain. What about the scenario in which the patient's finger is on the plunger of a syringe and the doctor assists by putting their finger on top of the patient's and assisting them to press the button and adding a little force to the force that's being given by the patient? Does he regard that as within the scope of self-administration, or is that crossing the line into directly administering the procedure?
Minister.
I thank him for that intervention, and I think the Honourable Member for Solihull West and Shirley pointed out earlier that the view that the scenario that the Honourable Member just described would in fact constitute more than assistance. It would be an actual moving into administration by the doctor rather than self-administration. And I think that the Honourable Member's answer earlier on aligns with the government's view. That does align with the government's view. So I'd certainly refer him to the comments which were made by someone with far more clinical experience than I.
I'm grateful, and I'll leave it here other than say, does the Minister agree it is incredibly difficult to distinguish between who is administering the treatment in that scenario? If both their hands are on the instrument, whatever it is, a cup or a syringe or indeed a button on a computer screen, it is very hard to know who has actually delivered that final act.
I think what is hard to do in this committee is to imagine and sort of agree on how many different scenarios there can be. Every circumstance will be different, every individual experience will be different. So it is quite difficult for us to envision all of the different scenarios. But what I would say is I think that there is nothing about this is easy, of course. I mean, we wouldn't have been sitting in this bill committee for hours on end if it was all easy. But what I would say is that there is from the government's point of view, there is a clear enough distinction between assistance and self-administration. And as long as we're clear on those basic principles, we feel that gives enough safety to the bill and enough clarity around this process.
I'm very grateful to him. Would he agree with me that, as he said, that I think the Honourable Gentleman is perhaps created or tried to create, or is perhaps unintentionally creating a lack of clarity where there is. Surely there is complete clarity between somebody assisting a patient to be in a position to carry out their final desire and act, and performing or even jointly performing that final act with them. And isn't it the case that in overseas jurisdictions we see quite a lot of assistance with technology which needs to be prepared and put in place, but then fundamentally can put even those who are the least physically able in a position that the final act of administration can and should be clearly theirs. And that in many ways our life is made easier by modern technology in that regard.
Minister.
I thank the Honourable Member for that intervention. I think he's set out very clearly the difference between the self-administration concept at the heart of this bill, and the performance of the act either jointly or by the doctor. And the latter case is not permitted under the terms of this legislation. The former case is, and I think that is where we are on it.
I'd like to thank the honourable member, and I would just say that given that if we had the lack of ability to assist in the final process, that would put medical professionals in a very difficult position, because does carrying the medicine to the room where the patient is, does that count as assistance? So I think we have to have assistance in the bill, but I do also feel that the honourable gentleman has outlined very clearly that you can help the person to self-administer, but you cannot administer. And I think that's quite clear to me. Thank you.
I thank my honourable friend, and again he speaks with considerable clinical expertise, and I think it is exactly that difference between self-administration and administration. And I think if we cleave to those two principles, then I think that is the basis on which we achieve the stated aim of the sponsor of the bill.
The Minister give way. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Can the Minister agree with me that assist the person to ingest is different to assist the person to self-administer?
Well, I think in order to ingest, there has to be self-administration. So the self-administration is the precondition for ingesting the substance. That would be my reading. Does that satisfy him?
Minister give way. I thank the Minister for giving way, and he's been incredibly patient with our questions. Referring to the question the Honourable Member just raised, that is exactly the point that I am uncomfortable with. Assist that person to ingest to me means something else, and I am really concerned that it could be interpreted differently to how the Minister has laid out. So I just want to place that on the record and raise that issue, which I believe the Honourable Member is also raising.
I thank her for that, and her concerns are absolutely noted, and I completely understand that honourable members are not comfortable with this, but I think what I'm trying to do is set out the government's view on the workability of what the sponsor of the bill is seeking to achieve and the basic principles on which that is built. Turning to Amendment 497, which the government has worked on jointly with the Honourable Member Spen Valley, this provides that where the person decides not to self-administer the approved substance, or there is any other reason that the substance is not used, the coordinating doctor must remove it immediately from that person. As currently drafted, there could be difficulties in relation to the duties of the coordinating doctor under clause 18.11, where the coordinating doctor does not know what the person has decided. This amendment seeks to resolve that ambiguity. 497 clarifies that the duty on the coordinating doctor to remove the approved substance applies where the person informs the coordinating doctor that they have decided not to self-administer the approved substance. 498, at present clause 18.11, provides that the coordinating doctor has a duty to immediately remove the approved substance where the person decides not to self-administer it, or where there is any other reason that the substance is not used. Amendment 498 clarifies that the duty to remove the substance arises where the coordinating doctor believes that the substance will not be used. I hope those observations were helpful to the committee. Thank you, Chair.
Kim Ledbetter.
Thank you, Chair. I think the Minister has covered my two amendments to this very clearly, so I won't speak to them. I'll speak to 462, and we've had a conversation about this morning, and I'm very happy to support the amendment from the Honourable Member for East Wiltshire. Beyond the observation that there is already a requirement in clause 18, subsection 4b, that at the time the approved substance is provided, the coordinating doctor must be satisfied that the person has a clear, settled and informed wish to end their own life. But I'm happy to support the amendment because he made a very valuable point this morning. I cannot support Amendment 463, however. The bill states that the patient must self-administer the drugs. Clause 18, subsection 7 states that the final act of self-administering the substance must be taken by the person to whom the substance has been provided. It is very clear, and I think the Honourable Member for Solihull West and Shirley has been very clear and very helpful about that, given his medical background and expertise. It's the question of passive versus active. And I think we have to be very clear, the patient has to have an active role in self-administration. And I think we've covered that very well. So I will leave my comments there, Chair.
Danny Kruger to wind up the debate.
I'm grateful, Chairman. I propose to push both my amendments to May.
Amendment 462 to clause 18 as on the order paper. Question is that amendment be made? As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary no. The ayes have it. Amendment 42, 28, 87, 99, 240 and 261 are either consequential or have fallen, therefore will not be called. Amendment 496 to clause 18 in the name of Kim Leadbeater. Kim Leadbeater to move amendment 496.
I beg to move, Chair.
The question is that the amendment be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary no. The ayes have it. Amendment 463 to clause 18, which has already been debated with amendment 462. Mr. Kruger to move the amendment formally.
I move formally, and may I make a point of order?
Point of order.
Chairman, I'm sorry if I missed it, but we're not going to have a debate on Group 2 on 496.
Well, I put the question and nobody spoke.
I apologise. I thought that we were going
to
jumping straight to the
moment has passed.
No, fair enough.
Under this chairman, you have to be fleet of foot.
Clearly. All right. So I am moving the
463 formally.
463, indeed, formally. Yes, thank you.
Amendment 463 to clause 18, as on the order paper, the question is that amendment be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary no. No. Division. Lock the doors.
Jack Abbott? No. Lewis Atkinson?
No.
Ben Boswell-Ambos?
No.
Daniel Francis?
No.
Tom Gordon?
No.
Sarah Green?
No.
Rachel Hopkins?
No.
Sir John Joseph?
Aye.
Stephen Kinnock?
No.
Danny Kruger?
Aye.
Kim Leadbeater?
No.
Kit Malthouse?
No.
Sarah Olney?
No.
Dr Simon Ofer?
No.
Rebecca Paul?
Aye.
Jake Richards?
No.
Sarah Sackman?
No.
Liz Saville Roberts?
No.
Naz Shaw?
No.
Dr Neil Shastri Hurst?
No.
Sean Woodcock?
No.
The ayes were 3, the noes were 18. So the noes have it. Unlock. We now come to Amendment 350 to Clause 18 in the name of Michael Payne, with which it will be convenient to consider Amendments 351 and 352. Does any member present wish to move Amendment 350? Tom Gore.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's an honour to serve under your chairmanship. I speak today in support of amendments 350, 351 and 352, which address the issue of fairness and accessibility within the bill. These amendments seek to ensure that those who are physically unable to self-administer the approved substance due to their condition are not excluded from the choice of an assisted death. The principle at stake here is one of equity, making sure that this opportunity would be available for those not just with the physical ability to self-administer, but all eligible individuals regardless of their condition. I would note the Motor Neuron Disease Association has made it clear in their written evidence conditions like motor neuron disease can be cruel, devastating and progressive conditions that lock people inside their own failing bodies. More than 80% of people with MND lose the ability to speak, Many lose all limb function, leaving them unable to even lift a glass of water, let alone self-administer medication. I know there's a common theme here, which is the exact same sort of points that I put when we spoke earlier about the period of time for eligibility earlier in the Bill Committee. For these individuals, the bill in its current form does create that barrier. It states the final act of ingesting or administering an approved substance must be taken by the person themselves. But for someone with advanced MND, that may simply not physically be possible. I would note that written evidence highlights that in other jurisdictions, such as Queensland, in Australia, allowances have been made for people unable to swallow or self-administer. If we fail to include such a provision here, we do risk excluding some of the most vulnerable people, or even worse, creating a perverse incentive for them to seek an assisted death, possibly abroad, earlier when they may still have physical function. I would note that the amendment is not about in any shape, way or form lowering safeguards. As we already know, and we've talked about throughout, the bill has robust safeguards. These amendments would still maintain all of that and would only be applicable in instances where doctors deem it necessary, and it wouldn't be something that would be open to more than those with conditions that would restrict their ability to self-administer. If this bill is about compassion, then we must ensure that that compassion extends to everyone. If it's about choice, then we should not deny that choice to those with severe limitations physically. And if it's about justice, then we shouldn't allow injustice to be written into the law. And I shall leave it there and make it short and sweet.
Amendment proposed, 350 to clause 18 as on the order paper. Question is that amendment be made? Nazshaw?
Thank you, Chair. I speak to oppose Amendment 350, 351 and 352, which are tabled by my honourable friend for Gedlin. They would allow the coordinating doctor to provide additional assistance to administer the substance in the presence of an independent witness in some circumstances. Those circumstances would be when the doctor determines the person is permanently and irreversibly unable to self-administer the lethal substance because of an inability to swallow or the loss or use of the limbs. The amendment does not spell out what the additional assistance would be. I think it is reasonable to believe that it refers to the doctor injecting the lethal substance into a person's circulatory system. The Honourable Member's amendment comes from genuine concern about the situation that some people may well find themselves in. Some people who might otherwise qualify for assisted dying under this bill might be unable to do so because they were unable to swallow or inject lethal drugs. I think we should all respect the feeling that this lies beneath the Honourable Member's action in tabling this measure, but I will also say that we should reject these amendments. If we pass it, we will have accepted that doctors can help people who have qualified for assisted dying to prepare to inject themselves with lethal drugs or swallow them. The bill does not say that doctors can do that. I do not know whether the House would have voted for this bill at second reading if it had. But it is beside the point. It wasn't part of the bill. If we were ever to consider taking such a radical step, we should only do so after hearing as much evidence as possible on to why and how this might be necessary. So I urge honourable members to oppose this amendment. Thank you.
Danny Kruger.
Very grateful, Sir Roger, and pleasure to follow the Honourable Lady. I very much agree with her points. But may I also pay tribute to the Honourable Gentleman who's speaking with his now customary intellectual clarity and moral consistency, because he believes in autonomy and he is doing what he can to resolve the essential contradiction in this bill, which is designed to enable people to end their own lives at their own discretion. And he recognises that some of the safeguards in the bill, which of course I do support, nevertheless represent barriers to what we are now suggesting is a human right. And that human right is going to be restricted to a limited number of people, according to this bill. And it is my view that the pressure, the momentum, the inherent direction of travel that this bill sets us on will necessarily result in the sorts of amendments in due course to the legislation, whether in the form of subsequent amendments passed through legislation, or indeed through the guidance that is issued, or indeed the practice of doctors. And as I tried to explain in my comments on the previous group, my concern is that the bill as drafted does allow for quite a wide degree of discretion naturally enough, necessarily enough, in the form of doctors interpreting the ability to assist in ways which respect the autonomy of patients, but are in fact a step beyond what the bill, quite rightly in my view, seeks to allow. I'll have to give way.
I thank the Honourable Member for giving way. You just mentioned that the bill down the line could be changed through guidance. I don't think that there'd be any scope or any ability to do that. So would you agree with me that I think that point might be a little bit beyond what we all think might be possible under terms of guidance?
Well, I'm grateful. I hope he's right. Nevertheless, one of my concerns about the bill is that we are leaving enormous areas of clinical practice and of regulated conduct for the professionals involved in assisted suicide to be performed under guidance that is still to be set out, that is the job of future ministers to determine. So I am concerned about this. And my point about in paying tribute to the honourable gentleman, he has correctly identified a group of patients for whom the bill as drafted may present obstacles to the fulfilment of their wish for an assisted death. My belief is actually the ability to assist will probably cover almost anybody who wants it and who's found a doctor who wants to help them. But he is right that there are some groups for whom that might be more of a challenge than others. I think the answer we're going to get, and it's one made by honourable members in the debate already, is that technology will fix it. And I fear it will, because I think we are going to find ourselves in a world in which it is perfectly possible for the administration of death to be enabled through some kind of technological device, which somebody with the most limited mobility, most limited physical ability, will nevertheless be able to activate. And so I fear that the insistence that we have on self-administration, while we can all acknowledge, as referenced the previous debate, the conceptual difference between assistance or between administration and self-administration, we do have this idea that we are individuals cut off from each other, that there is an essential gap between us and other people. I fear at the very end of life, in the moments that we are considering and legislating for under this bill, that distinction is void, because we are intimately connected with other people as per the clauses that we are debating. But I fear that we are going to find ourselves in a world in which a laptop will be set up, and you know, even if it's so much as the blink of an eyelid by the patient, that will be enough to trigger what will be called self-administration of the fatal dose. So I oppose the amendments that the honourable gentleman is moving because I don't believe in assisted suicide. I don't understand why other supporters of this bill are not following the honourable gentleman's lead and acknowledging that if we believe in autonomy and if we believe in assisted suicide, of course we should enable patients to have the final act performed upon them rather than insisting on this, I think, arbitrary distinction that it's possible to insist on self-administration in all cases. I have to give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. I think, would he agree with me that I think it's clear that the honourable member here is trying to create that equity which we all understand, but one of the things we also need to think about is there's the patient on one hand, but also we need to think about the doctors, the nurses, the medical practitioners that are involved and the obligation on them and the impact on them of such a amendment.
Yes, I'm grateful to her, and we discussed this briefly this morning. There is a very important consideration about the effect on medical staff involved in the administration of assisted suicide, and we have to make sure that those who do not want to participate are properly insulated from any sort of obligation, which I know is the intention of the move of the bill. Nevertheless, I am concerned about the sort of the knock-on effect of participation in assisted suicide spreading across a practice. Nevertheless, I do agree with my own friend that we do have to be very, very mindful of the impact on doctors, and if the more we widen the scope, as logic compels us to do, as the honourable gentleman is suggesting, the more not just I certainly shall. The more not just discretion, but in a sense an obligation on doctors to approve that there will be. So we do need to think about what is the conversation that doctors will be required to have with patients who are expressing this wish. If the bill is widely drawn, as it would be if we pass these amendments, there is more opportunity for doctors to feel compelled to assent to a request. Happy to give way.
I'm very grateful to the honourable member. It's clear to me that the honourable member for Harrogate Knaresborough is writing what he believes an injustice inherent within the bill and comes from that place. But is the honourable member for East Wiltshire concerned as I am that were this amendment to pass, it would take the debate from a place of assisted dying towards what many people would term euthanasia, which is not something that the House in any way endorsed by passing the bill that we have in front of us at second reading.
Danny Kruger.
Well, I'm absolutely certain that if this amendment had been in the original bill, it would not have passed at second reading, because it would have validated the argument that many of us were making, which is that the implication of assisted suicide is euthanasia, and the distinction between them, while valid in the abstract, in practice doesn't apply, and the distinction will be quickly overridden, in my view, in the course of time. So I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman, and I agree with what he says, and I think, Sir Roger, that's enough.
Dr. Neil Shastri-Hurst.
Thank you very much, Sir Roger. Whilst I've got certain sympathies with the amendments that have been tabled, I do not feel, as they stand there, either necessary, Sir Roger, nor, in fact, desirable. The reason I say they're not necessary is because of the provisions that are already stipulated in Clause 18.6, and specifically 18.6b, which provides the coordinating doctor the ability to provide a medical device which will enable a person to self-administer a substance. That subclause, in effect, negates the scenario that is put forward in Amendment 350 around dysphagia or the loss of a limb, because it would permit, for example, the use of a nasogastric tube or a percutaneous endoscopic gastrostomy feeding tube to be used for the administration of the substance in the case of dysphagia. And in the case of functional loss of limbs, as have already been discussed, Sir Roger, in the last debate, there's a range of assisted technologies that would be available that would remove the barriers that would present. But beyond the necessity or lack of this series of amendments is a legal uncertainty that I fear it creates. And the creation of any legal uncertainty is quite clearly undesirable. And in this instance, I fear it would have a significant and serious unintended consequence, because it's the interaction with Clause 24 of this bill. Clause 24, subsection 3, inserts an exemption to the Suicide Act 1961 after section 2A in respect of the assistance provided under this bill. And in effect, it disapplies sections 2.1 and 2A1 of the Suicide Act, where the provision of assistance is done in accordance with this bill. Now, sections 2.1 and 2A1 of the Suicide Act specifically relate to an act that is capable of encouraging or assisting a suicide or attempted suicide of another person. By introducing the concept of additional assistance, as this series of amendments would seek to do, it's creating a legal uncertainty. The word additional creates a further concept beyond that of assistance. It's something beyond assistance, but thus far ill-defined. Does it go as far as, for example, the clinician taking full control and administering the substance? It's entirely unclear, and thus it places the clinician in an invidious position as to what it would mean for them to provide an additional assistance in these circumstances, and would not, as I read the interplay between the two pieces of proposed legislation, exempt them by virtue of Clause 24.3 of this Act, and therefore leave them open to prosecution under the Suicide Act. I will give way.
I'm grateful. I didn't know if I was interrupting his flow, but I'm grateful to that, and I particularly respect his concern to protect the doctors from any confusion in the law that they might be operating under. Just to take it back to the question of technology resolving what I regard as insuperable problem about the difference between assistance and administration. Is it my understanding from him that he would oppose a patient being able to ask a doctor to administer a lethal drug to him or her, but he would support a patient being able to ask a computer to administer a lethal drug to him or her? Would he accept the computer performing the act on the request of the patient?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for his intervention. He hits the nail on the head because it is the patient who is driving the decision. They are making that act by activating the electronic device, the computer, whatever it may be in terms of assisted technology. But they have the power control over that decision-making process, which is completely distinct from a clinician doing that act. It is distinct because it is activated by the patient. It is activated by the person making that decision. And that's why I draw the distinction. My honourable friend may not agree, but that is my rationale between the two. I'm being ambushed by the left. There you go.
Many thanks to Honourable Member Givingway, and I agree with all his points. And I think in terms of assistance here, what we're talking about, potentially, if the technology arrives at that, is the doctor may be able to put a Venflon into the vein of the patient, but they wouldn't put the drug through the Venflon into the vein. So it would enable the patient to have control. And that's a type of assistance that could be quite useful in this scenario, but it would not involve the doctor actually delivering the drug.
I'm grateful the honourable member makes a helpful and thoughtful intervention, and I'm grateful for that. So for the reasons I've set out, and I'm not going to prattle on for any longer, Sir Roger, I consider that these amendments create both unnecessary and highly undesirable legal confusion, and it's for those reasons that I won't be supporting them.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. Looking at amendments 350 to 352. Currently, clause 18.6 permits the coordinating doctor, in respect of an approved substance provided to the person under subsection 2, to undertake the following activities: prepare the approved substance for self-administration, prepare a medical device to enable self-administration of the approved substance, and assist the person to ingest or otherwise self-administer the substance. Furthermore, subsection 8 of clause 18 expressly provides that clause 18.6 does not authorise the coordinating doctor to administer an approved substance to another person with the intention of causing that person's death. Amendment 350 seeks to enable the coordinating doctor, in the presence of an independent witness, to provide additional assistance to the person to administer the approved substance. This assistance can only be provided where the person has authorised this and where the person is permanently and irreversibly unable to self-administer the substance due to a significant risk of choking due to difficulty swallowing, dysphagia, or B, loss of use of their limbs. The term additional assistance is not defined in these amendments. Amendment 351 is consequential to Amendment 350 and requires any decision to authorise additional assistance for the self-administration of the substance to be made by the person to whom the substance has been provided. 352 would create an exception to the condition in clause 18.8 and would have the effect of permitting the coordinating doctor to administer an approved substance to another person with the intention of causing that person's death, where the criteria introduced in Amendment 350 are met. That is, when the coordinating doctor is satisfied that the person is permanently and irreversibly unable to self-administer the substance and that the person has authorised that the additional assistance be provided. Our assessment is that the effect of these amendments would be to enable the coordinating doctor to administer the approved substance to the person rather than merely assisting the person in the limited circumstances provided for in clause 18.6 to self-administer. This would be a significant change to one of the fundamental principles of the sponsor's bill, that the final act of self-administering the approved substance must be taken by the person themselves and not by the coordinating doctor. This is a policy matter and a decision for the committee. However, should these amendments be accepted, it may be that further amendments would be needed to ensure this provision is fully legally coherent and workable in several areas. First, this amendment does not define who qualifies as an independent witness, for example, whether this would have to be a health professional or could be a family member. Second, it does not address whether anyone would be disqualified from being an independent witness as provided for elsewhere in the bill through clause 36, disqualification from being witness or proxy. Finally, as drafted, the amendment does not detail how authorisation of the additional assistance must be obtained and or recorded in order to be valid, and it also does not require that any details about the independent witness be recorded. This could lead to difficulties in complying with and or evidencing that the requirements to provide the additional assistance have been met, and by extension, a lack of clarity in when and how the criminal provisions are to apply. I hope that these observations were helpful.
Thank you, Chair. I completely understand where these amendments are coming from, and in many jurisdictions where assisted dying laws are in place, this would be an accepted part of the process. However, as I've said repeatedly, our bill stands in its own right and its safeguards are stronger than anywhere else in the world. One of those safeguards is that the line cannot be crossed between the person shortening their own death by administering the drugs themselves and another person, in this case the doctor, doing it for them. Whilst I'm hugely sympathetic to the argument, this is a line I do not believe the bill should cross. And I concur with the comments of my honourable friend, the member for Bradford West, around second reading and what the House voted for, and also the comments made by the member for Reigate around medical professionals, as we discussed this morning, along with the comments made by the Minister around the concept of an independent witness, and indeed the comments from the member for Solihull West and Shirley around the concept of additional assistance. So I won't be supporting these amendments.
Tom Gordon, to wind up the debate.
Thank you, Chair. I'll keep it short and sweet. I think, in light of what everyone has said, I hadn't intended to push this to a vote anyway and won't be doing so. I do think there's been a lot of important points that I raised, and I think it's really important that, irrespective of whether or not this was going to be pushed to a vote or whether be successful, I do think it is really important that we take into account and hear and make sure we listen to the voices of people with different diseases who might wish to access an assisted death, and also take into account the evidence that's been submitted by organisations. So I think it is really important to make sure those voices are heard. Thank you.
Apologies. I'm afraid I was consulting with the clerk on it. Does the honourable gentleman wish to press his amendment to a vote? No. Is it your pleasure that the amendment be withdrawn? Yes. Aye. Then by leave withdrawn. You're now going to have to bear with me because this gets slightly complex, I think. Clause 351 to clause 18, amendment 351 to clause 18, which has been debated with 350. Does Mr Gordon or anybody else wish to move that? No. Which one? I beg your pardon. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry. That cannot be moved because clause 350 was not moved. Now come to Amendment 435 to Clause 18 in the name of Rachel Maskell, with which it will be convenient to consider Amendments 429, 436, 464, 532, 533, 430 and 255. Does any member wish to move Amendment 435? Well,
I don't wish to move 435, Chair. I wish to move my group. So if the member wishes to miss 435, I'll give way.
Well, you're not moving it formally, you need to move it. So, Mr Kruger.
Okay, great. I will move it formally in due course. Thanks, Roger. So I rise to speak to all the amendments in this group, of which I am supportive of all, I think, including the amendment in the name of the member for, I'm so sorry, Hazel Grove, don't know who that, the very place, 255, about the importance of recording the means of administration of the substance. We've discussed that a bit, and I think it is important to include that. The amendments in the name of the Honourable Gentleman for Bexley Heath, I think, are also very important to insist on the actual physical presence of the doctor while the treatment is being carried out, and Also, his amendment suggesting that there should be a code of practice about what should happen when things go wrong. I want to go further than that, but I do approve the amendment there. The amendments 533 and 532 in the name of the honourable gentleman, again, I support the requirement, a little too much Secretary of State regulation in my view, but nevertheless the principle that we should be clear about where the Act should take place, and making provision about what the coordinating doctor is legally permitted to do if it is determined by the coordinating doctor that the procedure has failed. And that's the point I really want to discuss, Sir Roger. And the amendments in the name of the Honourable Lady for York Central and the amendment in my name would impose an obligation on the coordinating doctor to provide assistance if the procedure fails. And I want to take a moment to explain to the committee how important it is that we recognise the genuine risk of this eventuality in the case of assisted suicide being performed. There is significant evidence, even given the lack of adequate data collection which we have discussed, the paucity of record keeping, the fact that in many places over half of assisted deaths are not properly recorded at all. Nevertheless, even in these places like Oregon, which is one of the worst offenders when it comes to data collection, we know of significant rates of complications, such as difficulty with ingesting the drugs, regurgitation, seizures. Nevertheless, as I say, 72% of deaths do not record whether complications have occurred or not. So this is only among the quarter that we do know about. That there is significant rates of complication. Sometimes death can take days. There's a long time of unconsciousness. So I think the committee has heard from me and others in previous debates about the extent to which there is real concern about the actual experience of the administration of the assisted death. But it is striking how ill-defined the current bill is on the point of complications compared to jurisdictions where such laws are in operation. There are in other countries, they have guidance, clear guidance in the law for what should be done. In the Netherlands, euthanasia is recommended when an assisted suicide seems to be failing. In Canada, likewise, doctors are given license to administer the death themselves if that fails. We've decided not to proceed down that road in this country or in this committee. But nevertheless, the question does arise, what on earth should patients do? And to the point that we are talking about a very, very small or indeed a non-existent population group, i.e. those who we might have to worry about experiencing complications after the administration of fatal drugs. I refer back to a debate that we had a day or two ago when the Honourable Member for Stroud said, referring to me, that the Honourable Gentleman is bringing up lots of rather horrible stories about assisted death. And he said, in Australia, Switzerland and Holland, they have decided, instead of using the regime that he, meaning I, was talking about, to use pentobarbital. And one of the reasons, his quote, one of the reasons why Dignitas uses it is that it's so ineffective and does not have effect. So I'm afraid, having looked into this since the Honourable Gentleman said that and consulted with other medics, the fact is that the safety of pentobarbital is highly contested, it's disputed. It's been debated in litigation in the United States because of its use as a death penalty drug. The executioners themselves who've used it said that the deaths were peaceful and akin to falling asleep. But lawyers for death row inmates have said that, I quote, it proved pentobarbital caused flash pulmonary edema, in which fluid rushes through quickly, disintegrating membranes into lungs and airways, causing pain akin to being suffocated or drowned. So this is evidence from professionals who have examined the effect of pentobarbital on deceased people. And the anesthesiologist, Joel Zivert of Emory University in the United States, has testified to the Canadian Senate on the subject of assisted suicide drugs. He says that when he researched autopsies of those executed by lethal injection, he stumbled on an alarming discovery, and I will quote, "When I looked at the autopsies, to my surprise, I found that in most of the cases, the individuals who had been executed by pentobarbital had fluid congested in their lungs. The lungs of these individuals were twice the normal weight, full of water. Now, the only way that this could have happened would have been as a direct consequence of the pentobarbital that was injected into those individuals. Now, what is the relevance of this for assisted dying? Dr. Zivit went on. I'm happy to give way.
On that point, thank you for giving way. Thank you, Chair. I have to say I'm not aware of the situation in America, but is he not reassured that the evidence from Dignitas, which we've all had access to now, says that there have been no cases of failure at Dignitas using that medication?
Danny Kruger.
Well, I'm not, let me come on to that, because I'm not aware of any evidence from Dignitas that disputes the assertion that's being made. Certainly not one that would meet the concerns that have been raised about the genuine evidence of the effect of pentobarbital on death row patients. So, as again, the absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. I don't think Dignitas has supplied evidence to contradict the point that I'm making.
If I may.
Happy to give way.
I believe it's TIAB 425, just for his reference.
Okay. I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady, and let me look that up later. But I'm happy to exchange data on that, and certainly it's something we should be clearly trying to get right here. I wanted to try and explain, nevertheless, why I am suggesting we do have a problem with the drugs that are used in assisted dying and have been suggested to be used here. Just to continue the quote from Dr. Zivert, when one watches an execution, it is not clear that this is happening, meaning that it's a peaceful, painless death. There's not much to see. Executions, like I imagine medical assistance in dying, are a rather bloodless event. Not much can be seen outwardly, but the autopsies revealed a very disturbing and surprising finding. And he makes the point that this is particularly disturbing given that assisted dying often uses a paralysing drug which induces the impression of peace and calm in the patient when in fact something else might be going on below the surface. To conclude my quote from Dr. Zivert, to claim that this is a death that is peaceful, well, it can be nothing else because now a person is unable to move in any way. But whether or not they have any conscious experience of what is happening is unknown. As he told the Senate, it should be clear to the Canadian public that the kind of death they will experience will be something other than the way it is represented. It could be exceedingly painful and more akin to drowning. Now, I can't judge whether Dr. Zivert is right, but we should be very wary of any claims that there is a simple answer to the question surrounding lethal drugs. Again, to the point made by the Honourable Lady, and I think by the Honourable Gentleman for Stroud again, it is not clear from many of the reports from Dignitas, which do have a regime very similar to the one we're imagining here. There's no evidence that, in my experience, and I will certainly look at the reference made by the Honourable Lady, that contradicts the concerns made by the Honourable by Dr. Zivert. Happy to give way.
Thank you, Chair. Does this shows that clinical documentation is very important? We debated this in this committee earlier, and we talked about only relevant documentation is required by the professionals to complete, and maybe you're missing out certain data because it's not clearly documented in other places. And should we take a learning from that if we are going ahead with this, we should have a proper documentation, not just relevant documentation, which is not clear to the clinician what they should and they shouldn't document.
Danny Kruger.
Thank you, sir. Well, I'm grateful to the Honourable Gentleman, and I entirely agree. There is a great concern about the lack of evidence in other countries on which we are constantly relying as evidence of why this proposal is safe. I've suggested from the quite limited evidence that we have that it may not be safe, and he's absolutely right that if we are to proceed, we need to be extremely strict about the data collection, but also, to his point, about making clear to clinicians what drugs they are permitted to use. And before we do that, we need to have the proper regime of clearing and approving the drugs that would be used. And we have debated in earlier clauses about the imperative on the NHS, on the MHRA, on the Department for Health to properly authorise the specifics of what drugs will be used. It's not clear at the moment what those would be, and I very much agree that we need to be clearer on that. Let me finish, Sir Roger, with a reference again to an early debate in which it was suggested on the basis of the Australian example that there is no evidence of complications. I've been pointing out what the Honourable Member for Stroud talked, horrible stories he said about from the United States and Canada and so on. He referenced Australia, where apparently there is no evidence of problems. In fact, I understand that of the 6 states in Australia, only Western Australia records complications. And they only do so from practitioner administration, where the doctor administers the drug, which we're not supposed to do here, not self-administration as under the bill. And even there, in Western Australia, complications have been reported in 4.3% of cases where there has been practitioner administration. So, to repeat, we are dealing with a great mystery and an enigma about how how death happens with assisted suicide, and certainly it's unclear what we should do about it. Last quote from evidence that we've had, well, actually this was evidence to the Health and Social Care Committee, from Baroness Finlay, leading palliative care specialist and, of course, opponent of assisted dying. She said that many years ago I asked for somebody to do a study to see whether patients, given these cocktails in euthanasia and assisted dying, whether they regain consciousness before they die. There was a study of lethal injections in executions that showed that 80% of people probably regained consciousness. Nobody has undertaken the study, so we're dealing with something that is unknown. And I'm afraid that goes for the whole field. There is a great mystery in this space, which I'm afraid to say we're not clear on, thanks to this bill. Happy to give way.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. Just in response to the intervention from the member for Batley and Spen, I've just looked at some of the evidence and it doesn't quite cite any papers. What the evidence cites is it says the effects can be seen in 3 documentaries, and nor does it explain why Dr. Zivot's concerns are scientifically accurate. And I wonder whether we want to speak to that.
I'm very grateful. I think there is a great anxiety about the validity of much of the evidence in this space. I have great respect for the work that Dr. Zivot done, because I don't think anything else gets us close to understanding what the actual effect of these drugs is on once somebody has died. Happy to give way.
Just in response to the intervention from my honourable friend, the member for Bradford West, I mean, the evidence from Dignitas is really clear. There have been no cases of failure at Dignitas using this medication.
Danny Brewer.
Well, I'm grateful to her. My strong suspicion is that that's because the evidence is not being accurately collected or reported. And with Dignitas, with all of these jurisdictions, as the Honourable Lady herself has acknowledged, there are significant failures of data and record keeping, and obviously it is very much in Dignitas's interests not to either collect, certainly not to publicise evidence of things going wrong. But that is clearly what does happen in jurisdictions where data is properly collected. Does the Honourable Lady want to come in again?
I thank the Honourable Member, and just coming back to that, I do recognise, sorry Chair, thank you, I do recognise that evidence in particular, 425, does say there hasn't been any failures in Dignitas, but it does not cite any published, let alone peer-reviewed research or challenge the analysis of scientists such as Dr. Zivot, and that remains a grey area.
I'm very grateful, and I agree with what the Honourable Lady is saying. Happy to give way.
Yeah, thank you to the Honourable Member for giving way, and thank you, Sir Roger. Actually, if you did autopsies on any particular person who had died, almost certainly you would find pulmonary edema, because that's what happens in death. The heart stops and the lungs do fill with fluid. Also, I would also just like to correct this idea that actually you have neuromuscular paralysis with pentobarbital. There's no way that barbiturates act in this way. All they do is sedate and put the person to sleep, and then after that there would be death.
I'm grateful. Yes, I wasn't suggesting that the pentobarbital has the paralytic effect. Often in assisted dying there is a paralytic is administered as part of the cocktail of drugs. So that's what happens first. And subsequently we discover that while the patient may have appeared to be entirely calm, sleeping peacefully, that significant trauma may have been occurring beneath the surface. And to his point, I mean, I deferred it to his knowledge. My understanding from the scientific evidence that I've read and that the evidence that medics have given me is that it is peculiar, it is remarkable, the extent to which people who have been executed by lethal injection by pentobarbital, how their lungs have filled with fluid and how they have effectively drowned beneath the peaceful exterior that they present. So, Sir Roger, just to conclude, I do intend to push my amendment and that of the member for York Central to a vote and support the other ones. I'm sorry, I misread my own notes in that while I support the aspiration of the member suggesting in 532 that provision must be made about what to do in the event of failure of the procedure, I do think this actually gives too much leeway to the Secretary of State, so I'm going to oppose that because I think that the amendments that I've tabled and that of the member for York Central are preferable. And just to finish, to make the case, very obvious case for those amendments, in the event of failure, when I said in an earlier debate, there are three choices. You can either ignore the plain signs of distress, things going wrong, of the patient suffering, which is clearly a failure of duty of care of doctors, or you can proceed to expedite the death, which we have decided would be illegal under the bill. The only option, therefore, is to revive the patient and to escalate to treatment, not to help to facilitate their death actively or passively. So I hope members will agree with me that in the obviously rare occasions on which the assisted suicide treatment goes wrong, it is right that, that the patient is immediately revived, taken to hospital, or whatever action is necessary is taken by the doctor. And I'd be interested to understand why those amendments should not be supported. Thank you.
Amendment proposed 435 to clause 18. The question is that amendment been made? Mr. Francis.
Thank you, Sir Roger. It's a pleasure to serve on the chairship. So I shall speak to the amendments in my name, which are 429 and 430. During our oral evidence, we did discuss these issues in clause 18 and parts 9 and 10, and whether there is a contradiction between the two. Obviously, clause 9 states that the coordinating doctor must remain with the person, and then clause 10 says, for the purposes of subsection 9, the coordinating doctor need not be in the same room as the person, and we also discussed how that works in other jurisdictions. So with regards to the amendment in my name 429, as I said, there does appear, it could appear to be a conflict between subsections 9 and 10, and I think that could be a conflict if the bill were to become law that could be queried at a point in the future. And clearly that also would need to consider if there were complications. Clearly if there were complications, if the doctor wasn't in the same room, the doctor wouldn't necessarily be aware that there were complications. I accept, of course, in some normal circumstances, doctors and medical professionals aren't present in the room at the time of death, and in other times they are there at the time of death. But as I say, the amendment would mean that if something were to go wrong, someone's having a painful reaction to drugs, that the doctor would be there to see and help that. And I don't completely understand this issue about what it means about not being in the same room either, to be honest, about how far away you would have to be, because it does say in one sentence doctor's got to remain with the person, in another sentence it says you don't have to be in the same room. So if the bill were to pass, we'd be asking doctors to do something that's unprecedented, and as I said, in terms of complications, if they were suffering seizures or vomiting or exhibiting signs of distress, then it would appear that the doctor should be present. Of course, as I've said already, members may think that it could encroach on the patient's privacy, but I do think there is a discrepancy in those two statements. So I'll leave that on 429. On 430, which it appears later on in clause 30, Sir Roger, and my concern there, and I'm conscious as well that my honourable friend from Ipswich has now tabled an amendment in a similar vein. But the intention with 430, again, was to ensure there were some regulations to respond to unexpected complications that arise in relation to the administration of the approved substance. including when the procedure fails. I'm conscious that there could be issues if the doctor intervened, that the doctor could end up being in breach of the Suicide Act, and therefore I left the wording in that vein, really, to understand that we have more information in due course. Again, we received oral evidence on that matter, that it was a matter of concern to a number of individuals, both from a legal and medical perspective, that concern about what a doctor is meant to do if there are unexpected complications. And again, we know from the evidence we've received from other jurisdictions, except in a very small minority of cases, that there can be complications, or the death can take much longer than expected. And of course, we did receive evidence on this issue that the death could take some days on some very rare occurrences. So in regard to Amendment 430, I think that they would accept that we've thought about those circumstances and provided for that, and that doctors will have a code of practice to refer to, rather than being left in the dark if a difficult situation at the time of death should arise. I don't think we should be in a circumstance where doctors and patients are unprepared for. It's important for us to think through and provide for and safeguard against all possible scenarios, however rare they may be. And of course we wouldn't want them to happen, but there may be circumstances where they are, and we wouldn't want there to be a legal or a hole really there. So including this amendment would mean that the Secretary of State has the opportunity to provide codes of practices in such circumstances, and I hope honourable members will be able to support the amendments in my name. Thank you, Chair.
Sarah Olney.
Thank you, Sir Roger. It's a pleasure to serve under your chairmanship, and I do indeed rise to support the amendment tabled by the member for Bexley Heath and Crayford. I don't understand how subclause 9 can require the doctor to remain with the person until they have self-administered and died, or until they have decided not to self-administer, while subclause 10 says that the doctor need not be in the same room. The bill becomes even less coherent when we consider that subclause 11, which requires the doctor to remove the substance immediately if the person decides not to self-administer, how can the doctor do so if they're not in the same room? So Amendment 429 would make the scheme more coherent, and I support it for that reason. I accept that there are downsides to having the doctor present, especially before the administration, as people have a normal desire for privacy, but that needs to be balanced against the risk of somebody else taking the substance, or something going wrong in the actual process of self-administration. In Australia, there's no requirement for the doctor to be present, and this has led to some cases of abuse. So I understand why the bill's sponsor has chosen not to go down the Australian route, but the position arrived at with subclause 10 lacks coherence and is also unclear. What does it mean to remain with the person without being in the same room? Does it mean being in the corridor just outside the room, but with the door open? What if it's closed? What if, as a result of it being closed, the doctor is no longer within earshot? And it's not just me who's confused, but also the doctors who will have to apply this legislation. For example, Dr. Jane Menage, a retired GP, tells us in written evidence, these are mutually exclusive. Doctor must remain with the patient, but not in the same room. This makes no sense. In any case, if the attending doctor is not in the same room, there could potentially be an intervention by another person to the patient's detriment, or the patient may wish to cancel the suicide at the last moment and be unsupported in voicing that decision. That was from written evidence TIAB 182. But with or without subclause 10, I would like to know whether the Minister has made an assessment of the workforce impact of such a requirement for the doctor to be present. As Dr. Rebecca Jones told us in evidence, as the death may take many hours, I'm uncertain of the practicalities of this. Happily.
Whether the Honourable Lady Vivian Way, I think the Honourable Lady is making a really, really important point about the lack of coherence that this amendment is trying to sort out, because we've heard throughout this, these weeks of debate in this committee about the importance of clarity for practitioners, and I think this introduces severe doubt as to exactly what a practitioner is meant to do. Now, I understand that we don't want to say you have to do this in this order, and that amendments have been rejected on that basis, but this really does open a massive loophole in terms of the law and practicing of it that I'm concerned about. Does she share it in my opinion?
I'm grateful to the Honourable Member for his intervention, and he is absolutely right. What is absolutely fundamental with this legislation is that we do provide very, very clear guidance to the medical practitioners who are going to be engaged in assisting patients with this matter. And precisely because, firstly, obviously for their own peace of mind, that what they are doing is acceptable under the law and also accords with what Parliament has decided, but also very much, of course, the protection of patients. And so it is absolutely incumbent upon us to be really, really clear about what we mean, and I don't believe currently as drafted that we are. Happy to give way.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for giving away. Also, we're repeatedly talking about the doctor. In a hospital environment, definitely there will be nurses, healthcare assistants, other professionals also will be involved in those, and the bill doesn't even talk about the other professionals. There's also other issue about if it's happening in a hospital environment. Often the NHS wards are based, not necessarily, they may not have even their individual bedroom. So does the Honourable Lady think that we need to be more clear about the actual procedures happens in those kind of areas?
Certainly. I'm grateful to the Honourable Gentleman, and I think his interventions today, given his professional experience in this matter, have been extremely helpful, and he's absolutely right, following on from the other Honourable Gentleman's point, that we can't actually know, we can't define what the circumstances or what, where the patient will find themselves at the time that this is taking place, and that's why it's really incumbent upon us to make sure we've provided very, very clear guidance as to precisely what Parliament intends at this point. As Dr. Rebecca Jones told us in evidence, as the death may take many hours, I'm uncertain of the practicalities of this for many doctors who have competing demands on their time, which is TIAB 225. And I believe that this, in this example, means the practicalities of doctors remaining with the patient. Dr. Chris Ainsworth asked how this would work in cases, as have happened in Oregon, where death takes several days, and that's from written evidence TIAB 146. And Dr. Trevor Stammer said, if the doctor is required to be present until the patient's death, this may require hours of practitioner's time to fulfill, and is likely to be unlikely, I beg your pardon, to be adhered to in many cases if the dying process is protracted. And that's from written evidence TIAB 251. Dr. Rachel Fisher pointed out for Australian doctors who are not required to be present at the final act, each assisted death requires around 60 hours of professional time. For British doctors, one would then need to add to that the time it takes for self-administration to result in death. Dr. Fisher also raises the real impact on doctors of this. She says, imagine the practicalities of those who must deliver it. The GP, motivated by a deep desire to preserve life and relieve suffering, arrives at the home of the patient with a cocktail of powerful drugs. What if the patient has symptoms? Who will collect their child from nursery or school if the patient takes a long time to die? How will they know when to decide the death was unsuccessful? Will there be counselling for GPs observing and feeling complicit in a potentially drawn-out and symptomatic death? And that's from written evidence TIAB 14. And finally, Dr. Paul Shaw asks, how will this service be funded? What support will be required from the NHS when things go wrong or death takes longer than expected? Will this be a 9-to-5 service? What will be the out-of-hours arrangements? And that's from written evidence TIAB 235. So a lot of the written evidence touches on the practicalities of the doctor being required to remain with the patient until they die. But this specific amendment from the Honourable Member for Bexley Heath and Crayford really does require the clarity around how being with the patient can possibly also mean that they're not in the room. Happy to give way.
And thank you, Chair. I understand they're coming from a good place, and as she says, but I don't quite understand how the current amendment would actually stop the doctor having to stay with the doctor with the patient until they die. Because I agree, it's an important issue. So could you elucidate that, please?
I'm grateful to the Honourable Member because it gives me an opportunity to conclude my remarks by summing up. I support Amendment 429 because I think it's really, really important that we provide this clarity that when we say with the patient, we mean in the room. However, I'm inviting the Minister to expand further on this whole issue about the resource requirement of assisted dying. I want the doctor to remain with the patient. I think that's critical. That's why I'm supporting Amendment 429. However, the implication of the bill as drafted is a considerable resource requirement, particularly on GPs, and I'd like the Minister to respond to that. Thank you.
Jack Abbott.
I'm grateful, Chair, and I'm speaking to move my amendments 532 and 533, but also speak in support of my honourable friend from Bexley Heath and Crayford's amendments 429 and 430 in the round as well. I appreciate at this stage, Chair, my amendments are very similar in a way to my honourable friend's amendment at 430, although I would say it goes a little bit further, although probably not as far as we have discussed previously in this committee. I totally understand some of the concerns that were raised at the time about being overly prescriptive on the face of the bill, about the regulations that the Secretary of State could pass down, the bill could pass down to doctors in these decisions. However, I do think it is really important that we give the Secretary of State the ability to provide this guidance in addition to the GNMC regulations. Essentially, what is it the coordinating doctor must do if the procedure has failed? At the moment, the bill simply states that the coordinating doctor must remain a person to this time, although I appreciate one of the questions here at 429 does cover that issue there, if passed. In Clause 9, the bill states that the assessing doctor must discuss with the person their wishes in event of complications arising in connection with the self-administration of an approved substance under Section 18. However, the bill as currently drafted relating to what a doctor is actually legally permitted to do in the event of such complications isn't clear in my view. This is particularly important as the bill expressly states that the final act of administration must be taken by the person themselves. Therefore, the bill as it currently stands stipulates that the doctor must discuss the patient's wishes in the event of complications without stipulating what actions the doctor can take in such an event and thus what the patient's options actually are. So, therefore, in my view, the bill has a gap here in providing clarity on this critical issue, which has been raised frequently, both in written evidence and to an extent in oral evidence as well. Dr. Alexandra McCulloch argues that as the bill only permits the doctor to assist in the patient in self-administrating the substance, administrating the drugs to end the life of a patient who might be unconscious but is not dying is not permitted. Dr. Mullock also raises the possibility that a patient might regain consciousness but be too ill to make a second attempt at self-administration. So what should a doctor do if this occurs? Now, unless we clarify what a doctor can do in such situations, specifically what the Secretary of State can clarify what a doctor can do in these situations, this amendment would not do that in this bill, merely give the Secretary of State direction to do so. The coordinating director could be placed in a very difficult position. Now, Professor Alex Ruckeen argues that the bill as it currently stands could lead to the apparent potential for medical professionals to be required to stand by but be unable to take steps to respond to complications so as to ensure the process is completed. Now, I fully appreciate that all doctors would use their good training, their common sense, their extensive years of practice to make a best case judgment call, and we would always support them in that. But I do believe that this has an unintended consequence of not giving a doctor true cover in this particular area. And Dr. Mullock also raised the question of what should occur if the patient survives the procedure but is badly affected. What treatment should be provided? Should the patient be moved to hospital? Should the patient be sedated or made comfortable until a natural death occurs? Or should the doctor be able to take the steps to the patient to die following the initial failed attempts? These are questions we need answers to, but I would reiterate, my amendments does not seek to answer those particular questions, but it does stipulate that the Secretary of State at a certain point has to do so. I'm willing to give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
I'm very grateful. He's made an absolutely excellent speech setting out, as he puts it, that there is a gap in the heart of the bill here. I mean, does he agree with me? Or I think he does. I think he just explained it. There are these quite straightforward choices. Expedite death, which is illegal, do nothing, which is inhumane, or treat, revive, resuscitate. Why doesn't he think that it should be clearer on the face of the bill? Why does he want to leave that to the Secretary of State in future to determine? Why don't we as Parliament get to decide what the right option should be?
I appreciate the honourable gentleman's question. I think, in short, if I may, because we're not medical professionals in this room, well, I should reiterate, some of us are medical professionals in this room, not all of us. I don't think this is a judgment of the committee to decide that on the face of the bill. I am happy and comfortable to leave that to further work over the coming months and years ahead before the implementation of the bill, to give that sort of directive and those recommendations in addition to the GMC guidance. I think that is a healthy and strong thing to do. And I think this is an important compromise, if I may say, by what some of the conversations have had in this committee over the previous weeks. But I think that what this amendment seeks to do is give clear direction that these sorts of regulations and procedures should be stipulated at some point down the line.
I'm grateful to him. He suggests that this is something that should be left to the medics. Nevertheless, here we are legislating for medics to be able to administer lethal drugs to people. We are responsible for what happens subsequent to the administration. Let me put it another way. Does he foresee any scenario in which the guidance from the Secretary of State could be anything other than the patient should be revived? The patient should be helped to live in that circumstance when there's clearly complications underway. What else could be the appropriate direction that the Secretary of State could give?
I appreciate the point the honourable gentleman is trying to make here. I would say once again, however, and we've discussed this at length about a whole range of different subject areas, that we cannot legislate every single permutation that could possibly happen. It might be conversations initially when the patient is given a terminal diagnosis, and where do those conversations lead us? And clearly there are going to be a number of different scenarios which could potentially occur to various extremities. So I don't think it's possible to legislate for every single one of those eventualities. I don't believe it's so black and white, if I may say, to revive or not revive. It will completely depend on what the scenario at that particular moment in time is. And so therefore I think that some further work would need to be done over the coming months and years before the final introduction of this bill. And I believe that time is really important, and to make sure that that can happen alongside the existing guidance as it stands. I don't seek therefore in my amendment to stipulate exactly what every single permutation might be. Indeed, that could run to very many pages and beyond as well. But I think this seeks to empower the Secretary of State and the Department to make sure that those eventualities, some of the concerns that the Honourable Gentleman has raised over time, is covered by this as well. Now, in my view, the failure to provide a clear answer to these questions is an oversight, as data from Oregon shows that patients suffering complications following administration of the lethal subject is unfortunately not totally uncommon. In 2023, of 102 patients for which we have data on whether they suffer complications, out of a total of 367 patients who died via assisted death in Oregon in that year, 10 suffered complications, so therefore just under 10% of those we know about. Now, of these 10, 8 had difficulty ingesting or regurgitating the substance. 1 suffered a seizure, and for 1 we have no data of what complications occurred. And I think, if I may say to the honourable gentleman, the Member Palmer for East Wiltshire, that's part of the variances that I kind of refer to here. It's not as simple, in my view, as resuscitate or otherwise. There are a number of different factors. Although it's a relatively small sample size, it shows the diversity of the challenges ahead. Now, in Oregon, information about complications is reported only when a physician or another healthcare provider is present at the time of death, meaning that we evidently have less data on this issue than is desirable. But however, despite the small sample size, this would put the complication rate as 1 in 10, as I say, and patients experiencing complications following administration of lethal substance would not be a completely uncommon occurrence, although rare.
Would you wear that I thank you for giving way. Thank you, Chair. And I mean, he's referring to Oregon, and obviously every jurisdiction has got its own methodology when it comes to assisted dying. Is he reassured somewhat by the evidence from Dignitas around the evidence saying that not one person it failed, the procedure failed, and also in terms of in Victoria in Australia, their survey was that 1,076 deaths from the self-administration process took place, and 86% of patients died within 1 hour. So there are different models, and it's important to look more broadly if we can.
Yeah, I fully accept my honourable friend's points, and I agree. As I reiterate, this isn't a regular occurrence by any means. It's a relatively uncommon occurrence. But in saying all of that, yes, there's still 10% of people who did, as you say, it wasn't a huge complication in terms of to which my honourable friend refers, but there were issues of being able, as I say, to ingest or regurgitate the substance. And yes, 86%, that figure that my honourable friend refers to is absolutely correct. However, that would also suggest 14% there is longer than the hour. In my view, that is a relatively high percentage for what we're talking about here. And as I say, this isn't to stipulate in this bill exactly what measures has to be taken in every single one of those scenarios. I'm not suggesting for a moment that we have to legislate about what we have to do in the event that someone has difficulty ingesting the substance, for instance. But I do think that this is something, and I'm sure it will come naturally with the GMC regulations, and as I say, my honourable... I will in just one moment. I fully appreciate the points that have already been made, that this will probably naturally occur, but I do think it's important to provide reassurance that we are looking at what the long-term effects should happen in this sort of scenario.
Thank you, Chair. Would the honourable member think that 10% is a high number? If we informed the patients about the side effects at the beginning of these medications, do you think the honourable member think that the number of patients who would have opted out would be higher?
I thank my honourable friend for the question. I agree that 10% is a statistically reasonable figure that is of note, and that's exactly why, or part of the reason why I'm put forward this amendment today. However, I would say it's still relatively uncommon from the small sample sizes that we do have. For example, the Oregon sample size, although it's important to refer to it, it is only a sample size of 100 people, so we should always keep those things in context. I would say, to be quite perfectly honest with my honourable friend, will less people choose to go down this path should they feel, for example, there is a small potential chance they might struggle to ingest the substance. That is a complete personal choice, and I think it's really important that every stage of the process we're very, very clear with those looking to go down this path about what those eventualities might be. I would also say, everyone will take their own personal opinion about that, but I think if everyone's very clear about any of the sorts of risks that might come out of this, but I think we've already stipulated that will be part of the process. I think everyone should be very, very clear about that process, what that will look like and the potential risks associated to that. And I think very, very many people will look at this and still say, well, this is the path for me, but that will, of course, be their own judgment. I will.
I think he's about to wind up. I just wonder whether, in his view, it might be appropriate for the Secretary of State, in framing the guidance which he requests, to leave it to doctor's discretion. Would that be an appropriate outcome that he'd be happy with? My concern is that actually we're going to end up with a bill which has a blank space at the moment about what should be done in the event of complication. The Secretary of State might find it equally confusing and unclear and find him or herself reluctant to specify too precisely in the range of the many different circumstances that the Honourable Gentleman has mentioned. Why won't we end up with just a further passing of the buck to clinicians to make the decision? And forgive me, Sir Roger, given that, is it not even more appropriate at this stage that we do give direction to the Secretary of State that whatever guidance there should be, we should stipulate that it is entirely inappropriate for a doctor to in any way expedite the death of the patient?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. I would say this, in the case of this particular Secretary of State, I think he's more than happy, as we've seen in the last week or so, to take decision-making back in-house and make that himself as well. That's a separate political point, perhaps. However, I would just point... Yeah, absolutely, I know. I'm sure you're all supportive of that as well. I would also point the honourable gentleman to subsection 13. And subsection 13 of what I propose here in 532 is saying what must include, what specific actions must be included legally if, for example, there's greater prolonged time to death, the person's been rendered unconscious, or the person is otherwise undergoing complications. I think that quite clearly states that we're expecting the Secretary of State, through this amendment, to make specific coordination actions in terms of that. So, yes, in terms of if it was 12 alone, the Secretary of State must make provision about this, and that could lead to what the Honourable Gentleman is alluding to. But I think 13, subsection 13, and what I propose is very clear that we'd expect specific actions from the Secretary of State in that area.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for giving a very important speech. When he was talking about sensitive earlier, I wonder whether he's aware of a study in the Netherlands which actually concluded 21 people were assisted with lethal injection, and of them, that was 18%. And of that was, the statistic was, I think it was 5 of them because they couldn't swallow, but the rest of them did because they were unable to. And I don't know whether he's aware about that.
I thank my honourable friend for her point there. What I guess I would say is, obviously, I've used these statistics, and of course we might find additional statistics from different jurisdictions which might put that 10% figure slightly higher or slightly lower. I think the point I'm trying to make is this is a relatively uncommon occurrence, but nonetheless it's something in an area where I think we can make it stronger in the bill to make sure that there are those additional provisions inside. So I may just make a little bit of progress on 532. I think I've made the base of my point. I want to get it on to 533. But as I said, this amendment seeks to provide clarity on what doctors can do if the procedure fails or is failing by stipulating the Secretary of State must specify in regulations what actions the coordinating doctor can legally take if there is a prolonged time to death. If a person has been rendered unconscious or rendered unfit to make a second attempt at self-administration but has not died, or if the person is undergoing complications following the initial attempt. I do feel that, yes, while there is existing GMC guidance, but if there's no further guidance that comes forward in the coming years, we do risk placing some doctors in an incredibly difficult position. And yes, we always say abide by good practice and the experience of many doctors, but I think that additional cover is no bad thing. And I think we need to also say what doctors are legally permitted to act and do in the event of the patient undergoing severe complications. Obviously, it does present a risk, not just leaving aside the doctors, but the patient as well, who may suffer needlessly and intolerably, because the coordinating doctor, who does not know what they are legally allowed to do and is thus seeking to avoid legal ramifications of actions. So we need to we do not want them to take steps to respond to these complications or support the patient to die in a painful manner. Chair, I'll just briefly come on to 533, my amendment, about where an assisted dying can take place. And I agree, again, this has been touched on already by this committee, and I don't want to be too prescriptive on the face of the bill, which is why I haven't stipulated exactly where the locations should be. However, again, this question was raised a number of times in submitted written evidence. And I think it's incredibly important that we address this question to ensure that assisted dying takes place at a certain location does not have a detrimental effect on that location and community, and that the implementation of assisted dying does not exacerbate existing healthcare inequalities or deepen the existing mistrust of the healthcare system that does exist amongst some ethnic minority communities in particular. We also have a duty to ensure that anyone seeking an assisted death under the bill feels that they are safe to do so and is able to experience the positives of assisted dying, and that the process does not traumatise or re-traumatise. This is not possible if assisted dying takes place in settings which people feel unsafe or unable to control, or that they have no agency under. So this amendment seeks to ensure that the question of where assisted dying can take place and that it's properly addressed, and that the possible impacts of assisted dying take place at any particular location are fully considered. And only then we can address and mitigate possible detrimental impacts. This is particularly important because the criteria in the bill that the doctor must remain with the patient until they've died realistically precludes assisted dying taking place at home, as there may be a greater prolonged time to death. As my right honourable friend said, that 86% of patients in, I think, Western Australia died within the hour, but obviously 14% are longer than that. But as another comparison, in Oregon, just under 90%, 87.7% of those who died via assisted death in 2023 did so at home. So if we're essentially precluding assisted dying from taking place at home because of the stipulation that a doctor has been in attendance, we must then answer the question of where it can take place. In recent evidence, Sue Ryder and the National Care Forum cited concerns about the impact on staff well-being and the other residents of hospice and accommodation-based services should assisted dying take place within these communities. Dr. Jamila Hossain, in arguing that the question of where assisted dying could take place needed to be addressed, stated that her consultations with ethnic minority groups across Bradford highlighted the risk that assisted dying could significantly deepen mistrust in healthcare services, including but not limited to palliative care. She argued that this needed to be considered when determining where assisted dying would take place, and Dr. Hussain argued that because of this, it would be preferable to avoid healthcare settings that communities rely on, such as hospitals and hospices. Again, this amendment does not seek to specify where assisted dying should take place. I think further work is possibly needed over the coming months and years before this policy is potentially implemented, or to prohibit any particular location, I must also add. But the rationale behind this amendment is to ensure that through extensive consultation with relevant parties, the possible impacts of assisted dying taking place at any particular location are fully and comprehensively considered, and thereby any potential harm is addressed and mitigated. I was just finishing, but you chimed it just perfectly. I will.
I'm very grateful. I think he's right about this one. Does he agree with me that the hospices that have written to us have a very valid point about concern that they might be required to facilitate assisted dying on their premises, even if many members of staff or other residents don't wish that to happen? Does he agree with me that it is really important that we protect hospices from having to have anything to do with assisted dying?
I appreciate the point the honourable gentleman makes. I think throughout this whole process we've spoken about the absolute need to make sure there are very good palliative care options that are being presented to everybody along this pathway. So I don't think you can separate care homes, hospices from this bill, but I fully appreciate and sympathise exactly with what the honourable member is saying. And as I've already said in my speech, there may be some hospices which are simply not appropriate for this. And so, although it doesn't seek to put this on the face of the bill in terms of precluding any particular areas of our healthcare system, it would require the Secretary of State, through consultation, to make sure that this issue is looked at properly and make suitable recommendations.
Sean.
Thank you, Chair. I'm standing to move Amendment 436 tabled by my honourable friend of York Central. This amendment concerns what would happen after a patient has suffered complications whilst going through the administration of lethal drugs. Let me stress that we do know that people do suffer complications when they are undergoing assisted deaths. Unfortunately, one thing that we do not know is how common these deaths are. Another thing we lack is data that would allow researchers to investigate whether certain drugs, perhaps in combination with certain medical conditions, were more likely to cause complications. The reason that we don't know these things is because of the many gaps in the data collected in places which do have assisted dying laws. It has been mentioned before, but it very much bears mentioning again. The Australian state's reports on assisted dying do not publish data on complications suffered by patients who self-administer drugs. This is overwhelming. It is the overwhelming majority on assisted deaths in Australia. Western Australia's most recent report does tell us how frequently there were complications in the cases involving practitioner administration of lethal drugs. It affected 4.3% of these deaths. I understand that this bill does not allow practitioner administration, but that is not the relevant point. What is relevant is that, firstly, the Australian data shows that some people given lethal drugs do suffer complications. Secondly, these complications were ones which we would not wish on someone in their last hours or minutes of life. For example, 5 out of 198 practitioner administration deaths involved other complications. These other complications included people coughing and or reporting a burning throat after they were helped to swallow drugs, hiccups with gastric reflux, involuntary muscular contractions and delayed loss of consciousness. Now, Western Australia could be much better than other states on average in avoiding complications, or it could be worse. I'm afraid that we really do not have the robust data that would allow us to make those comparisons. I repeat, the Australian state does not publish data on complications affecting the majority of assisted dying cases. They do not because they cannot, since no one is mandated to stay with the patient and observe their condition. We do not know how common these complications therefore are. Record keeping in other jurisdictions are also concerning. This House's Health and Social Care Select Committee examined the records kept by the Health State Department in Oregon while inquiring into assisted dying. They found that Oregon authorities kept very poor records into how many patients suffered complications and what these were. My honourable friend's amendment would take a very different approach. Under this amendment, the doctor attending the person having assisted death would have to make a detailed record of if the person suffered complications. They would then have to declare that the person has suffered complications on the final statement concerning that case. Finally, they would have to make a report both to the Chief Medical Officer and for either England or Wales and to the Voluntary Assisted Dying Commissioner. If we do not gather data on a problem, we do not know how widespread it is, and we will find it very hard to solve that problem. That is what is happening with the problem of assisted dying complications in Australia and Oregon. We need to gather clear data on how many complications occur and on the circumstances around each one. We need complications to be clearly flagged on the final report, and we need both the Chief Medical Officers and the Voluntary Assisted Dying Commissioner to have an absolutely accurate figure for how many times people suffered complications. I frankly struggle to see what objections honourable members could have to this amendment. If it is that doctors will be gathering this data anyway as part of their good practice, then we are hardly adding a burden to them by including it in the bill. If we say that doctors will in any case be putting this on their final report, I say again, putting this requirement in the bill is hardly a great burden for anyone. If we say doctors will in any case be reporting this data to the Chief Medical Officer, then I'm rather more sceptical, but again, if they were doing it as a matter of course and routine, then there is hardly any problem with requiring them to do it as a matter of law. If England and Wales are to have assisted dying, it should not be conducted as it is in other jurisdictions. The states that currently have it gather patchy and incomplete evidence on complications that people suffer. Let me repeat, those complications include pain, vomiting, lengthy deaths. We want to avoid people suffering those. One way that we can do so is to gather data on how often this may occur. This amendment would do exactly that, and I hope all members of the committee can support it. Thank you.
Dr. Simon Ove.
Thank you, Sir Roger, and thanks. I'm glad to work under your chairmanship. And can I just first of all address sort of the whole area that we're talking about very briefly, if that's okay with you. So, GPs who are involved in terminal care would go and see a patient as they are slowly dying. Now, we don't know at any point what will happen, and almost anything can happen. I've sat with people who may at any point have a massive pulmonary hemorrhage and drown, for example, or they may just very quietly go to sleep. They may start vomiting. Now, what we do in terminal care is we react to what is happening with the patient. So, for example, if they do start to be sick, we would give them an antiemetic. If they start to become very agitated, we would then give them midazolam. And so what I'm saying here is this is normal medical care, and I think we have to be very careful in this bill not to stipulate what is actually normal medical care. Now, I do understand that what we are proposing is a new option which hadn't been there before, and we do know that there are complications, but I would say that for example, in a terminal situation, there would be no situation where you would call an emergency ambulance and take them to hospital, because... Certainly.
I'm really grateful to my honourable friend. He speaks with a lot of knowledge, and every time he speaks, I feel I learn something about the medical profession. So, thank you. I suppose my challenge to him on what he just raised is that he's quite right that at the end of someone's life, GPs, doctors are used to looking after somebody, and there's lots of different ways it can go in terms of complications for medical treatment. What we're talking about is the treatment, if we'll call it that they've been given is to end their life, and that is a very distinct difference, because there is something that's gone wrong here, and their life hasn't ended suddenly as they were all peacefully as they were hoping. something has gone wrong, which means they either might die several hours later, days later, in potential agony, or they will linger on, potentially also in agony. I suppose that's the challenge is, with what these amendments are, is to try and clarify what happens in that, because it's very different to a normal medical procedure, I would suggest.
Absolutely, and I'd like to thank my honourable friend. It's a very sort of sensitive and clear sort of worry, I would say. But I do think that it's important that in terms of where we are here, and we discussed this earlier, we would not, in any circumstances, try and do something that would finish someone's life after they have been given their self-taken medicine, because that is against the law. And it's very clear in this bill that we make a very clear definition between the doctor, euthanasia, if you like, the doctor taking the life, and the patient taking medicine that finishes life. So, therefore, as I was coming to, and thank you for his, thank him for his patience, what I would say is, what we need to do is we need to just simply support that patient. If, for example, as he suggests, they're in pain, then we would give them a morphine drip, which is common use in terminal care. So I do absolutely respect what he says, but I think the same treatment principles would be in place as they would be in terminal care. Yes, certainly.
But even in terminal care, when it's understood that the patient is close to death, the doctors wouldn't surely overlook a patient for whom an assisted death is clearly failing. So he suggests that it would be inappropriate, he would never call an ambulance, never send the patient to A&E. I wonder if he also means he would never seek to revive a patient or bring them back to life, as it were, if they were experiencing complications. And just to his suggestion that he repeats often in these debates, that there is no difference between this and normal medical treatment. There is an enormous difference. The doctor has administered lethal drugs to the patient. The doctor is then also supposed to be somehow caring for the patient in the traditional way that doctors should. These things are inherently incompatible, and there's a choice between the two. Which is the doctor helping the patient to die, or is he helping the patient to live? That question remains in this circumstance. Does he not acknowledge that there will be circumstances in which it would be appropriate to revive the patient and seek to support them as if they were living?
I'd like to thank the honourable gentleman. I almost agreed with him a little bit earlier when he said, should we not just leave this to doctors at one point? So, but I do think one of the key things he says is that the doctor administers the drug. This is self-administered, first of all, so that's a very clear line in that way. However, also, in a case of terminal care, this is what I'm trying to get across to the committee, we know the patient is dying, and therefore what we do is, if they're becoming worse, we simply do things to make them comfortable. We do not try and revive them because they are dying. And I think it's really important that we realise that this is a very different medical situation to normal care. And actually, it needs very different skills as well. As a doctor, you have to treat, you don't try and prolong life. What you actually do is trying to make a death as comfortable as possible. And that's actually why I support this bill, because I think it will enhance a comfortable death. So I just wanted to make that clear in terms of that's normal practice now in terminal care. We do not revive patients with a terminal diagnosis who are in terminal care, but we make them comfortable. Yes, certainly, yeah.
Thank you. I think it's very good discussion with a clinician as well. So what my honourable member is maybe able to help here. Are we leaving this bill into professionals to practice, and they're confused and they're not clear what they should be doing? I mean, we're talking about, in the normal practice, somebody who is got poor prognosis and very fragile. We use DNA in the current practice. Why don't we build that into this bill to say that everyone who is going through this process should have a DNA RCP in place?
Thank you. And first of all, I'd like to thank him for all his experience as well in a sort of clinical setting. But I would remind people that we're trying to help people die in this bill in a comfortable way. And I think that I do not feel that it's the bill's job to define exactly how we treat nausea, exactly how we treat abdominal obstruction, etc. What we would like to do here is ensure that a patient has a pain-free death and also a death which they are in control of. Can I just make a little bit of progress, and then I'll certainly take her interruption. So just very, very briefly, going on to that, so I think that covers the first point, 435. 436, I do feel that all medical practitioners are required under their code of practice to record any event that comes across. I would say that I do feel that there should be better data, and I can agree with the honourable member for East Wiltshire that I do think we need to collect data. We're actually very good at doing that in the NHS. And I do believe that under Clause 21 and Clause 22, there are provisions for the Secretary of State to collect this data around complications. So I'm not sure that that particular amendment from the honourable member from York Central is necessary. Then I'd like to, I think I've covered 464 from the honourable member for East Wiltshire. The 429 about the doctor being in the same room. Now, I totally understand the anxieties presented here by my honourable friend from Bexley Heath, but I do feel that this should be a choice of the patient and the family, whether the doctor is there. Now, I can see in the legislation there may be some confusion, but I do think what it implies to me is that, and I'm interested to hear what the government opinion of the wording is, but it implies to me that the doctor should deliver the medicine to the patient, check now that the patient is willing to take the medicine, as per the amendment from my honourable friend, and then I believe they give the medicine to the patient, and then they ask the family whether they want to be there or in the next room. They need to be available, but do they need to be in the same room? And I do think that should be the choice of the family in that respect. But I am... Certainly, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. And I absolutely hear what you say, but the way it's currently worded in subsection 9 and 10 does bring this ambiguity. You know, it says the coordinating doctor must remain with the person until the person's died, but then goes on to say not in the same room. So I hear absolutely what you say in the circumstances, what you're saying, but it's not clear. You know, I don't want to get into measuring meters, but you know, where exactly is that place? Is it in the same room, or is it in the same building? And if it's in the same building, you cannot possibly be with the person until they've died, can you? So I don't know if you've got comments on that.
That's right. I'd like to thank the honourable gentleman for that intervention, and I am interested in what the government says about the wording around that particular amendment and whether it is safe or not. So I'd like to defer to the government minister on that one. Actually, Amendment 430 from my honourable friend about the code of practice which must address complications and failures, I believe is actually quite a strong amendment, and I'd be willing to support that because I think that if we have a code of practice as doctors about how we handle that type of thing, that would actually potentially help that and perhaps answer some of the honourable members' questions from Banbury, etc. So that there is an element which I would actually support that amendment of 430. I do not believe that amendment from the member from Filton and Bradley Stoke is necessary in this, and I do believe it should be dealt with under Clause 21. And also the very well put amendments from the honourable member for Ipswich, I do believe could be covered by Amendment 430. So that's what I would do. I would suggest also that... Yes, certainly, yes, sorry. And I was going to give way to you, to the honourable member at some point.
I thank the honourable member. Sorry, I missed that. Apologies. Thank you, Chair. I just wondered what his response is, because given that, especially because he's a doctor, many doctors have actually written into us and asked us because they're confused by the bill. So there's other doctors, as much as he is making his case here, there are many that are writing into us, and I don't know whether he has some comment to make on that.
Thank you. I thank the honourable member for her intervention. I'm in two minds about the doctor being present until the patient dies, and I think that in the circumstances, I think we need to encourage this to happen at home predominantly, because I think that's where most people would prefer to do this action. And I do feel that we perhaps need to look at that further, whether the doctor needs to stay in the rare situation where the patient goes on. But I would just conclude by saying that I know that these amendments are all from a good place, and this is an anxious time, but I would say that terminal care is an anxious time for doctors, for patients, for everyone, because we don't know exactly what's going to happen. And actually, this bill allows a way of dying when you have a terminal illness, which has a bit more exactitude than normal practice.
Just briefly give way.
Yes, certainly. Yes, certainly.
Giving way. I fully understand the point and very sympathetic to that the Honourable Gentleman is making with regards to family having privacy and space in those last moments. However, and this is a genuine question, what happens if things start to go wrong? Because we do know that it is, whilst uncommon, it is possible. Are we expecting those family moments going through those last traumatic moments, having to then go out of the room to find the doctor? I know they might just be behind the door, so I don't know that that will necessarily actually make this less traumatic in the cases for some people. It could actually make it worse if that doctor is not there and present next to their bed.
I thank my honourable member for his intervention. I think there is some truth in that, to be fair. But I do believe we should leave this open to the family's discretion, with the proviso that the doctor should be close at hand, shall we say. Now, whatever that means, whether that's outside the door or whatever. But I do think that we do need to have government advice on whether that's a safe clause. So actually, I have nothing further to say, so thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Sir Roger. It's a pleasure to serve under your chairship. I'll just briefly cover a few of these amendments and following on from one of them from Stroud, whose points I broadly agree with. In terms of the location, actually in terms of a lot of these amendments, I fear that we are trying to over-specify practical matters here, and that, as in so many cases, this is not about capacity, coercion, assessment, etc. This is about the practicalities of death, and it is right that we allow families, dying people and their healthcare team to operate that with the professional skill that they do at present. In terms of the in the room amendment around 429, I think there's many instances I can think of in healthcare where a healthcare professional is in an adjoining room, potentially even with the door open. So there is a line of sight, and that is entirely appropriate. I think of observations, for example, in various settings. So I think that provision is absolutely necessary and allows an appropriateness of proximity without intrusion. And of course, the person will be in the room, I'm sure, at the point of that the substance is itself taken. But if someone then goes into unconsciousness, as would be the vast majority of cases, fairly quickly, and then undertakes half an hour or so to die, it is entirely unnecessary for a doctor to be standing there in the same room, towering over the family, when they could be near at hand. And I just do not think we need to specify that in the bill. Similarly, I think I have some sympathy with my honourable friend, the member for Ipswich's amendments around regulations set out by the Secretary of State. But I fear actually that honourable member for East Wiltshire did an excellent job of persuading me that they shouldn't be accepted, because very clearly, when there's a must in that way, we get into, well, the Secretary of State must tell a doctor exactly what they must do in every situation. And, you know, the legal parameters are clearly set out in the bill as drafted, that there is no administration by a doctor on a person. It all must be self-done. I also think we haven't yet mentioned the existing provisions in Clause 9. I think it's subsection 2c, which requires, at the point of assessment, a conversation between the assessing doctor and the patient about what their wishes are in the event of complication or, you know, any sort of delay. So the idea... Yes, I will.
I'm grateful for the honourable friend, my honourable friend giving way, and I appreciate what you're saying about the Secretary of State not stipulating every dot on every I and every cross on every T, etc., about the regulations here. But I think we are talking about an area which hasn't been practiced at all in this country, that therefore won't have any existing guidance anywhere about what to do in this event. And my honourable friend may correct me, but therefore I do think it's really important that the Secretary of State has to give some direction going through the other regulations about what a doctor is able or not able to do in these sorts of situations. I appreciate we've still, sorry Chair, this is a long intervention, I appreciate that there obviously still has to remain room for a doctor's best case judgment in certain situations, but I do also think for their perspective, both from a legal perspective and otherwise, that the Secretary of State and the Department will have to give some thought to exactly how these regulations...
Lewis Atkinson.
I'm grateful for that intervention, and I think actually Amendment 430 from the member for Bexley thing, Craven, to me strikes the right balance on this, which is that the codes of practice, which I think is clause 30, that clearly the Secretary of State may make codes of practice provision on these matters if that's required. I am uncomfortable with saying the Secretary of State must do so, where to me it is very likely that is more appropriate for the GMC or some other body to make those regulations. And I think we get into a difficult precedent, actually, where the Secretary of State must specify reaction in certain medical circumstances, but we routinely leave that to medical regulation and practice more widely. So I think a may power, as set out in Amendment 430, I'm just going to finish this point if I may. I think a may power as set out in 430 would allow that backstop provision, as it were, but would not get into the must, and also is likely, in my view, to be more respectful of the conversations as outlined in Clause 9. Honourable Lady Whitman.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving way. I'm listening to what he says. I think a lot of what he's talking about in terms of giving doctors discretion, and obviously that makes a lot of sense in a routine medical intervention. This is not a routine medical intervention. This is a very, very serious point. And the doctor's judgment in this case could well fall either side of what is permissible by the law. And that is why it is so important that it's really, really clear. Now, whether we decide in this committee that it's got to be on the face of the bill, or whether we want, as per the Honourable Gentleman for Ipswich's amendment, to leave it to the Secretary of State, either way, it's got to be clear, and it's got to be really specific. So, would he respond to that point?
I think it's very clear in the bill, the legal parameters around this, that a doctor may not act in a way, in terms of administering substance, that to hasten death. There's within that, we are back into the realms of normal medical practice, as the honourable member for Stroud has laid out. And I'm sure, of course, there will be legal guidance, whether that be from the GMC or elsewhere, if this and when this bill were to pass. But I think the provisions in 430 from strike the right balance in giving the Secretary of State, or making clear, I think the Secretary of State would have those powers anyway under the existing clause 30, but for the avoidance of doubt, giving those backstop permissions to the Secretary of State to clarify anything if needed. So I will be supporting 430. Yes, I will. Yes.
I think if you give way, thank you, Chair. I think just on the point made by the Honourable Member for Richmond Park, I think and a couple of people have made this point, Chair, and I think it is important. I don't think anyone's saying that this is not a new situation. Of course it's a new situation. We're all very aware of that. But to the point made by the Honourable Member for Stroud, a doctor being with a patient who is dying is not a new situation. And I think that's the quite important distinction.
I think the Honourable Member, she's absolutely right, and she's articulated that better than I was managing before. I'll just conclude then.
Will he give way?
Yes.
Yeah, Danny Kruger. I am grateful. But we're not necessarily talking about somebody who's dying right here and now, unless in consequence of the drugs that they've taken. We could be talking about somebody who's many months away from their death. And the scenario we're envisaging here is that a fatal drug, poisonous drugs, have been administered to the body of the patient. And then we're asking doctors to be normal doctors in that scenario, which in a genuinely normal scenario of doctors being doctors, they would attempt to revive them, they would attempt to save their life in that circumstance. So I fully recognise if the parallel is with the last moments of somebody's natural death, then the job of the doctor is simply to make them comfortable. But that isn't the scenario. The scenario is some months away from their natural death. When they had months to live, they might not even be exhibiting extreme illness. They just got a terminal disease. They've been given fatal drugs. What on earth is the doctor to do in the scenario where the drugs are not working? Surely that's a bigger question than just leaving it up to the doctors. That's a question for all of us.
No, I disagree with the Honourable Member, because as Clause 9 makes clear, the doctor will have had a conversation with the patient in advance about their wishes, in exactly the same way that a surgeon would have a conversation with a patient in advance of high-risk surgery, saying that if this... No, I'm not going to take any further intervention. I'm going to answer this point and make some progress. That if this procedure fails, would you wish me to attempt resuscitation? Would you wish to be put on whatever? The gentleman misunderstands current practice around consultation with patients in advance of procedures about their wishes, which is where there is a significant established fountain of evidence. I'm just going to finish on this point. I'm going to move on to point Amendment 533, again from my honourable friend, the member for Ipswich. I, again, fear that we are... I think there is a conversation, and I suspect we will come on to it in a later clause, around issues around hospices, care homes, etc. But I find the requirements under this amendment unduly onerous. And given, as the Honourable Member for Stroud said, and I think others have said, often people's preferred place of death is at home. Are we really saying that the Secretary of State will be specifying addresses or natures of places, in which case these procedures should take? I think. Yes, of course.
No, is the short answer to that kind of question. I think the point I was making in the speech is that because this essentially has to be, a doctor has to be present, are we saying that doctors have to go to someone's home to administer this? Or would the Secretary of State, for example, and this isn't my personal view, it's for a conversation, but is the Secretary of State would say this would have to take in a medical facility, or can people choose to have the assisted death at home? So that would be what this amendment would stipulate, is the Secretary of State would have to give that guidance at that point in time, because I don't see how we could have doctors going out to individuals' homes to administer to assist this.
Well, it's by no means clear that doctors wouldn't be going out to people's homes, but he says, would doctors have to do that? Well, there's no powers of compulsion anywhere in the bill, because the entire model is an opt-in model at every stage, and that includes, I would say, to the example he gives around hospices, etc. So, the idea that that's going to place. I think someone's home is a matter between the home, the resident of the home, and the treating medical practitioner, etc. And I just think, again, in reality, healthcare procedures don't happen ubiquitously everywhere. They happen in appropriate places with appropriate cultural sensitivity, etc. We do not specify in primary legislation for that to happen. health professionals, those involved in the management and commissioning of health services, have ample opportunities in current to coordinate and consider such matters. And I don't think the powers in 533...
I appreciate my honourable friend giving way once again, and it's just, I think it's just a point of clarity, because I think for people in this committee, our colleagues across the House, etc., I think there has to be real clarity, and maybe it's a question for the bill sponsor and the government, is there an expectation? As I said, I've got no individual personal problem with it, but is there an expectation that assisted dying will take place at home as well as in medical facilities as well?
Dragons.
I can't speak for the bill sponsor or for others, but you know, the majority, a significant number of people wish to die at home, and yes, I would.
If I can help you out on that point, I think, thank you, Chair. There is an expectation, as happens in other jurisdictions, that assisted dying does happen in different locations, very much centred around the patient's wishes, which I think is the approach that we should take.
I think the Honourable Lady, and I think that's exactly right. You know, and that will quite possibly include people's individual homes as well as not in their homes, in places of appropriate care and peace and tranquility. Yes, of course.
He might be interested to know that many hospices, and in fact the hospice movement, have developed what they call hospice at home, which is for people in advanced stage of illness who want to die in their own home, and therefore services are provided to them to palliate them as they reach death at home.
I think the Honourable Gentleman is absolutely right. And of course, another thing we haven't mentioned yet is that the CQC regulates healthcare on the basis of locations of delivery. So you can't just provide hospice services from random place. You have to have that place registered with the CQC as suitable for provision in that. And I'm sure that regime would continue in this instance as well. So that's all, Chair. I'll conclude my remarks there.
Solney, you were rising. Do you wish to speak again before I call the Minister?
No, it's fine.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. Amendment 435 would require the coordinating doctor to escalate the care of an individual to the appropriate emergency medical services if the assisted dying procedure has failed. Requiring the coordinating doctor to make a referral may engage Article 8 of the European Convention on Human Rights, the right to family and private life, for example, if the person has indicated that they do not wish to be referred to emergency services or do not wish to be resuscitated. In a situation where the procedure has failed, doctors would, as is their normal duties, support a person in line with their professional obligations and their understanding of the person's wishes. This could include the involvement of the emergency services, but it would be unusual to specify a particular approach in legislation. As currently drafted, Clause 18, subsection 9, provides that the coordinating doctor must remain with the person once the approved substance has been provided, until either the person has self-administered the approved substance and the person has died, or the coordinating doctor has determined that the procedure has failed, or alternatively, that until the person has decided not to self-administer the approved substance. Amendment 429 would remove the clarification currently provided for in Clause 18.10 that the coordinating doctor does not have to be in the same room as the person once the approved substance has been provided. However, Clause 18.9 only requires the doctor to remain with the person, so it may still be possible that the coordinating doctor could remain with the person but in a different room if they decide that that is more appropriate. Turning to 436, this increases reporting obligations on the coordinating doctor in cases where complications have occurred. It's not clear on the face of the amendment what would be considered a complication and therefore trigger the reporting requirements. It is also not clear what details should be set out in the person's medical records or in the report to the Chief Medical Officer and Voluntary Assisted Dying Commissioner.
On that point, would the Minister give way?
I will do.
I thank the Minister for giving way, and I struggle with this because when we had amendments tabled in last week, there was a real concise direction from the Minister that we understood the intention of that amendment. Could that not be applied to these amendments, that to understand that intention and tidy them up whilst doing the wash-up process to make them tight? Did that not happen?
I thank my honourable friend for that intervention. The job of myself and my honourable friend, the Justice Minister, is to defend the integrity and coherence of the statute. And the concern that we have with this word complication is that it is a wide-ranging term and concept, and its inclusion could potentially undermine the integrity of the legal coherence of the bill and how it could be interpreted in terms of its implementation. So I'm simply here flagging the risk that if the committee chooses to include this amendment, there could potentially be a muddying of the waters in terms of its meaning in law.
Will the Minister give way?
I will give way.
I thank the Minister for giving way. Following on from Honourable Member's point, has the Minister taken into account the Private Members Bill guidance that does, well, it says exactly what the Honourable Member has just set out, that the spirit of amendments should be taken, and it is for government to then ensure that the integrity of the statute is respected with the final version in order to allow that free-flowing discussion and to ensure that everything that we need to capture in the bill can be captured in light of the fact that many of us here are not lawyers and experts in this.
I thank the Honourable Lady for that intervention, and absolutely, if the committee chooses to accept this amendment, then it goes into the bill, and if the bill gets its royal assent, it becomes the responsibility of the government to ensure that the bill, as passed by Parliament, is implemented in the best possible way. So she's right that the government's responsibility is to take on whatever passes through Parliament and implement it to the best of the government's ability. I think my job in this committee is to raise concerns about risks of amendments that could potentially muddy the waters more than other amendments might do, or more than the bill as it currently stands. It's a balanced judgment of are you better off with the bill as it currently stands, or would the amendment improve the bill, or could the amendment lead to concerns about the integrity of the statute if it were to be included? I will be.
I thank the Minister for that explanation. I would suggest it would also be appropriate for the Minister to set out the changes that could be put in place in order for the amendment to work in that way. To my mind, that would give that true neutrality that you are seeking to achieve, rather than setting out why something doesn't work, but also to set out how it could work in order to deliver the spirit of the change.
Minister.
I thank her for that intervention. I think what I'm saying is that the word complication is contains a multitude of potential interpretations and meanings, and I think the work that would need to be done by the government to unpack it, understand what it means, is certainly work that could be done if the amendment passes. But the government is saying that, as it stands, it's not clear. The wording of the amendment, the drafting of the amendment, is so ambiguous as to cause the government concerns about its inclusion.
No, genuine question, because I continue to struggle with this bit. What kind of complications would we envisage if you're given, if a lethal drug is being given, administered to a patient who has chosen assisted dying? What kind of examples? Can the Minister help me understand this, please?
I thank her for that intervention. With all due respect, I think it is more the responsibility of those who draft and table amendments to draft and table them in a way which leaves no room for ambiguity, or as little possible room for ambiguity. To her question about what the complications might be, I think she'd be better addressing that question to somebody with clinical expertise who could list off a series of what potential physical manifestations of these complications might be. I'm not qualified to do that. I don't have a clinical background, and so I'm not able to answer her question on that. Turning to Amendment 464, this would impose a duty on the coordinating doctor not to do anything with the intention of causing the person's death, and to seek to revive the person if it appears to the coordinating doctor that the procedure is failing. It is unclear what appears to be failing would mean, and what criteria would need to be met in order for the coordinating doctor to consider the procedure is failing. It would be unusual for primary legislation to seek to mandate a clinical course of action in the way proposed by this amendment. In addition, the amendment could potentially create a conflict for the coordinating doctor in situations where the person may have a do not attempt cardiopulmonary resuscitation order or a legally effective advance decision in place, as the doctor would have to resuscitate the person even if they have stated wishes to the contrary. This could potentially give rise to engagement of Article 8 of the ECHR, respect for private and family life. 532 would introduce a new duty on the Secretary of State to make regulations setting out what the coordinating doctor is legally permitted to do if they determine that the procedure under Clause 18.2 has failed. Under this amendment, the regulations would also include specific actions the coordinating doctor can legally take if, 1, there is a greatly prolonged death, 2, the person is unconscious and unable to make a second attempt at self-administration, or 3, the person has other complications. There is a risk that, through setting out specific actions the coordinating doctor can legally take when complications arise, the coordinating doctor would be unable to take actions which are not listed. This may lead to uncertainty and restrict what the doctor can do, using their professional judgment to respond to particular circumstances. It is unusual to set out a particular clinical approach in primary legislation. Amendment 533 places a duty on the Secretary of State to make regulations specifying where the provision of assistance under the bill may take place. It sets out a requirement on the Secretary of State to consult such persons as the Secretary of State considers appropriate prior to making such regulations, including certain specified groups. Turning to 430, this amendment would broaden the Secretary of State's power to issue codes of practice under Clause 30 of the bill. It would explicitly enable the Secretary of State to issue a code of practice in connection with responding to unexpected complications that arise in relation to the administration of the approved substance under Section 18, including when the procedure fails. With regard to... I will give way.
No, Sean.
I just want to point out, and I just respectfully say, he says that it's not for him to interpret, but he hasn't got the clinical expertise, and I appreciate that, I genuinely do. But then I'm also trying to understand where it's not clear in the bill, then why accept that bit which isn't clear, providing the same clarity? Why is it okay with that and not with the amendments?
Minister.
Well, my honourable friend will have noted that there are a number of amendments to the bill that have been drafted in collaboration with the sponsor of the bill, the Honourable Member for Spen Valley. So I think that demonstrates that where the government has seen lacuna, lack of clarity, ambiguities in the bill, officials and I have, and my honourable friend, the Justice Minister, have worked with the Honourable Member for Spen Valley to table those amendments to tighten up the bill. So we are doing that in areas where we feel that ambiguity exists, but where we feel that the bill as drafted doesn't give rise to concerns to that extent about in terms of ambiguity, then I suppose our position on the amendments is according to our position vis-à-vis the current wording of the bill.
Will you give way?
I will give way.
Danny Kruger.
I'm grateful. He said that the government finds it impossible to understand the word complications. It's too complex. It's too full of ambiguity. Yet in Clause 9 of the bill, we have the very word. The suggestion is that the doctor should discuss with the person their wishes in the event of complications. Is that unclear? And if not, then what's the difficulty with specifying complications in this clause?
Yeah, I thank him for that intervention. I think the challenge is that with Amendment 436, the wording of that amendment is not, the policy intent of it is not as clear as it is under Clause 9, which is about conversations in advance of decisions around committing to the procedure, whereas when it comes to complications that have actually arisen in those circumstances and in that rapid and fast-moving situation, the view of the government is that it is adequate to rely on the professional judgment of the medical practitioner to take the decision that best suits the position and the situation that is happening right there. So one is a conversation that can be explored between the clinician and the patient in advance in a let's say managed environment and where the dialogue can take place in a considered manner, whereas the second situation is where there is a particular physical manifestation and it's up to the doctor, the clinician, to take a rapid position and to decide according to all the things they usually use, like the GMC's good medical practice, other codes of practice, their own professional judgment.
I think I'm grateful, but what he's suggesting is that it's appropriate for the patient to give some advance indication of what should be done in the event of complications. But it would not be right for Parliament also to give advance direction of the sorts of responses that would be appropriate in the circumstances. I'm afraid I don't understand the Minister's distinction. Either it's possible to set in advance the sorts of responses that would be appropriate in the event of complications, and the word complications already in the bill, clearly acceptable, or it isn't. And in the event of complications arising where the patient is not given clear instructions in advance, surely it is appropriate for the doctor to be able to rely on whether it's guidance in the bill or it's guidance that's been set out by the Secretary of State subsequently. There needs to be clarity about what to do because, to repeat the point, this is not normal medicine. A fatal drug has been introduced into the body. It is not a normal medical situation that the doctor finds themselves in for them just to use their clinical judgment, except the only appropriate clinical judgment in those circumstances is to attempt to save the patient's life, because that's what doctors are supposed to do. But we're telling them that they've been allowed to help a patient to die artificially. In that circumstance, when it's clearly not working, what are they supposed to do?
Minister.
Well, I thank him for that intervention. I mean, with regard to 436, there's a real challenge there in terms of the way it's drafted, because it's not clear what details should be set out in the person's medical records or in the report to the Chief Medical Officer and the Voluntary Assisted Dying Commissioner. So you've got ambiguity in the drafting of the amendment.
I think just to try and tie this together, I think there seems to be consensus that something has to be recorded in the event of complications. It feels to me as though what the government is saying is that this isn't the best drafted way of doing that, which is the worst sentence ever, so I apologise. So it's looking at what is the best way of achieving the intention of a number of these amendments. And for me, I mean, I'm looking at Amendment 430, which I think achieves the objective. So it feels as though it's a drafting issue rather than necessarily a policy issue. I might be wrong.
Minister.
Yeah, I thank you for that intervention, and of course, if we can find ways of improving the bill, that's what this bill committee is there for. But based on the input from my officials, Parliamentary Council, legal advice, they have raised red flags on these amendments because of the way they're drafted and the ambiguity that they give rise to. But it's absolutely clear that it's up to the committee to decide whether or not they want to include the amendments or whether it is something that could be looked at at a later stage in the bill, either at report stage or when it's going through the other place.
I thank the Minister for giving way. We can't. I struggle with the idea that we can't have it both ways. We can't have. I've reread the amendment, and I'm not convinced it's a drafting issue. It's very, very clear that the complications, if complications occur as a result of a provision of assistance, the coordinating doctor must make a detailed record of the complications, make a declaration, and make a report. It's no different to having, in my mind, I'm just struggling to differentiate between having a conversation about it and it actually happening. It's still a complication. So why the resistance? Or can the Minister agree that they will go away and look at this and perhaps in wash-up tidy this up, if that's the issue, if they're agreeing with it in one instance?
Minister.
I thank you for that intervention. It is fundamentally the role of the sponsor of the bill to decide whether or not the bill as passed through this committee meets with the policy intent that she wishes to achieve. Our job as ministers is to work with her to deliver that objective. So if the sponsor of the bill comes to the view that any of the amendments here are and should be considered and put into the bill, then we will of course work with her to enable them to be delivered. my job at the moment is simply to say that there are concerns around these amendments as drafted due to the issue of ambiguity.
Would you just give away on that point, just maybe as a matter of clarity, I appreciate the power it's just given me, but it's actually the job of the Bill Committee, rather than just myself, I would hope, for the amendments that we vote for.
It's absolutely the job of the committee to decide which amendments pass, but it is the, as the sponsor of the bill, it's my honourable friend's role is to define the policy intent of the bill, the fundamental objectives of the bill, the fundamental issues around the safeguards and the kind of architecture of the bill in that sense. But it's absolutely the responsibility of the Bill Committee then to decide whether or not to amend the bill. I will.
Sarah Olney.
I'm grateful to the Minister for giving way. I'm hoping he can answer this question for me. I hear what he's saying about concerns about the amendments themselves, and that makes a lot of sense. And obviously, the member for Spen Valley's policy objectives. What I'm really concerned about is the bill as drafted at the moment, notwithstanding various amendments that have been tabled, is it's not clear what the doctor should do in the event of complications. Now, there may well have been an earlier conversation with the patient. However, the doctor may still be in the position that the patient's request would nevertheless leave the doctor in the position of committing a criminal offence. So I would like to know whose responsibility is it to ensure that doctors are not left in that position, either because that the bill as drafted is not clear, the amendments don't make the appropriate clarification. The member for Spen Valley, who's done a marvellous job, but this is in terms of policy intention doesn't cover this aspect. You're saying beg your pardon, the minister is saying that it's only his job to ensure that the amendments are appropriate. I'm still very concerned there's a big gap here, and that we are potentially leaving doctors at a very, very difficult position of not knowing whether or not to carry out the patient's intentions would leave them in their position of breaking the law. And I would like to know whose responsibility it is to ensure that doctors are not left in that situation.
Minister.
I thank her for that intervention. She'll know that we rely on medical practitioners to make professional judgments all the time. And I think my honourable friend, the member for Stroud, has set out the range of things that medical practitioners can do when they are dealing with end-of-life care. So that happens all the time. I think in these circumstances, it is the view of the government that we should continue to rely on the skill and judgment and expertise of medical practitioners, underpinned by the various codes of practice, the GMC, good medical practice, being probably the most obvious one. And I think there's an understandable desire to use primary legislation to address issues of this kind, but I think it's important to point out that that could prove to be counterproductive, and that you could end up with a bill that becomes less workable and therefore potentially less safe. You might call it the law of unintended consequences.
Sarah Olney.
Just a very, very quick further intervention. I'm grateful to the Minister for giving way. But we're talking about somebody making a medical judgment, which would be obviously the right thing to do in the normal course of events. We are talking about a doctor being left in a position where they don't know whether to take a further step which would end somebody's life, or whether to take the step that would be natural for that doctor to try and revive the patient. And it is not about a medical judgment, it's about what is the legal position in that case, and that is not a matter for medical judgment.
So my response to her on that would be to refer her to clause 30, subsection 1, I think it is, which sets out that the Secretary of State will produce a code of practice. And Amendment 430, that my honourable friend, the member for Spen Valley, has said she is minded to support, would also ensure that that code of practice includes guidance on, I think, the matter that she's just raised. So I think there's a commitment to a code of practice, and if Amendment 430 does pass, then that it would be explicitly on the face of the bill that that code of practice should include the issue that she raises. I think I was on Amendment 533, which places a duty on the Secretary of State to make regulations specifying where the provision of assistance under the bill may take place. It sets out a requirement on the Secretary of State to consult such persons as the Secretary of State considers appropriate prior to making such regulations, including certain specified groups. Turning to Amendment 430, this amendment would broaden the Secretary of State's power to issue codes of practice under Clause 30 of the bill. It would explicitly enable the Secretary of State to issue a code of practice in connection with responding to unexpected complications that arise in relation to the administration of the approved substance under Section 18, including when the procedure fails. Regarding 255, my understanding is that that is no longer relevant because it relates to Schedule 6, which is going to be changed. Is that right? Yes, I think that's right, Chair. So I think Amendment 255 in that sense is null and void. I hope those observations were helpful. Thank you, Chair.
Kim Ledbetter.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to colleagues for a really thorough discussion on a set of very interesting and important amendments. I'll come first of all to Amendment 429 from the member for Bexley and Crayford. I think this amendment, which would require the doctor to remain in the same room as the person, I respectfully disagree with the member on this point. I think if a person is literally in their last few minutes and moments of their life, it should be up to them to decide who is in the room with them. And in some cases that might be the doctor, but in many cases I suspect it would probably be loved ones and close family members. So I think I respectfully disagree with that amendment. In terms of the range of amendments which have looked at how we deal with complications, and we've had a thorough discussion about that, I think my view is that Amendment 430 does what needs to be done here. I do think it needs to be on the face of the bill that this has been considered, and I think the logical place for that, for me, is in Clause 30, Codes of Practice. So I'm very happy to support that amendment when the time comes to vote on it. Of course,
I'm grateful. Just on Clause 30, the Minister suggested that there will be a Code of Practice. In fact, the bill says that there may be a Code of Practice. So just to acknowledge that there might not be a Code of Practice, and even if there were, the only obligation on professionals is to have regard to such a code. So there's a very big difference between that and a stipulation on the face of the bill.
I thank you for his intervention. And actually, I believe on that particular issue, there is an amendment tabled in the name of the Honourable Member for York Central, which would make them may to a must, which is something I'm minded to support for that very reason. I think I've spoken to those members. In terms of Amendment 532 from my honourable friend, the member for Ipswich, I think this is absolutely coming from a good place, and I think it's a way of trying to help the doctor. But I worry, as we've said, and as other medical colleagues have commented on during our deliberations, it could actually create more of a problem from the doctor in that it removes flexibility and the use of their clinical judgment and expertise, and that does always worry me when we're putting that level of detail on the face of the bill. Of course.
I appreciate what my honourable friend is getting at in terms of what might happen down the line, but in terms of this amendment, that doesn't restrict any doctor's flexibility at all. All it does is ask the Secretary of State to form a set of regulations, but this amendment doesn't bind a doctor in any way.
I thank him for that. I think the challenge is that would the coordinating doctor be able to take actions which are not listed? That's the challenge. Because there's a list of things, I worry that that is quite restrictive. And I think by having Amendment 430, which would look at the Code of Practice, that would achieve something in a less restrictive way, and that's why I'm minded to support that amendment. In terms of Amendment 533, I think it's a really interesting discussion, and we'll probably come on to this further down the line in terms of where patients should have the choice to have an assisted death. I'm not entirely sure how this amendment would work, which is why I'm not minded to support it. I'm slightly concerned about the terminology around disadvantaged and marginalised communities. I'm not sure what the definition of that would be for the purposes of the amendment. And I'm also minded to refer my colleague to the new Clause 8, the duty to consult, bearing in mind there is going to be a very long period of consultation before the bill is enacted, if it comes to pass. And I think the Minister referred to 255. I think this amendment will fall as it refers to a schedule which I think has been dropped from the bill. And that is a summary of my comments. Thank you, Chair.
Danny Kruger to wind up the debate.
Right. Forgotten where we are. Speaker, I think I'm not going to speak any further. It's just a question of whether I should be moving. Which group are we at? I will not move 435 at this point, Mr. Chairman, but I do propose to move some subsequent amendments.
Amendment 43. Yes, that's right. It's proposed that Amendment 435 be withdrawn. Agree. Amendment by leave withdrawn. Bear with me. I can't do that, can I?
Yes. Yeah, it's called formally.
Amendment 429 to clause 18, which has already been debated with 435. Mr. Francis, do you wish to move formally?
I beg to move, Sir Roger.
The question is that Amendment 429 to clause 18 be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no? No. Division.
Lock the doors.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Jack Abbott.
Aye.
Lewis Atkinson.
No.
Bambos Charalambos.
No.
Daniel Francis.
Aye.
Tom Gordon.
No.
Sarah Green.
No.
Rachel Hopkins.
No.
Sir John Joseph.
Aye.
Stephen Kinnock.
No.
Danny Kruger.
Aye.
Kim Leadbeater. No. Kip Malthouse.
No.
Sarah Olney.
Aye.
Dr. Simon Ofer.
No.
Rebecca Paul.
Aye.
Jake Richards.
No.
Sarah Sackman.
No.
Liz Savile Roberts. Naz Shah.
Aye.
Dr. Neil Shastri Hurst.
No.
Sean Woodcock.
Aye.
The ayes were 8, the noes were 13, so the noes have it. Leave the doors locked, please. We now come to Amendment 436 to clause 18, which has already been debated with 435. Does anybody wish to move that amendment formally?
I beg to move.
The question is that Amendment 436 to clause 18, as on the order paper, be made. As many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no? No. Division.
Jack Abbott.
No.
Lewis Atkinson.
No.
Bambos Charalambos.
No.
Daniel Francis.
Aye.
Tom Gordon.
No.
Sarah Green.
No.
Rachel Hopkins.
No.
Sir John Joseph.
Aye.
Stephen Kinnock.
No.
Danny Kruger.
Aye.
Kim Leadbeater.
No.
Kip Malthouse.
No.
Sarah Olney.
Aye.
Dr. Simon Ofer.
No.
Rebecca Paul.
Aye.
Jake Richards.
No.
Sarah Sackman.
No.
Liz Savile Roberts.
No.
Naz Shah.
Aye.
Dr. Neil Shastri Hurst.
No.
Sean Woodcock.
Aye.
The ayes were 7, the noes were 14, so the noes have it. Keep the doors locked, please. We now come to Amendment 464 to Clause 18, which has already been debated with Amendment 435. Does anybody wish to move that amendment formally?
I beg to move.
The question is that Amendment 464 to Clause 18, as on the order paper, be made. As many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no?
No.
Division.
Jack Abbott. No. Lewis Atkinson.
No.
Bambos Charalambos.
No.
Daniel Francis.
Aye.
Tom Gordon.
No.
Sarah Green.
No.
Rachel Hopkins.
No.
Sojourn Joseph. Stephen Kinnock.
No.
Danny Kruger.
Aye.
Kim Leadbeater.
No.
Kit Malthouse.
No.
Sarah Olney.
Aye.
Dr. Simon Ofer.
No.
Rebecca Paul.
No.
Jake Richards.
No.
Sarah Sackman.
No.
Liz Saville Roberts.
No.
Nash Shah.
Aye.
Dr. Neil Shastri Hurst.
No.
Sean Woodcock.
Aye.
The ayes were 6 and the noes were 15. So the noes have it. Keep the doors locked, please. Amendment 497 to Clause 18, already debated with Amendment 462. Kim Leadbeater to move formally.
Move formally, Chair.
The question is that Amendment 497 to Clause 18, as on the order paper, be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 498 to Clause 18, which has already been debated with 462. Kim Leadbeater to move formally.
Move formally, Chair.
The question is that Amendment 498 to Clause 18, as on the order paper, be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 532 to Clause 18, which has already been debated with Amendment 435. Mr. Abbott, do you wish to move the amendment formally? The question is that Amendment 532 to Clause 18, as on the order paper, be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Division.
Jack Abbott.
Aye.
Lewis Atkinson.
No.
Bambos Charalambos.
No.
Daniel Francis.
Aye.
Tom Gordon.
No.
Sarah Green.
No.
Rachel Hopkins.
No.
Sojourn Joseph.
Aye.
Stephen Kinnock.
No.
Danny Kruger.
Aye.
Kim Leadbeater.
No.
Kit Malthouse.
No.
Sarah Olney.
Aye.
Dr. Simon Ofer.
No.
Rebecca Paul.
Aye.
Jake Richards.
Aye.
Sarah Sackman.
No.
Liz Saville Roberts. Naz Shah.
Aye.
Dr. Neil Shastri Hurst.
No.
Sean Woodcock.
Aye.
The ayes were 9 and the noes were 12. So the noes have it. Now come to Amendment 533 to Clause 18, which has already been debated with 435. Mr. Abbott, do you wish to move the amendment formally?
Beg to move.
The question is that Amendment 533 to Clause 18, as on the order paper, be made. As many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no.
No.
Division.
Jack Abbott. Lewis Atkinson.
No.
Lambos Charalambos.
No.
Daniel Francis.
Aye.
Tom Gordon.
No.
Sarah Green. Rachel Hopkins.
No.
Sojourn Joseph.
Aye.
Stephen Kinnock.
No.
Danny Kruger.
No.
Kim Leadbeater.
No.
Kip Malthouse.
No.
Sarah Olney.
No.
Dr. Simon Ofer.
No.
Rebecca Paul.
No.
Jake Richards.
No.
Sarah Sackman.
No.
Liz Saville Roberts. Naz Shah. Dr. Neil Shastri Hurst.
No.
Sean Woodcock.
Aye.
Ayes were 5 and the noes were 16, so the noes have it. Unlock. I am satisfied that the matters arising from clause 18 have been fully debated. I therefore do not propose to have a stand part debate. So the question is that clause 18, as amended, stand part of the bill. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no? No. Division.
Division number 10.
Lock the doors. Go ahead.
Jack Abbott. Lewis Atkinson.
Aye.
Lambos Charalambos.
Aye.
Daniel Francis.
No.
Tom Gordon. Sarah Green.
Aye.
Rachel Hopkins.
Aye.
Sojourn Joseph.
No.
Stephen Kinnock.
Aye.
Danny Kruger.
Aye.
Kim Leadbeater.
Aye.
Kip Malthouse.
Aye.
Sarah Olney.
Aye.
Dr. Simon Ofer.
Aye.
Rebecca Paul.
Aye.
Jake Richards.
Aye.
Sarah Sackman.
Aye.
Liz Saville Roberts.
Aye.
Naz Shah.
No.
Dr. Neil Shastri Hurst.
Aye.
Sean Woodcock.
No.
The ayes were 17 and the noes were 4, so the ayes have it. Unlock. We now come to Amendment 408 to Clause 19 in the name of Juliet Campbell, with which it will be convenient to consider Amendments 210, 499, 22 and Clause 19 stand part. Juliet Campbell is unable to be with us today. Does any member wish to move Amendment 408? Naz Shah.
Could I make a point of order, sir?
Point of order, Mr. Mulder.
Is there any chance somebody could attend to the heating? I don't know if I'm the only member that's starting to feel a bit cold, and I think as the evening wears on, we're likely to get colder. So if we could have it turned up slightly, that might assist our proceedings.
I was under the impression that cold temp concentrated the mind, but we'll see what we can do. I speak as one who won't be in the room. Now, Shah. Point's been taken. We'll see what we can do. Sorry. Right, no, fine. Now, Shah.
Thank you, Chair. I want to speak to, in opposition to the Amendment 499, tabled by the Bill sponsor, my honourable friend for Fen Valley.
Oh, well, wait a minute.
Sorry.
You can't do that. Well, you can, but you're moving Amendment 408.
Oh, my understanding, sorry Chair, I just want to understand, I thought if I didn't move it, we couldn't speak to the rest of them, so it needs to be moved.
Amendment 408, which is the lead amendment, has got to be moved. Now, somebody needs to be prepared to move. If you don't wish to, that's fine. It looks as though Ms Olney would be prepared to. Sarah Olney, would you like to move Amendment 408?
I beg your pardon, I thought the member for Radcliffe was going to move it, but I'm happy to move Amendment 408. It's really to seek clarity on a critical aspect of the legislation in support of Campbell 408. Section 18 allows a coordinating doctor to authorise another registered medical practitioner to carry out their functions, providing the patient consents and the replacement has completed training, qualifications and experience as specified by the Secretary of State. I can see that this is a facilitation clause, smoothing the process, and in some cases it might seem something that we should just nod through. If the coordinating doctor becomes unwell, takes leave or faces an emergency that prevents them from fulfilling their duties, they might delegate to ensure continuity of care for the patient. If the patient relocates, perhaps to be closer to family, or if the coordinating doctor cannot travel to the patient's locations due to the distance or logistics, a local practitioner could be authorised to step in, provided they meet the specified requirements and the patient consents. And there will be those cases where the patient's condition requires knowledge or skills beyond the coordinating doctor's expertise, such as how to adapt the administration of drugs to that particular patient's condition to try to limit complications. They might delegate to a practitioner better equipped for that aspect of care while still overseeing the process. In greyer territory, if a coordinating doctor managing multiple patients or facing scheduling clashes wants a colleague to handle specific cases, this could be seen as ensuring the patient's needs are met promptly without overburdening the primary doctor. On the other hand, the patient might be placed under undue pressure to say yes to not inconvenience the doctor when they now find they will go through their final moments, including the final check for capacity in the absence of coercion, with a complete stranger. And we do need to confront that there may be unscrupulous private clinics where the highly paid coordinating doctor the patient meets at first is swapped for someone else. In all these scenarios, Campbell 408 and the requirement that the patient be consulted feels as if it could be a protection for the patient, because consultation goes beyond mere consent, implying a deeper involvement in the decision-making process. In cases of illness or unavailability, the coordinating doctor might need to act swiftly to delegate. Simply obtaining written consent could feel transactional, ticking a box, leaving the patient uninformed about why the change is happening or who the new doctor is. Consultation would mean discussing the reason for the switch, introducing the replacement's credentials, and addressing any concerns, ensuring the patient feels heard. For geographical constraints, a patient might face a sudden shift in care team due to relocation. Consent alone might suffice legally, but consulting them, explaining why a local doctor is needed and how this affects their care plan, respects their agency, especially in a process as personal as an end-of-life decision. With workload or scheduling conflicts, delegation might prioritise efficiency. Asking for consent could be a formality, but consulting the patient about their comfort with a new doctor, or even offering options where feasible, ensures their preferences shape the outcome and not just the doctor's convenience. In cases requiring specialist input, the patient might not grasp why a new practitioner is involved. Consultation, detailing the replacement's expertise and how it benefits their care, turns consent into an informed partnership and not a rubber stamp. Even in ethical discomfort where a doctor steps back, consultation could reassure the patient that the change reflects the practitioner's limit and not a judgment on their choice, fostering trust in the replacement. The Bill's requirement for written consent is a start, but mandating consultation could ensure that patients are active participants, not passive recipients, in these critical transitions. Shouldn't their voice carry more weight than a signature? Thank you, Chair.
Amendment 408, Clause 19, as on the order paper proposed. Now, Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. I'll get it right this time. I rise to oppose Amendment 499, tabled by the Bill sponsor, my honourable friend Sven Valley. Let me first outline what this amendment does, then I will say why I believe that it provides an inadequate safeguard. Under Clause 19 of the Bill, the coordinating doctor may authorise another doctor to provide assistance, meaning to help the patient take the lethal drugs. For clarity, I'll refer to this other doctor who may step in to provide lethal drugs as the second doctor throughout my speech. Under Clause 18, subsection 4, the coordinating doctor must be satisfied before they proceed to assist the person to take lethal drugs are three conditions. Those three conditions are that the person has a clear, settled and informed desire to end their life, they have the capacity under the Mental Capacity Act, and that they are not subject to coercion. The coordinating doctor can therefore implicitly end the procedure if they are not satisfied that these conditions apply. Under clause 19 subsection 3, the second doctor has the same duty as the coordinating doctor to be satisfied of these conditions before the assisted dying procedure can go ahead. Amendment 499 by my honourable friend for Spen Valley would impose one new duty on the second doctor if they suspected coercion or lack of capacity or lack of clear, settled and informed desire. Then they would have to inform the coordinating doctor. I suggest that this does not take things far enough. It is a very serious matter if any doctor, whether it be the coordinating doctor or the second doctor, suspects coercion, lack of capacity or lack of desire. That means that a very serious mistake may well have been made. That mistake could have led to someone having an assisted death who should not have qualified for it. There should be several more safeguards in this part of the bill. Firstly, let us consider the situation if there was a patient for whom there was no previous suspicion of coercion, whom the doctor now suspects may have been coerced. For those cases, there should be a proper system of notification. It is true that doctors have a duty of care for patients, but it is also true that given our overstressed, underfunded social care, health and policing system, sometimes difficult cases do fall through the cracks. The bill should have a clear system for an authority to check back with the social care authorities and the person's GP to make sure that steps are being taken to protect them from potential coercion. Secondly, the report that the second doctor makes in these circumstances should not go to the coordinating doctor only. It should also go to the Voluntary Assisted Dying Commissioner. Thirdly, when that happens, the Commissioner should investigate this incident. To repeat, if a doctor originally assessed a patient as qualifying for assisted death and then a second doctor could not support that assessment, then that is a serious incident. It could have led to the assisted death of someone who should not have qualified for it. This does not mean that the coordinating doctor was necessarily at fault, not at all. The coordinating doctor will have been taking very difficult decisions under considerable stress. But what it does mean that the proper authorities should investigate the initial assessment, whether it was wrong, and if so, why it was wrong. We see something similar with Air Accident Investigations Board. They investigate not only accidents, but also near misses that could have caused serious accidents. They do not assume fault when they investigate these near misses. Often they find that there has been no human error, but they have a statutory duty to investigate serious misses, near misses. That is because the law passed by this House recognises that we need to understand why they happened in order to prevent fatal accidents ever happening in the future. For this reason, I do not think my honourable friend's amendment is sufficient to fix the problems with this part of the bill. I would hope that we can think about how better to address these problems, but I cannot support this amendment. Thank you.
Rebecca Paul.
Thank you, Sir Roger. So I just want to briefly speak in support of Campbell 408. I also support Ledbetter 499, 210 and Assato 22 as well, just to put that on the record. So this clause obviously sets out that the coordinating doctor may authorise in writing a named registered medical practitioner to carry out the coordinating doctor's functions under section 18. And a registered medical practitioner may be authorised under subsection 1 only if A, the person to whom the assistance is being provided has consented in writing to the authorisation of that practitioner. So I support the Campbell 408 amendment, which adds in the consulted piece to that. And I'm sure that the committee recognises that even with basic training and experience specified, delegating care at the end of life is something that has to be done with great care, given the vulnerability of patients. So if we've got a coordinating doctor who's guided someone through this, profound, significant process, delegating the administration of that final approved substance to someone else, there are some intrinsic risks that come with that. So, and obviously I totally concede there will be situations where a substitute may be required, but it's not going to be the doctor that the patient has trusted, confided in and relied upon. Now, obviously a new doctor will of course do those final checks for capacity and consent, but they have no specific detailed knowledge necessarily of the patient and may be unable to sort of pick up those less obvious cues that someone who knows the patient may be better able to. So that gap matters, and history does show that that can lead to problems. So the risks of delegation are well documented. So if we take the Mid-Staffordshire NHS Foundation Trust scandal 2005 to 2009, detailed in the Francis report, here consultants often delegated tasks to junior staff or nurses without adequate supervision, which contributed to poor care and an estimated 400 to 1,200 excess deaths. So patients suffered from neglect, untreated infections, dehydration, medication errors, partly because delegated staff just lacked the training or authority to act decisively, and consultants failed to monitor effectively. So in surgical context, delegation can also falter. A 2006 Daily Mail report highlighted NHS payouts exceeding 1 million for wrong site surgeries, where consultants delegated preparatory or operative tasks to trainees or assistants who then misidentified sites. So, for example, operating on the wrong leg or tooth. So these errors often just stemmed from inadequate briefing or supervision, sort of pointing to to systemic delegation risks. So we just have to be really aware of this in this situation. So these examples suggest that when consultants delegate, whether to junior doctors or other practitioners or their peers, things can go wrong if the replacement lacks equivalent expertise, if communication breaks down, or if they just simply aren't aware of some of the detailed information. So patients must be consulted about who takes over their care, not just asked to consent after the coordinating doctor has decided what to happen, in order to try and manage better some of those risks.
Give way?
I will, of course, give way.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend giving way. Given that valid consent requires a voluntary and informed decision, can she just set out why that wouldn't involve being consulted on the matter in any event?
I thank my honourable friend for that intervention, and I would agree that I would like to think that that would naturally happen. I think we've had lots of conversations here, haven't we, where we would say, well, actually, in reality, of course, this conversation would happen. But I think I always like to be belt and braces and have these things covered on the face of the bill, and therefore, if committee members are confident this is already happening anyway, or would happen anyway, then I'm not sure there's any detriment to accepting this amendment. Just to finish, I want to finish with a question for the ministers. One of the things that I've been worried about, and maybe I'm unnecessarily worried, but I'm worried about the lack of photographic identification being used in this process. And I can see a situation when we are allowing another doctor to provide assistance to create a risk there in certain situations. And it might be less of a risk in someone's home, because it's probably very clear who the person is in that home. But when we're talking about in hospitals, clinics, I am worried about how a doctor that has, at the final hour, been substituted in, there's been no photographic verification at any point of the person. How are they meant to, at the point where they assist that person to take the approved substance, how can they be sure, if they've not had any involvement with this patient before, that it is the appropriate person? And I do accept from some of the deep sighs I can hear that it may be a rare occurrence, but I do think it is just worth thinking about it, because the simple inclusion of a photographic ID check would I think address some of that risk. So I just raise that again, but I won't go over old ground because I know we have debated that, but I have been worrying about it, so I just wanted to raise it again. Thank you.
Nasha.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to support Amendment 22, Clause 19, by the Honourable friend, Member for Lowestoft. And I just, before I carry on, I'm happy to give the opportunity to the bill sponsor whether she's going to accept this, because it seems that my honourable friend from Lowestoft's had a hat-trick of lots of amendments being accepted for training around coercion.
I thank you for giving way, Chair. And yes, I am very happy to accept the Amendment 22 from the Honourable for Lowestoft, as it follows the theme of the previous amendments.
I'm grateful for my honourable friend for her intervention, which makes my speech much shorter, because I've repeated this at least 3 times with all the other amendments. And again, I will say, whilst I welcome it, I do hope that we can work towards doing something which strengthens this bill even further, because it does state that would set out regulations governing doctors which could fill that the role, and under this amendment, those doctors, especially the coordinating doctor or the other doctor, would have to undergo mandatory training in respect of domestic abuse, including coercive control and financial abuse. Given this training to doctors will not remove a danger that they will overlook evidence of abuse and coercion, but it should decrease that danger. The doctors we are talking about will spend less time talking to the person seeking assisted death, Chair, than either the coordinating independent doctors. Nonetheless, they will spend some time with that person. So I thank the honourable member for the sponsor, my honourable member from Ben Valley. I keep getting back to Batley. Ben Valley for we campaigned hard in that campaign. So yeah, thank you, Chair.
All done. Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. There are some amendments in this grouping that we worked on with the Honourable Member for Spen Valley, namely 210 and 499. I'll come to them later in my remarks. If Amendment 408 is passed, the person to whom assistance is being provided must be consulted before they consent in writing to another medical practitioner being authorised to carry out the coordinating doctor's functions. All registered medical practitioners must uphold the standards set out in the GMC's Good Medical Practice, which requires registered medical practitioners to support patients to make informed decisions prior to consenting. Therefore, this proposed amendment may have relatively minimal impact. Under Clause 19(2)(b), a registered medical practitioner may only be authorised to carry out the coordinating doctor's functions where they have completed such training. This is Amendment 210, sorry, Chair, yeah. Coordinating doctors' functions where they have completed such training and gained such qualifications and experience as the Secretary of State may specify by regulations. The purpose of this amendment is to provide that the required training, qualifications or experience is to be determined by a person or organisation who is specified in the regulations. An example of such a specified person might be the General Medical Council. Allowing for this to be specified in regulations rather than on the face of the bill ensures flexibility. 499 provides that where a registered medical practitioner who is authorised to carry out the functions of the coordinating doctor is not satisfied that all matters have been met, they must notify the coordinating doctor immediately. 22. Chair, if this amendment is made, regulations made by the Secretary of State on the necessary training, qualifications and experience of the named registered medical practitioner who is authorised by the coordinating doctor to carry out the coordinating doctor's functions under Section 18 would need to include mandatory training relating to domestic abuse, including coercive control and financial abuse. The committee has already made equivalent changes to requirements on training for the coordinating and independent doctors, so this would bring this clause into line should the coordinating doctor change for the purposes of Clause 18. Should this amendment be accepted, it would require setting up training mechanisms to equip registered medical practitioners with the knowledge and skills needed to identify domestic abuse, including coercive control and financial abuse. Clause 19, oh sorry, that was done part. Thank you, Chair, that was the end of my observations. I hope that was helpful.
Kim Ledbeater.
Thank you, Chair. Clause 19 applies when the coordinating doctor may not be available for provision of assistance. They may be out of the country or unavailable due to other personal circumstances, as the Honourable Member for Richmond Park articulated beautifully, and I associate myself with her comments. The doctor who steps in has to be trained appropriately, of course, and if they are not satisfied of all the matters mentioned in Clause 18.4, they must immediately notify the coordinating doctor. That's what my amendments 210 and 499 cover. If I come to Amendment 408 by the Honourable Member for Broxton, sadly isn't with us today, I think it could be argued, and I take on board the comments from the member for Solihull West and Shirley, that this is unnecessary, in that it would be common practice by practitioners to consult. But I also take on board that the fact that the word consultation does carry some heavy lifting, and I think it is important. Therefore, I'm very happy to support Amendment 408. With regard to Amendment 22, I've mentioned this already in the comments to my honourable friend from Bradford West, I'm very happy to support Amendment 22 for the reasons I've given previously in relation to similar amendments. Thank you, Chair.
Just before we move on to Sarah Olney to wind up the debate, I think I heard the Minister say, no, that's stand part. Stand part is part of this grouping. Did the Minister wish to comment on anything on stand part?
I didn't wish to comment.
I beg your pardon.
That's why I sat down, sir.
That's
I'd said
fine.
quite enough. I'm sure everyone
It was something else you were preempting yourself with. That's fine.
No.
So, Sarah Olney to wind up the debate, please.
Thank you, Chair. Nothing further to add. I beg to move.
Amendment 408 to Clause 19, as on the order paper. The question is that amendment be made. Many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. Ayes have it. Amendment 150 to Clause 19, which has already been debated with 144. Liz Saville-Roberts has indicated that she does not wish to move it. Does anybody else wish to move that amendment formally? Not moved. Amendment 210 to Clause 19, already debated with Clause 408. Kim Ledbeater to move formally.
Move formally, Chair.
The question is that Amendment 210 to Clause 19, as on the order paper, be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 499 to Clause 19, which has already been debated with 408. Kim Ledbeater to move formally.
Move formally, Chair.
The question is that Amendment 499 to Clause 19, as on the order paper, be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Ayes have it. We now come to Clause 433 to Clause 19, which has already been debated with Amendment 432. Does any member wish to move Amendment 433 formally? Not moved. Amendment 211 to Clause 19, which has already been debated with Clause 188. Kim Ledbeater to move formally.
Move formally.
The question is that Amendment 211 to Clause 19, as on the order paper, be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. We now come to Amendment 22 to Clause 19, which has already been debated with 408. Does anybody wish to move Amendment 22 formally?
Move formally.
The question is that Amendment 22 to Clause 19, as on the order paper, be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Ayes have it. Amendment 212 to Clause 19, already debated with Clause 188. Kim Ledbeater to move formally.
Move formally, Chair.
The question is that Amendment 212 to Clause 19, as on the order paper, be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Ayes have it. We now come to the question, the Clause 19, already debated, stand part of the bill. As many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. Ayes have it. We now come to Amendment 152 to Clause 20, already debated with 144. Ms Saville Roberts has indicated that she does not wish to move the amendment. Does anybody wish to move 152 to clause 20 formally? Nope, not me. We now come to Amendment 409 to clause 20 in the name of Juliet Campbell, with which it will be convenient to consider amendments 465, 466, 437, 438, 467, 482 and clause 20 stand part. Juliet Campbell is unable to be here today. Does any member wish to move 409?
I beg to move.
Danny Kruger.
Thank you, Sir Roger. And I wish to speak primarily to the amendments in my own name and those of the member for York Central, which specify the regulations around the approval of the approved substances, the drugs that will be used in the procedure of assisted death. And my Amendment 465 states that a drug may only be approved under this Act if it has been approved by the MHRA, Medicine and Healthcare Products Regulatory Authority, and the Amendment 437, in the name of the member for York Central, achieves a similar objective. I also require that the drugs may only be approved under the Act if the Secretary of State is reasonably of the opinion there is a scientific consensus that this drug or combination of drugs is effective at ending someone's life without causing pain. I also want to support the amendment in the name of the member for York Central that would move the procedure to move the approval of these procedures to the affirmative procedure. Right. Those that support this bill argue that death through the administration of lethal drugs offers dignity and the avoidance of suffering. If that is to be the case, then the drugs that are used must be effectively regulated. And life must be ended effectively and without pain. The amendments I've mentioned specify the role of the MHRA. In my view, to leave this entirely in the hands of the Secretary of State, as Clause 20 does, is quite an extraordinary step. It feels remarkable that the bill, as currently drafted, leaves this enormous question to the Secretary of State. And as I've mentioned before, Mr. Chairman, it's a pleasure to serve under you this evening. Throughout the bill, important questions are left to subsequent regulations to the Secretary of State. I think that is inappropriate here. When patients are prescribed medicines, in most cases, the medicine will be licensed for use for the treatment of that particular condition by the MHRA. Patients can be assured that the medicine has been evaluated by the MHRA to ensure it meets the safety and efficacy standards. The MHRA reviews clinical trial data, inspects manufacturing facilities, monitors post-market safety, and conducts independent quality testing, so there is regulation of medicine. And I have two concerns with my own amendments here, Mr. Dowd, which I don't know whether if members are paying attention, they might have occurred to them. The first thing is, I don't accept that the procedure that we're debating here is in fact healthcare. So the question then arises, why are you proposing the healthcare regulator oversee the administration of the drugs? To which my response is, well, somebody's got to do it. And in fact, we are talking about substances which might be used in a medical setting, would be appropriate in other medical settings, and they will have an effect on the body comparable to that which is licensed for medicine. Obviously, the intention is to the direct opposite of that which is licensed for genuine medicine and healthcare, namely to preserve life and to treat symptoms. This is to eliminate life without reference to symptoms. Nevertheless, I think the only authority that is appropriate in our country is the MHRA, unless we were to conceive of another new body that would have this specific responsibility, but it would have the same obligations that the MHRA does to ensure that the substance is safe, paradoxically, in the sense of not causing unwanted side effects or distress to the patient. The other objection, no reason that members here would know about it, but I've spoken in the chamber, in the main chamber before, about my concerns about the MHRA. So I've just cited all the work the MHRA is supposed to do in the regulation of medicines and healthcare products. I'm afraid it doesn't do that job well. I don't want to give committee members the impression that I think we have a perfect regulator. I think we have a very imperfect regulator in all sorts of ways. And in fact, the member for Stroud and I participated in debates on the regulation of antidepressants and addiction-forming prescribed drugs, where he and I are on the same side of the important debate. And I think there is genuine concern about the way that the health regulator operates. We won't get into COVID vaccines and other things at this moment. We've got enough on our plate. Nevertheless, I do think, despite the problems with the MHRA, despite my concerns that I don't want to give the impression that I am concluding that assisted suicide is in fact healthcare. Nevertheless, somebody's got to do it. We cannot allow a situation where the patient takes an overdose of a drug with no controls to ensure that the drug meets quality standards and it does the job that it's meant to do. So, a tablet that is licensed for prescription or for sale would need to have a minimum level of purity of the active substance, to be free from other substances and contaminants which might cause unpleasant side effects or reactions for the person. So without regulation, there is a risk that the drug may fail to work as intended or may induce unwanted side effects, such as those that we are all concerned about. So the question is, what safety standards should apply to improved substances used for the purpose of assisted dying? A drug used to bring about death is not curing or preventing disease or alleviating symptoms to improve death. Happy to give way.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to the Honourable Member for giving away. We had some discussion this afternoon, maybe, potentially, we will be assisting dying in people's own home, which was not previously known to us. We thought it will be all in clinical settings. So there will be transportation of medication from somewhere which is stored as a controlled drug in a hospital setting. So there should be a transportation of this medication to the patient's home. So does the Honourable Member think that this is very important, that we have a clear guidance that how we store these medications is important now?
Thank you, sir. Well, I am grateful to the Honourable Member, and I entirely agree with him. So I think the regulation needs to specify not only what drugs may be approved, but also, as he suggests, how they should be stored and transported. I would expect that to be part of the package of regulation that is in the bill. Now, as I've suggested, not accepting that we're talking about healthcare here, nevertheless we are using products that are comparable to health products. The MHRA would need to significantly adapt its work in order to look for a drug that to cause what we currently perceive as harm, namely the death of a patient. And the MHRA would have to identify a drug that is the most effective way of causing what we currently regard as harm. And I recognise that would be a significant change of remit and work for the MHRA. But we do need to do it. And one of the reasons, Mr. Chairman, that we need regulation of approved substances is to help ensure that falsified versions of the drug, drugs which do not have the licence for use in assisted dying, do not enter the market. Such drugs may not be effective and could potentially cause distress to those ending their lives and their families. So I would be grateful if the Minister could clarify whether, in his view, Clause 20 is sufficient to establish the necessary regulatory regime, or whether further legislation will be needed. We had evidence from Greg Lawton and other pharmacists who wrote to the committee suggesting that the approved substances would not legally come within the definition of a medicinal product. And so medicines law, the protections associated with medicines and the MHRA, the licensing process that they use, might not apply. So if that's the case, what do we do about it? We need a new licensing regime to ensure that the MHRA is able to properly regulate them, or potentially another regulatory agency would need to be established to do the job. As a committee, we need to make sure that there is a process which applies to approved substances used for assisted dying. It's not necessarily the case that a product licensed for treating a medical condition could not be used to bring about death. It's not that we can't use any drugs that are currently used for genuine health treatment, but it would not be being used as a medicine. And so again, medicines law may not apply to its use for that purpose. There is an ambiguity there which I'd be grateful for clarity on. Now, the amendments that I'm supporting would ensure the MHRA had approved the drug for the specific purpose of ending someone's life, and that there was scientific consensus the drug would be effective for that purpose. The MHRA, in the marketing authorisation for the approved substance, would define the dosage of the drug required to bring about death. It would also ensure that specific considerations and warnings were placed in the product licence. So, for example, some patients have allergies to certain drugs. If deciding to end their own lives, this should not be a result of the effect of the drug. This should be as a result of the effect of the drug, not some unintended allergic reaction to it. Some patients would not be able to take drugs orally. They might need to have the drug administered through a tube into the stomach. So different formulations would need to be available. Some drugs may need to be administered by injection. Patients may be unable to do the injection themselves, as we've discussed already. But even if the patient would be physically capable, injection techniques require proper training. So that needs to be considered when licensing the drugs for assisted dying, if the patient is responsible for self-administration. There are further considerations which are going to be required when deciding what drugs can be used. Patients are going to want to know, have a right to know what to expect. If they take the drug orally, how long will they have to wait before they die? Will they lose consciousness first? How long will that take? Could there be some side effects or reactions after taking the drug, such as seizures or choking, for the family or carers to deal with? Can the drug be taken at home, to the Honourable Gentleman's point? Must it be used in a clinical setting? We've suggested that it could be used in a home. So questions around transportation arise. Is a combination of drugs required? In what order should they be taken? What happens if the patient passes out before taking the entire concoction of drugs? Has the drug formulation been optimised for the purpose of assisted dying so that it reaches maximum blood levels as quickly as possible? All of these sorts of questions are appropriate for medical regulators. And the MHRA could ensure that the patient information leaflet that is given with the drug and the warnings associated with it when it is being prescribed prompt doctors to think about what drugs are the most suitable for the patient and provide information to the patient about what to expect. And Parliament must have oversight. It must bear responsibility for the kinds of deaths that it approves. Both Houses of Parliament should approve the statutory instrument, and to inform that decision, the Secretary of State should provide all relevant information on the likely time to death, complications and side effects. When the state is creating a regime that will end lives, there must be maximum transparency and accountability. Yet this bill provides that this is done by a negative statutory instrument. In other words, Parliament will only get a say on these regulations if the Leader of the Opposition prays against it. That's how it works for a negative SI. That's the only circumstance under which the government would make time for a debate and a vote on a negative SI. And given that this is an issue of conscience, I find it inconceivable that the Leader of the Opposition would want to take a position on this and so would pray against it and then trigger a proper debate. So I think it's highly likely that Parliament would never get a say on this crucial issue because of the use of the negative procedure. And this is a situation that has been recognised repeatedly as unacceptable, Mr. Chairman. When Lord Falconer introduced his first assisted dying bill to the House of Lords in 2014, it also provided for a negative SI power on this topic. The highly respected House of Lords Delegated Powers and Regulatory Reform Committee, which we don't have in the Commons, but it sits over Parliament, it said it would not consider, the committee said it did not consider either the power or the procedure in the Falconer Bill to be appropriate. Yet that is the procedure that we are being presented with here. In 2021, when Baroness Meacher introduced her assisted dying bill to the House of Lords, the Delegated Powers Committee again issued a report in which they said, and I quote, "In the interests of clarity and transparency on such important issues of public policy, the matters that are in due course to be dealt with under that clause by negative regulations should, in our view, be spelled out in detail on the face of the bill from the outset. Accordingly, the bill should contain a definitive list of medicines and details of the manner and conditions under which such medicines are to be dispensed, stored, transported, used and destroyed. The power to amend such matters should be a matter for regulations subject to the affirmative procedure." We then come to Lord Falconer's 2024 assisted dying bill, which he withdrew following the introduction of the bill by the Honourable Member for Spen Valley, this bill. That bill, in part, took on that feedback. And while it did not provide a list of medicines, it did at least provide that the power to specify the drugs was through the affirmative procedure. So, Mr. Dowd, the Hansard Society, which is non-partisan, neutral on assisted dying, they've issued a critical report on this power. They say, I quote, "MPs may wish to inquire why the Honourable Lady has chosen not to adopt the scrutiny procedure set out in the 2024 bill, but has preferred that proposed in the 2014 and 2021 incarnations of the bill, despite the advice to the contrary for the Delegated Powers Committee. And I will be grateful to know from the Honourable Lady why it is that she has chosen this procedure. Just to quickly conclude, it might be objected that the list that I'm requesting might need to be modified quickly, and that the affirmative procedure, having a parliamentary vote, would be an obstacle to quickly doing that. The Hansard Society anticipated that objection. They said, this could be addressed by making provision for the use of the made affirmative procedure in urgent cases, where the Secretary of State wishes to remove a substance from the improved list and is of the opinion that it is necessary to do so immediately in order to prevent adverse medical events or failed assisted death. This would mean ministers could act expeditiously, but Parliament would have to debate and approve, albeit retrospectively, the change in the list. While not perfect, it would provide more opportunity for oversight than that offered by the negative scrutiny procedure. So it does seem to me, Mr Dow, just to wind up, that there is no justification for this vital matter to be regulated under the negative procedure. Too much power and responsibility is being given to ministers subsequent to the passage of this bill, if that's what happens. My amendment would ensure the affirmative procedure would give Parliament a meaningful say by ensuring that the report published with it sets out the expected efficacy of those drugs and the drugs that would be used. So I hope the committee will support that amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Amendment 409 to clause 20, as on the amendment paper. The question is that the amendment be made. Rebecca Paul.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make a few points. My honourable friend has very eloquently covered most of the things that I would say. So firstly, I just want to draw out the fact that I think we've probably not spoken enough to date about the impact on pharmacists, and we are now getting to that point in the bill where it's really important that we do take on board the written evidence and the feedback that we're hearing from them. I just wanted to quote one piece, which is from the Royal Pharmaceutical Society, where they say, and I quote, "In dispensing a prescription, a pharmacist assumes a proportion of the responsibility for that prescription and therefore must be assured that all legal requirements are in place and that it is entirely appropriate for the patient. The link to the clinical assessment of eligibility criteria is essential, and therefore the prescriber should always be one of the assessors. In addition to the usual practice of checking that the prescription fulfills the necessary legal requirement, pharmacists must have full access to the patient's diagnosis and assisted dying care plan." So I think that just raises a few very valid and interesting points that we just need to make sure that we are taking on board in order to ensure that pharmacists can do their job in line with the regulations and the law that they are subject to, which ultimately is there to maintain patient safety. I do support the Kruger 466 amendment, which ensures that the Secretary of State must be of the opinion that there is scientific consensus that the drug is effective without causing pain. I am of the view that this is actually, the Secretary of State is probably the right place for this to sit, and one of the reasons for that, which has been alluded to and spoken about by my honourable friend, is that I'm not sure the MHRA is actually the right body to regulate this, obviously, but I'm again no expert on this, very open to hear the debate on this. But firstly, the MHRA, their remit covers medicines and healthcare products, so I think there is a question whether they legally whether this falls to them, and obviously the question is, if it doesn't, do we set up another body to do that, or do we adjust so that they do cover it? I generally have reservations about doing anything which has assisted dying merged into normal healthcare, as I've already laid out in many times over the last week, so I won't go over that. I mean, the role of the MHRA currently, my understanding is, on top of all of the things that my honourable friend has set out, that they give marketing authorisation for promoting and advertising medicine. And once that has been given, again, there are reams of regulations and compliance that must be done. And I believe one of those things is around labelling of the medicine. So they would have to put on the packaging, I believe, that this medicine could be used for assisted dying. So again, I ask the question, you know, I would suggest we need to get clarity on that from people that are experts in this so that we fully understand it. And if that is the case, how do we feel about said medicines out potentially in the market, making it clear they can be used for assisted dying? I would suggest there could be some significant downsides to that very clear labelling. So just something for us all to think about. But I will sit down. I just wanted to raise those very important points. Thank you.
Thank you. Ashok.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to speak in support of Amendment 465, tabled by the Honourable Member for East Wiltshire. So it's a pleasure to follow on from the Honourable Member opposite, making some very powerful contributions. As we've heard, the amendment states that a drug may only be approved under this Act if it has been approved by the Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency for that purpose. Making sure that lethal drugs used would have to be authorised by the MHRA, and I hope it answers some of the questions the Honourable Lady was talking about, would help us confront several problems with this bill. We have considerable evidence that the lethal drugs administered in other countries cause complications to people taking them. Complications means things like pain, discomfort, bitter taste, burning sensations in the mouth, and death taking a very lengthy time. Unfortunately, whilst we know that complications do occur in countries that have assisted dying laws, we do not know what proportion of people are affected. We also do not have the data which might allow researchers to investigate which medicines and methods are more or less likely to cause these complications, and I will return to this point. I would like to refer the committee to the written evidence we received from a group of 17 experts in this field, headed by Marie Stapleton, a member of the Royal Pharmacological Society. The evidence number is TIA B255. The pharmacological experts say the public may understandably assume that drugs for assisted dying work reliably and nothing can go wrong. They may not realise that when used for assisted dying, their safety and efficacy haven't been studied. They are being used experimentally and they are unlicensed. The experts' evidence continues. To protect the public from potential risks from unlicensed drugs, prescribers and pharmacists must comply with the professional standards that form part of requirements to maintain their professional registration. That means, the experts say, that prescribers and pharmacists must A. Assess the risk and benefits to patients of taking an unlicensed drug and be satisfied that there is sufficient evidence or experience of use to demonstrate safety and efficacy. 2. Give patients sufficient information about the unlicensed drug to allow them to make an informed decision. The experts say that the preliminary review of evidence on drugs used for assisted dying identified, and I quote, little evidence on safety and efficacy of drugs used to assist a person to end their life. This, the experts said, is a low evidence zone. They argued a comprehensive evidence review is required before the bill is finalised. My honourable friend, the Minister for Health and Social Care, has repeatedly said that the government will publish an impact assessment for this bill once the committee stage is over. I would ask the Minister if he can tell us, as part of his contribution when closing this debate, whether the government is carrying out such a comprehensive review of the evidence on drugs used for assisted dying. If the government does not currently plan to do so, would he please give the committee assurances that this will change and that such a review of assisted dying drugs will take place? I look forward to hearing the response from Honourable Minister. As well as data on complications, we need data on efficacy. That is, whether the lethal drugs will work to end life within a reasonably short period of time. The data on that is also limited. I'm not the only member to have noted that there is very limited data on drug complications and efficacy from Australia. That is because the majority of assisted deaths in all the Australian states are from self-administration. Since no doctor has to be present for the majority of assisted deaths in Australia, we simply do not know how many people suffer complications or how long they take to die. As other members have noted, Western Australia does publish data on complications suffered by people being assisted by a healthcare professional. The Western Australia State's official report 2023-24 said that 4.3% of these people suffered complications during death. The same report said explicitly that the government has no data on the complication rate for the majority of people who self-administer drugs. The pharmacological experts I have referred to presented some evidence on complications and efficacy from other countries. They say in Oregon between 2001 and 2023, data on complications is only reported for 1,093 of 2,847 deaths. Of 1,093 deaths, complications were experienced in 7.7% of patients and included oral mucosal burning, nausea, vomiting, regurgitation, regained consciousness following coma induction. Their source was the State of Oregon's data summary for the data on Dying with Dignity Act up till 2023. The experts also cited an academic study of assisted dying in the Netherlands, published in 2016. In the Netherlands, between 2013 and 15, of 165 cases, 17 patients, that's over 10%, reported complications included retching, falling asleep before finishing the full lethal dose, muscular contractions, bad taste, throat pain and stomach pain. So let me sum up the problems of using drugs to bring about assisted dying. We know that these drugs will cause pain and distress to some people who take them. We know that they will cause a quick death for other people, but a longer one for some people and a longer one to others. But we do not have the evidence to be able to say which combinations of drugs are better than others. We do not have the evidence to be able to say what the probability of having a reasonably swift and painless death is either. If we made the MHRA the regulator for lethal drugs, that would not solve these very difficult problems, but it would make them easier to address. The MHRA would examine evidence from other countries before any assisted dying scheme began. It would then be able to build up an evidence base as England and Wales implemented this law. That information would then allow us to do several things. It could inform patients about the risks of complications and prolonged death by using assisted dying drugs. That would give people the information they deserve if they are to make an informed choice. That information could and should be used to research how to reduce the chance of complications and prolonged deaths. It should also be used to inform the decisions that this House makes if we have to amend this law or to approve regulations under this positive procedure. Finally, I would recommend the committee that this country has one of the best reputations in the world for high standards of drug regulation. That reputation is something that we all benefit from. It increases the quality of treatment to patients in the NHS. It is also one of the reasons why we are one of the world's leading centres of pharmaceutical research. That is not something we should risk throwing away. We must avoid a situation where assisted dying becomes a second-rate service which accepts lower standards than exist for medical treatment. That would be a very dangerous road to go down. The MHRA is undoubtedly the best qualified agency in this country to undertake such a task. We could create another pango to specifically monitor the efficacy and complications around lethal drugs, but that organisation would be starting from scratch, and it would almost certainly have to recruit its staff from the MHRA. Or we could give the task of monitoring drug efficacy and complications to the newly created Commissioner, but I have warned before that we are giving the Commissioner, one person, too much power to mark their own homework, and I repeat that warning. And it would also not just for that reason again, the Commissioner would then have to recruit experts in pharmacology, whereas the MHRA already has some of the best in the world.
Would you give way?
Happy to give way.
I'm very grateful. I think she puts her finger on the attention, and I think my honourable friend and I both expressed it as well, about whether it's appropriate to give the health regulator responsibility for regulating a product which is not about health but about death. Does she agree with me that there really isn't any other agency that would be appropriate, as she's set out in terms of the skills there, but also that while the purpose of these lethal drugs is indeed to kill the patient, nevertheless, it is appropriate that we consider them in terms of both that objective, but also their wider potential side effects. So while the purpose is not one of healthcare, the product involved is very, very close to a healthcare intervention, and therefore, despite all of our anxieties, it does feel appropriate in this instance for the healthcare regulator to oversee it.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his intervention. I absolutely agree and share those concerns because it is important, and I appreciate that we've had this debate for many days now. Is this a healthcare intervention? Is it a treatment? What words we apply? But in this instance, when it comes to drugs, there are potential side effects. We've seen that they don't work everywhere. We've seen that it creates complications. We've just had the debate about whether a doctor should be in the room, outside the room, round the corner, you know, visible, looking through, being able to see what's going on. All of these speak to, ultimately, it's about drugs. And who then, I mean, I don't have any idea, genuinely, having looked at this, I can't imagine anybody but the MHRA. Are we really going to set up something completely new outside of our health authority, outside of our health service, which regulates drugs and its side effects and the implications that could potentially have? Happy to.
Thank you for giving way. And it does sound very alarming, this, doesn't it, about the unlicensed drug and regulation. You can't regulate a drug through the MHRA if it's unlicensed. And also you're looking for therapeutic effect, which is not something that would apply here. But more importantly, there are many other regulatory bodies, like the Pharmacy Framework and the General Pharmacy Council. Okay.
Can we have, remember my sketch, not an oil painting in relation to intervention. So can I just bring just a sketch, intervention, question, clarification, not a mini speech, please.
So if you just there are other ways of regulating drugs, would she accept there are other ways of regulating drugs other than the MHRA? Thank you.
I thank the Honourable Member. He speaks clearly from his expertise. There is no doubt other regulators, but for me, the MHRA, the reason why I think this amendment, the reason why I'm supporting this amendment is simply because the MHRA is it's an institute that we have trust in. It has the expertise, and it's of those regulators. My understanding is the MHRA, and you might be able to tell me different, is the ultimate body that does the rubber stamping and gives us that confidence as a country in terms of our National Health Service. That would be my understanding, but I have to give way.
I'm grateful. I mean, she is right. There is no other agency that's appropriate. The difficulty is the MHRA is itself highly conflicted. So I think, and we'll come on, I think, in due course to discuss the role of profit motive in this mooted procedure. There is a big problem with the MHRA, which is that they're overwhelmingly funded by the pharmaceutical companies. So we do have to ensure that there is no hint of corruption in the system. But I do agree with my honourable friend that the only way to do this is through that agency, but perhaps a reformed one.
I thank the Honourable Member for his intervention. In concluding, we should be using the world-class pharmaceutical regulator we already have to oversee the drugs that we will be used for assisted dying. And I urge all members of the committee to support this amendment because I think it's a very important one for safeguard. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Dowd, and it's a pleasure to serve under your chairship today, sir. Amendment 465, as has been set out and debated, our assessment of this amendment is that it would significantly impact the legal and operational delivery of the bill. The government anticipates that all substances used for assisted dying will have existing licences from the Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency for other indications. However, this amendment requires that the approved substances are licensed by the MHRA specifically for the purpose of assisted dying. This would require additional powers or provisions to ensure consistency with the current legal framework. These are not currently provided for in the bill, and as such the amendment would create significant issues for the operability of the bill. On Amendment 466, Chair, this amendment would require there to be scientific consensus regarding the efficacy of the substances to be used in assisted dying under this bill. The availability of scientific evidence related to substances used for assisted dying is limited and varied across international jurisdictions. While expert advice from clinicians and scientists will be fundamental to agreeing a list of approved substances for this purpose in any area of medicine, it would be challenging to achieve consensus on the medicines or substances to be used. This amendment may therefore open the regulation-making process up to legal challenge on the basis that there is not unanimity. This may extend the implementation process. In addition, there may be variations in product availability and in clinical practice between countries, which may require different substances or combinations of substances to be used. The second part of the amendment seeks to narrow the scope of the duty, as drafted, to focus on efficacy in eliminating pain as the priority impact over other factors that may be considered. Our assessment is that the experience of pain is subjective. The amendment may limit the ability of the doctor to make an appropriate clinical decision on which approved substances to prescribe for their patient. The decision on an appropriate approved substance would be a clinical decision between the doctor and the person seeking assisted dying with regard to the needs of the relevant person, including that person's experience of pain. On 437, this amendment would require that the dosage and type of approved substances specified in secondary legislation are included in the licence from the MHRA. Specifying dosage of the approved substances in secondary legislation may limit the ability of the coordinating doctor to decide dosages for individual patients based on their unique medical situation, body weight, and so on. This may also limit patient and clinician choice. A further impact of the amendment may be to require that the approved substances are licensed by MHRA specifically for the purpose of assisted dying. This would require additional powers or provisions to ensure consistency with the current legal framework. These are not provided for in the bill as it is currently drafted. Turning to 438, the National Institute for Health and Care Excellence, NICE, in England and the All Wales Medicine Strategy Group, AWMSG, in Wales, play a key role in providing evidence-based best practice guidance for the NHS, including whether medicines should be routinely funded by the NHS. NICE's recommendations are typically based on clinical and cost-effectiveness considerations. NICE typically only makes recommendations on medicines that have already been proven to be safe and efficacious. This amendment requires treatments to be recommended as best practice by these bodies as a condition of receiving a marketing authorisation or other approval. This would alter the usual order for licensing and may preempt the decision of the regulators. 467. This amendment would change the regulation-making procedure for specifying approved substances from the negative procedure to the affirmative procedure. If accepted, this provision would require a higher level of scrutiny in Parliament before becoming law than is currently required. This would increase the timeline for legal and operational delivery of the approved list of substances and may impact the 2-year commencement period as set out in Clause 42. Our assessment of the requirement for a report containing all relevant information to be laid at the time of laying the regulations is that it may raise legal and operational difficulties, as there is a lack of specificity about what this report should entail. 482. If accepted, this amendment would mean that regulations specifying one or more drugs or other substances as an approved substance would be subject to an affirmative procedure instead of the negative procedure. The affirmative procedure would require approval by both Houses of Parliament, which may extend the timeline to make or change regulations and could extend the overall timeline for delivery. Those conclude my observations. I hope that was helpful to the committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Kimberly Beater.
Thank you, Chair. I'll speak very briefly to these amendments. My view is very clear. This is a matter for the Secretary of State, but it's a matter for the Secretary of State with expert clinical and medical guidance. These are the people who should be making the decisions about such drugs. And I think the evidence does exist about these types of medication. And as part of the commencement period and the consultation period, I anticipate there will be wide consultation about the drugs that are available. And I think it is best left with the Secretary of State, and I would leave the clause as it exists. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Danny Kruger.
Right. Well,
Do you seek to withdraw the amendment or push it to a
I'm
vote?
so sorry, Mr. Tower, which number are we on?
We're on clause 20, 409 et al.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to push 409. I will push 465. And the amendment's in my name.
Okay. Is everyone content for the amendment to be withdrawn? We agree the amendment by leave withdrawn. Just before we go on, just a point of process for tonight. We're not far off, maybe in the next half hour, voting in the chamber on several votes. There may be 4 or 5 votes, then there may be potentially a third reading. So my intention, and of course people need a comfort break no doubt, so it'll be my intention when the bell goes for the division, we won't come back for an hour and 15 minutes. That, I'm not saying that will be absolutely the right period of time, but it's as good as we can judge at this stage. So at that point I'll adjourn for an hour and 15 minutes from the point at which we suspend rather. So give people an opportunity to have a comfort break, etc., etc. In that case, we now come to Amendment 465 to Clause 20, which has already been debated with Amendment 409. Danny Kruger, do you wish to move the amendment formally? Amendment 465 to Clause 20, as on the amendment paper, the question is that the amendment be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. No. A division.
Division in Group 10.
Lock the doors.
Jack Abbott. Pardon. No. Thank you. Lewis Atkinson.
No.
Ben Lambos.
No.
Daniel Francis.
Aye.
Tom Gordon.
No.
Sarah Green. No. Rachel Hopkins. No. Sojourn Joseph.
Aye.
Stephen Kinnock.
No.
Danny Kruger.
Aye.
Kim Leadbeater. No. Kit Malthouse.
No.
Sarah Olney.
Aye.
Dr. Simon Oprah.
No.
Rebecca Paul.
No.
Jake Richards.
No.
Sarah Sackman.
No.
Liz Saville Roberts.
No.
Naz Shah.
Aye.
Dr. Neil Chesterhurst.
No.
Dr. Mary Tidball.
No.
Sean Woodcock.
Aye.
Thank you. The ayes were 6 and the noes were 16, so the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. We now come to Amendment 466 to Clause 20, which has already been debated with Amendment 409. Danny Kruger, do you wish to move the amendment formally? Amendment 466 to Clause 20, as on the amendment paper, the question is that the amendment be made. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. No. Division.
Division in Group 10.
Lock the doors. Thank you.
Jack Abbott.
No.
Lewis Atkinson.
No.
Ben Lambos. Daniel Francis. Tom Gordon. Sarah Green.
No.
Rachel Hopkins.
No.
Sojourn Joseph.
Aye.
Stephen Kinnock.
No.
Danny Kruger.
Aye.
Kim Leadbeater.
No.
Kit Malthouse.
No.
Sarah Olney.
Aye.
Dr. Simon Oprah.
No.
Rebecca Paul.
Aye.
Jake Richards.
No.
Sarah Sackman.
No.
Liz Saville Roberts.
No.
Naz Shah.
Aye.
Dr. Neil Chesterhurst.
No.
Dr. Mary Tidball.
No.
Sean Woodcock.
Aye.
The ayes were 7, the noes were 15, so the noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock. We now come to Amendment 437 to Clause 20, which has already been debated with Amendment 409. Does any member wish to move the amendment formally? No? Okay. Member, the amendment's withdrawn in effect. We now come to Amendment 438 to Clause 20, which has already been debated with Amendment 409. Does any member wish to move the amendment formally? No? We now come to Amendment 467 to Clause 20, which has already been debated with Amendment 409. Danny Kruger, do you wish to move the amendment formally?
Move formally.
Amendment 467 to Clause 20, as on the amendment paper. The question is that the amendment be made. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. No. Division.
Division in room 10.
Lock the doors. Thank you.
Jack Abbott. No. Lewis Atkinson. No. Lambos Chair Lambos. No. Daniel Francis. Aye. Tom Gordon. No. Sarah Green. No. Rachel Hopkins. No. Sojourn Joseph. Aye. Stephen Kinnock.
No.
Danny Kruger.
Aye.
Tim Lobita.
No.
Kit Malthouse.
No.
Sarah Orney.
Aye.
Dr. Simon Oprah.
No.
Rebecca Paul.
Aye.
Jake Richards.
No.
Sarah Sackman.
No.
Liz Saville Roberts.
No.
Naz Shaw.
Aye.
Dr. Neil Shastrihurst.
No.
Dr. Marie Tibble.
No.
Sean Woodcock.
Aye.
The ayes were 7, the noes were 15, so the noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock. We now come to Amendment 213 to Clause 20, which has already been debated with Amendment 187. I call Kim Leadbeater to move the amendment formally.
Move forward, Chair.
Amendment 213 to Clause 20 on the amendment paper. The question is that the amendment be made. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. The noes have it. Sorry, the ayes have it. I've done it again. The ayes have it. Beg your pardon. We now come to the question that Clause 20, as amended, stand part. The question is that Clause 20 stand part of the bill. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to Amendment 214 to Clause 21, which has already been debated with Amendment 184. I call Kim Leadbeater to move the amendment formally.
Move forward, Chair.
Amendment 214 to Clause 21 on the amendment paper. The question is that the amendment be made. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to Amendment 379 to Clause 21 in the name of Kim Leadbeater, with which it would be convenient to consider Amendments 500, 439 and Clause 21 stand part. I call Kim Leadbeater to move Amendment 379.
Thank you, Chair. Amendment 379 in my name. The effect of this amendment is to ensure that the coordinating doctor provides the Commissioner with a copy of their final statement in cases where the person has successfully been provided with assistance to end their life in accordance with the bill. I think it's a very important part of the reporting procedures and the role of the Commissioner, if agreed by the committee, will ensure that there is a robust recording and monitoring process in place for assisted dying. Amendment 500 provides that regulations about the form of the final statement must make the provision mentioned in paragraphs A to I. It builds on my amendment to Clause 21, which amends subsection 3A to require that the final statement must be set out in regulations by the Secretary of State, and those regulations must set out that the final statement must cover the matters set out in the member's new 21.3A. So again, another way of ensuring very robust and thorough reporting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Amendment 379 to clause 21, as on the amendment paper. The question is that the amendment be made. Danny Kruger.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank the Honourable Lady for explaining the purposes of the amendments. I just wanted to check with her. Amendment 500 specifies the information that a final statement must contain. I wonder if she could clarify why there is no requirement to record any details as to what happened once the drugs were administered, other than the time between the use of the approved substance and death. Having acknowledged, as we have in debates today, the importance of record keeping, and if the intention is to maintain public confidence in the system, should there not be some provision to record where the complications happen and what complications there were? And I feel that this skirting of the issue of complications is concerning. We have ruled out explicitly informing patients of the risk of complications. Today we've ruled out requiring clarity about... Happy to give way.
I don't think anyone's ruled out the issue around discussing complications. Clause 9 is very clear that the doctor has a very clear discussion with the patient about what will happen if they proceed with an assisted death.
I'm grateful. I'm sorry, I misspoke. I should have said that we've ruled out clarifying the expectations of what doctors should do in the event of an assisted death, whether that's specified by the patient or not. And in the debate we've had earlier today, the committee has ruled out, again, specifying whatever the patient has discussed earlier, what the obligations on doctors are at the moment that complications arise. We now seem to be ruling out with this amendment gathering any information about what happened, which is surely vital, not just in terms of safeguarding, but also to develop good practice in the operation of this bill, a point made by the Honourable Member for Ashford earlier. There is too much silence in the bill between the taking of the substance and death. What happens if there are complications? What is permitted? And now what is recorded? The amendment 439 in the name of the Member for York Central attempts to address this, and I hope the committee will approve. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister. Oh, I beg your pardon. Sorry, could people bob, please, before, if they would they bob before our hand? Naz Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to speak to and move the Amendment 439, if that's appropriate in this block, tabled by my honourable friend for York Central. The amendment would amend clause 21, Chair, so what, in terms of a relevant body, what that would mean would provide the Chief Medical Officer and the Commissioner with a full set of documents relating to a person who had undergone assisted dying. The relevant body would be the coordinating doctor if that person was a practitioner with the person's GP practice. If the coordinating doctor did not meet that condition, then the person's GP practice would have the responsibility of sending those documents. Those documents would be the person's full medical records, the court records, and then all documentation relating to assessments and procedures relating to the person's assisted dying. I note that court record refers to the bill before we passed the amendments of the new clauses that replace the High Court procedure with a panel system. We should be able to slightly tweak the wording to reflect that when we tidy up the bill. That is what the amendment does. Let me talk a little bit about why it does that and how it would make the bill stronger. The key aim is to help ensure that there is a proper public oversight of any assisted dying scheme. The bill creates the role of the Voluntary Assisted Dying Commissioner, who will look at and report on the workings of the system, as well as appointing panel members and also being the final court of appeal, so to speak. As I have said, I think these are far too many powers to give to one person. But if we are going to give the Commissioner a duty to report on how the system works, then they should have the best possible information. I think it's only right that this information should also be sent to the Chief Medical Officer for England and Wales as appropriate. They are both very senior public officials and experienced doctors. I understand that the bill's sponsor has tabled Amendment 382, which, in the words of her explanation of the amendment, provides for monitoring, investigation and reporting functions under Clause 34 to be carried out by the Voluntary Assisted Dying Commissioner instead of a Chief Medical Officer for England and for Wales. I will have more to say on this amendment when we come to it, but I think that removing the Chief Medical Officer from the monitoring, investigation and reporting functions is not a good idea. What use could the Commissioner and the Chief Medical Officers, what use could they make of the data provided under this amendment? Let me give some practical examples. If there were reported instances of a person experiencing discomfort or pain as a result of taking the medication, then this would be of interest to the CMO and the Assisted Dying Commissioner. It could trigger a further exploration of the titration of medication used in the procedure. Another example, let us think about what could happen if some families raised concerns over a person receiving assisted dying despite lacking capacity or being coerced. The CMO and Assisted Dying Commissioner could use the information provided to investigate these allegations. This amendment will ensure that the Assisted Dying Commissioner and the Chief Medical Officers receive detailed qualitative as well as quantitative data on people who received assisted deaths. It is an important step towards making sure that this assisted dying scheme receives proper, well-informed scrutiny, and in turn that scrutiny will make it less likely that the scheme will allow abuses or ignore serious problems. I urge members to vote for this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca Paul.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very, very brief. I just wanted to ask a couple of questions with respect to the clause as a whole. So I'm just aware that following a lot of the debates we've had about various amendments, we could potentially have a situation where family and people that are close to someone haven't been involved in this process, and potentially for understandable reasons. So at this point, and I appreciate we're maybe not here to deal with all the operational piece, but I do think we should think about it. I mean, what happens in terms of notifying next of kin after death, bearing in mind that next of kin has a different meaning after death than before, because obviously you start to get into all the legal, who's the executor, all of that kind of thing. This could be the first time they're hearing about it. What would be the process for that, given this person has literally, potentially on their own, died at home with the doctor? What's the process for handling this next stage? Is there anything that we need to be incorporating in the bill to make that clearer, make that simpler, make it an easier process? Who will the medical certificate of cause of death be given to for registration of the death in that particular situation? And whilst all of that is going on, what will happen with the body? Because obviously we may not at that point have family members to take care of that piece. So just some questions that I think it's worth reflecting on that come out of that particular clause. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. These amendments relate to Clause 21, which applies where the person has been provided with assistance to end their own life in accordance with the bill and has died as a result. Throughout this process, we have worked with the member for Spen Valley. Amendments 379 and 500 have been mutually agreed upon by herself and the government, so I'll just offer a couple of technical and factual comments. 379 would require that where a person has been provided with assistance to end their life and they have died as a result, the coordinating doctor must provide the voluntary assisted dying commissioner with a copy of the final statement under clause 21 as soon as practicable. This links to the commissioner's role in monitoring the operation of this bill as set out in the sponsors' amendment to introduce new clause 14. Amendment 500, this amendment sets out the information that must be included in the form of a final statement, which is to be set out in regulations in accordance with Amendment 214. Turning to 439, the effect of this amendment is to introduce a new requirement for the relevant body, defined as either the coordinating doctor or the person's GP practice, to provide full medical records, court records, and all documentation related to assessments and procedures related to bringing about the death of the person in accordance with the bill to the Chief Medical Officer and the Voluntary Assisted Dying Commissioner. The amendment is broad, and it is not clear whether doctors would be able to comply with the duties fully. For example, GPs do not normally have access to court records and would need to request them in order to provide them to the Chief Medical Officer and the Commissioner. Currently, a decision to share court records is made at the discretion of the judiciary in most cases. As such, any statutory burden to disclose court records agreed by both houses would require consultation with the independent judiciary. Depending on the type of record, there could be also potentially be data protection considerations. I hope those observations were helpful. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Kim Leigh-Peter.
Thank you, Chair. I've nothing to add really, other than to respond to the member for East Wiltshire in terms of the points he made around complication. I think it is a fair point. The doctor does have to record the final statement in the medical records, and I would be confident that they would record any complications in the medical records. And similarly, as we've talked about the code of practice in terms of complications, I think there is scope there to include what would happen in those instances as well. But I think it's a fair point, and it could be something to look at amending maybe at report stage if you want it to be on the face of the bill. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Amendment 379 to clause 21 as on the amendment paper. The question is that the amendment be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to Amendment 500 to clause 21, which has already been debated with Amendment 379. I call Kim Leigh-Peter to move the amendment formally.
Move forward, Chair.
Amendment 500 to clause 21 as on the amendment paper. The question is that the amendment be made. As many as of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
On the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to Amendment 439 to clause 21, which has already been debated with Amendment 379. Does any member wish to move the amendment formally? No. We now come to the question that clause 21 as amendment stand part. The question is that clause 21 stand part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to Amendment 380 to clause 22 in the name of Kim Leigh-Peter, with which it would be convenient to consider Amendment 440 and clause 22 stand part. I call Kim Leigh-Peter to move Amendment 380.
Thank you, Chair. So Amendment 380 in my name requires that the coordinating doctor must, as soon as practical, notify the Commissioner that this has happened. That is in terms of the person deciding not to take the substance or the procedure failing. So this amendment requires notification to the Commissioner. Very straightforward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Sean Wood. Oh, sorry. Amendment 308 to clause 22 as on the amendment paper. The question is that the amendment be made. Sean Woodcock.
Thank you very much, Chair. I rise to move Amendment 440 in the name of my honourable friend, the member for York Central. The amendment concerns what the doctor must do when they are supervising an assisted dying procedure. It adds a requirement for the medical records to include A, any interventions made by a medical practitioner in response to the procedure failing, and B, the timing of those interventions. Should the procedure fail and the person start to suffer from complications, record keeping could and indeed will be vitally important. This is particularly true because as of now, the bill is no clearer in terms of giving guidance on what doctors should do if a person starts to suffer complications during their assisted dying process. It states that a doctor and the applicant should discuss before the procedure what the applicant's wishes would be if they suffered complications. We've heard guidance from the Minister that doctors should use their clinical judgment when this happens to a person undergoing assisted dying. Some doctors may commence life-saving treatment, others may decide to wait and watch while the patient suffers complications in the hope that these do not last too long. On that basis, collecting accurate records will enable the authorities, including the Secretary of State for Health, to compile information on people suffering complications during assisted dying procedures, however few there are. That in turn would allow several things. It might allow doctors to compile data on which drug combinations and methods were most likely to bring about complications. It could help doctors and medical authorities to write procedures for responding to patients who suffer such complications. This information could also be used to inform patients about how likely it was that they might suffer complications if they were to go ahead with assisted dying. We've heard from several honourable members that good record taking is essential to monitoring and safeguarding assisted dying. Unfortunately, in other jurisdictions, there are significant gaps in the data on when patients have suffered complications. We know that in Oregon, records are destroyed a year after each annual report. Physicians are also not required to be present when lethal drugs are taken, so the reports of complications depend on information provided by whoever was present at the time. Complications are recorded via form, but in 2023, 72% of complications with cases were listed as unknown. Simply recording the fact of a procedure failing will not provide enough information for monitoring, review and improvement. We should aim to do considerably better in the data we collect on patients who suffer complications, and that's why I would suggest and urge members to support this amendment.
Thank you. Danny Kruger.
I'm grateful, Mr. Chairman. I rise to speak to Amendment 440 in the name of the Honourable Member for York Central, and I echo the points made by the Honourable Gentleman just now. Surely it is the case that the interventions made by a medical practitioner in response to the procedure failing and the timing of those interventions must be properly recorded. Should the procedure fail, the need for record keeping is of significant importance. As with all medical record keeping, the doctor with the patient should write up the notes, including the timings at which the person reacted negatively to the procedure, the amount of medication the patient has consumed, any side effects, and the action that they take. This is good practice. In other jurisdictions, there has been really poor record keeping, as I've mentioned earlier today, when things have not gone according to plan, and we don't fully understand either what happened in those instances or, more generally, the prevalence of complications in these jurisdictions. So this information will be vital if further interventions are required, including emergency care. Now, the clause 22 deals with two situations if the person decides not to take the substance or the procedure fails. And the phrase other matters to be recorded in medical records does seem a rather innocuous title for a clause that deals with situations where the procedure fails. It is, in fact, I think it's the only mention in the whole bill of the procedure failing. Yet this clause and Amendment 380 simply requires the coordinating doctor to, as soon as practicable, notify the Commissioner that this has happened. Do we have any sense of when the doctor should judge the procedure to have failed? And I'd be grateful if the Minister or the sponsor could please offer a definition of procedural failure. What does it actually mean? This question arises in other jurisdictions which have assisted dying laws. A 2019 paper by Canada's Association of Assisted Death Providers said, I quote, "There is no clear cut-off for what constitutes delayed time to death or failed oral MAID, medical assistance in dying." So at what point delayed time to death yields to failure is indeed a question which is not just abstract for us, a philosophical question in other contexts. We are required to actually answer it. The Canadian Association goes on to suggest that, I quote, "Clinicians should decide with patients in advance at what point they will consider inserting an IV and completing the provision." It's a rather euphemistic term. We know what they mean. In Canada, that's legal. It wouldn't be here. So what happens? In written evidence, Dr. Alexandra Mullock, who's a senior lecturer in medical law and co-director of the Centre for Social Ethics and Policy at the University of Manchester, she points out that the bill is silent on the precise obligations of the doctor if the procedure fails. Clause 18, subsection 9a, Roman 2, states that the doctor must remain with the person. But what the doctor should be permitted to do, either in relation to aiding recovery or supporting the person to die after the initial attempt has failed, is unclear. As she says, during my work with the Nuffield Citizens Jury that looked at this, the issue of what happens if the drugs do not end the patient's life was raised with the evidence presented to the jury, and this became a point of concern for several jurors. So I just want to finish with this, Mr. Dowd, by not addressing this question within the bill. It allows doctors to exercise clinical discretion. However, it is arguably legally and surely ethically preferable to clarify the position and address public concern by including a clause that covers this problem. So I hope that's helpful from Dr. Mullock. And I want to end by quoting the member for York Central who has tabled this amendment and makes the case very powerfully. She says, Should the procedure fail, the need for record keeping is of significant importance, as with all medical record keeping. I'm so sorry, I've already quoted the member for York Central. You can't get too much of the member for York Central, but I think I shouldn't actually literally repeat my quote from her. I'll end there.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. Amendment 380 is one of those that the Government has worked on with the Honourable Member for Spen Valley. As the bill currently stands, Clause 22 sets out that where a person decides not to take an approved substance provided under Clause 18 or the procedure fails, the coordinating doctor must record that this has happened in the person's medical record or inform a registered medical practitioner with the person's GP practice. This amendment requires that, in this circumstance, the Voluntary Assisted Dying Commissioner must also be notified. Turning to Amendment 440, as I've just mentioned, Clause 22 provides that the coordinating doctor is required to either record in the person's medical records or inform a registered medical practitioner with that person's GP practice if the person has decided not to take the substance or the procedure has failed. This amendment increases the requirements on the coordinating doctor to document, in such cases, any interventions made by a medical practitioner and the timing of those interventions. The requirement on the coordinating doctor to record interventions following a failed procedure is open-ended in time, which could lead to operational challenges. For example, the coordinating doctor would remain obliged to record the medical interventions made by others in response to the procedure failing, even if those interventions took place weeks or months after the event itself. I hope those observations were helpful to the committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Kimberly, Peter.
Thank you, Chair. I've got nothing to add really, other than to say that I think in terms of the complications that have been referred to many times today, I think the code of practice that we've introduced by agreeing to Amendment 430 would cover those, and I've got nothing left to add.
Thank you. Amendment 380 to Clause 22 as on the amendment paper. The question is that the amendment be made. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to Amendment 440 to Clause 22, which has already been debated with Amendment 380. Does any member wish to move the amendment formally? Thank you. Amendment 440 to Clause 22, as on the amendment paper. The question is that the amendment be made. As many people of that, and many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. No. Division.
Division Room 10. Jack Abbott. No. Rose Atkinson.
No.
Bamble Sharon Lambos.
No.
Daniel Francis.
Aye.
Tom Gordon. No. Sarah Green. No. Rachel Hopkins. No. Surgeon Joseph. Aye. Stephen Kinnock.
No.
Danny Kruger.
Aye.
Kim Leadbeater.
No.
Kit Malthouse.
No.
Sarah Olney.
Aye.
Dr Simon Oper.
No.
Rebecca Paul.
Aye.
Jake Richards. Sarah Sackman.
No.
Liz Havel Roberts. Naz Shah.
Aye.
Dr Neil Shastrihurst.
No.
Dr Marie Tibble.
No.
Sean Whitcock.
Aye.
The ayes were 7, the noes were 15, so the noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock. Order, order. The sitting stands suspended till 7:55 p.m. Order, order. We now come to the question that clause 22, as amended, stand part. The question is that clause 22 stand part of the bill. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Sorry, John. Point of order, Nasha.
Point of order, Chair. Firstly, I wish to apologise to the Chair and the members of the committee as I now have to leave. This is not something I wanted to do, but I have to leave because my hearing aids will need recharging. And without them, I cannot hear. I did, if I can't hear, I can't contribute to the scrutiny and the debate as I would like to, and as this bill deserves. I have raised this issue repeatedly with the bill sponsor and the committee, and it saddens me that whilst I am unable to continue today. As members know, I have chosen to give up a lot to make sure that I can contribute, especially during Ramadan. But hearing isn't a choice for me. I want to be here for these hugely important discussions, and it's frustrating that I cannot because of my disability. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that point of order. Thank you. We now come to Amendment 480 to Clause 23 in the name of Danny Kruger, with which it will be convenient to consider Amendments 483, 484, 441, 481, New Clause 22, New Clause 23 and Clause 23 stand part. I call Danny Kruger to move Amendment 480.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to speak in support of my amendments 480 and also New Clause 22 and the amendments of the member for York Central, amendments 483, 484, 441. The conscience clause that is provided for in Clause 23 is too narrow, in my opinion, in two respects. Firstly, who it covers, and secondly, what it protects. I'll start first with the issue of what it protects. As drafted, it protects against any duty to, I quote, participate in the provision of assistance in accordance with this Act. And my concern is that, as written and especially as interpreted in light of the amendments proposed by the member in charge, clauses 24 and 25, this is very likely to be interpreted as limited to the final act of assistance. And just don't take my word for it. The British Medical Association has said in their written evidence to us, we are concerned that using the word assistance in the titles of clause 18 and 19 could be interpreted by a court as narrowing the right to refuse in clause 23, subsection 1. We would be very concerned if doctors only had the right to refuse to carry out the activities detailed in clauses 18 and 19, which are the process of providing the approved substance for the individual to self-administer and remaining with the patient until they have died. And go on from the BMA. We urge the committee to review the use of the word assistance throughout the bill. Clauses 18 and 19 might be better titled providing assisted dying and authorising another doctor to provide assisted dying, or similar, to avoid confusion over multiple uses of and meanings associated with the word assistance in the bill. It is essential that the right to refuse is not unintentionally narrowed in this way, and I think they make a powerful point, Mr. Chairman. The BMA is clear that the conscience clause must not just cover the final act, but also the entire process, with the exception of the signposting duty in clause 4, subsection 5, which I'll come back to. As members will recall, the BMA opposed clause 4, subsection 5, as originally formulated, as it imposed a duty to refer if the original doctor didn't want to participate in the assisted death procedure. The Royal Pharmaceutical Society, in their further written evidence to us, make a similar point. They urge the Bill Committee to make it clear that clauses on conscientious objection, i.e. clause 23 that we're in, and criminal liability, 24, extend to all activities associated with assisted dying and are not limited to a narrow interpretation on the provision of assistance. Pharmacists, other health professionals, and indeed wider staff should not unknowingly be involved in supporting an assisted dying procedure directly or indirectly without their consent. So that's the evidence from the Royal Pharmaceutical Society. Now I note that the member, the sponsor, has tabled amendments to clauses 24 and 25 to make clear that the exemption from both criminal and civil liability covers both the provision of assistance under the Act, which is the same assistance as appears in clause 23, but also additionally, I quote, performing any other function under this Act. So the fact that clauses 24 and 25, which cover liability, say both provision of assistance and performing any other function under the Act. But clause 23, which is the conscience clause, only says the former provision of assistance will likely be interpreted by the courts as Parliament having intended a narrow construction of clause 23. And as the expert medical bodies are telling us, this is surely not acceptable. Health professionals, and indeed anyone else, must be able to opt out from any functions under the Act. The Royal College of Psychiatrists found that 58% of their members said they would not be willing to participate in as a medical professional in an assisted dying service, including determinations of capacity or assessing for mental disorder, if it became law in the UK. So this is well away from the actual provision of assistance as we understand it from the Act. The Royal College of Nursing told us in written evidence the protection of the conscience clause, I quote, should extend to indirect involvement, such as administrative tasks or referrals, to ensure all professionals are supported in line with their personal and professional values. So there is widespread support among our medical institutions for a wide conscience clause that covers everything under the Act and is not limited to the final Act, to the actual administration of the drugs. Second issue, Mr. Chairman, is who has the benefit of the conscience clause. Clause 23 limits it to no registered medical practitioners, limits it to registered medical practitioners, other health professionals. Health professionals is defined in Clause 40 as meaning registered medical practitioner, registered nurse, registered pharmacist, and registered pharmacy technician. One set of professionals that are omitted in that list are social workers. Under Amendments 422 and 423 that we've passed to Clause 9, social care professionals have a role in the process. The British Association of Social Workers, in their written evidence, said this: social workers have duties in relation to both mental capacity and adult safeguarding. So it is concerning that legal protection in Section 23 of the Bill is given to healthcare professionals but not to social workers. All professionals that could potentially be involved with assisted dying, such as social workers, should be able to conscientiously object to participating in work that could reasonably be argued would be contributing to an assisted death. Now, I'm sure that other professionals who may be called upon to give an opinion on matters pertaining to the process in the Act would feel the same way. Now, members might be interested to know that the conscience clause in the Abortion Act simply says, I quote, no person shall be under any duty to be involved, rather than no registered medical practitioner. So there's a difference there. The same goes for the conscience clauses under the Human Fertilisation and Embryology Act, 1990, and the 2021 Mitra Bill on assisted dying also referred to a person, as did the 2024 Faulkner Bill. So a person rather than a registered medical practitioner. So I'm not sure that limitation to registered medical practitioners and health professionals can be justified, and it's certainly not the precedent of other similar pieces of legislation. So my amendment addresses all these mischiefs and provides that the benefit of the conscience clause is for all individuals, not limited to health professionals. This accommodates the request of both the Royal Pharmaceutical Society on the importance of protecting wider staff and the request of the British Association of Social Workers. It also fits with the precedents that I've described of the Abortion Act and the Human Fertilisation and Embryology Act.
Would you give way?
Happy to give way.
I thank you for giving way. Thank you, Chair. He's making a really important point, and I think I'd like to get it on the record that I agree with him in terms of there should be no duty for any person to take part in the provisions of the Act if they choose not to, for whatever reason. I'm going to struggle to support his amendment because of some other issues with it, but in terms of that principle, I wholeheartedly agree, and I would be very happy to work with him if there's something else we could come up with before report stage to that effect.
Okay, I'm grateful. I'm very pleased to hear it. Thank the Honourable Lady for that. I'm sure that that helps me because I was perplexed about the difference, and it's good to hear from her that there's no particular group of professional who she thinks should not be involved in the conscience clause. And it's good to hear that she does agree with that. I'd be interested to hear what her objections to the amendment are, because as I say, they simply bring this bill into line with previous attempts to bring in assisted dying, but also the Abortion Act and the Embryology Act. So, on the activities that my amendments protect, my amendments provide a non-exhaustive list of activities under this Act which would be protected. This list was roughly adapted from the legislation in Victoria, Australia, so again I hope members can see that I'm following precedents elsewhere. If passed and if that list is in need of refinement or drafting changes, I would of course be happy to work with the government on a tidying up amendment at a later stage. The amendment would ensure that all professionals, indeed all individuals, are properly protected and would not become involved in assisted dying if they do not want to. It does nonetheless contain 3 exceptions, which I will briefly explain. The first exception is to ensure consistency with clause 4 subsection 5 as amended. Members will recall that this clause imposed a duty on a doctor who did not want to have a preliminary discussion to refer the person to another doctor. We amended the clause to now say that the doctor, I quote, must ensure that the person is directed to where they can obtain information and have the preliminary discussion. So the first exception is to make clear that clause 23 cannot allow one to avoid that signposting duty. You can't say I'm protected by this amendment from fulfilling the obligations under clause 4 to signpost somebody to where they can get the information that they require. The second exception concerns tasks of a clerical, secretarial or ancillary nature. The presence of this exception means that the Royal College of Nursing demand for clause 23 to cover also administrative tasks is not fully met. And I regret I was not able to go that far, but I'll explain why. In a 1989 case called Janaway, a medical secretary claimed that the conscience clause under the Abortion Act meant that she was not required to type out a letter on behalf of the doctor she was working for, referring a patient for abortion. Both the Court of Appeal and the House of Lords, albeit for different reasons, concluded that such types of secretarial tasks were not protected by the conscience clause in the Abortion Act. That decision was applied about 10 years ago in a Supreme Court case of Dugan, where it was held that the conscience clause did not protect an individual from having to carry out ancillary tasks, such as managing the rota of a labour ward where abortions were performed. Interestingly, I note that in Dugan, the Royal College of Nursing took the view that the conscience clause should be narrowly interpreted, whereas in this case, in the assisted dying bill, they seem to be asking for a wider exception covering all administrative tasks as well. Now, given that assisted dying is far more controversial than abortion amongst health professionals, I can see the case for a wider conscience clause here. But to maximise the chances of my amendment being accepted, I've compromised and tried to match the precedent of the Abortion Act and of the case law in Janaway. So that's why the second exception is as it is. Again, if the drafting is not perfect and we can make improvements through a tidying up amendment, I'd be happy to work with government or the sponsor on that. The third and final exception is to save someone's life or health. The need for that exception arises because the amendment ensures that one is not under any duty to be present when self-administration happens. The doctor's not duty to be. No one is under any duty to be present. So, but if things do go wrong in emergency services or other help might be required. And it's important that this help can be provided. There should not be a conscience exception to it. I hope that exception is uncontroversial. Obviously, if somebody requires emergency help, you would expect all medical professionals, all people to jump to it. But for the sake of clarity, there can be no exception under this amendment in those circumstances. So I sincerely hope that this conscience clause, which reflects the requests we have had from the professionals who will have to deliver this service, is acceptable to the committee and that it will be accepted. But if it is not, I wish to indicate my support for Amendment 483. Now, I move on quickly and lastly to new clause 22. This one, unlike my amendment to the conscience clause, is only about the final act. New clause 22 will make it clear that the occupier or operator of a premises has the right to refuse that the premises may be used for the final act of self-administration. This applies regardless of who the occupier or operator is and is not limited to hospices, but it certainly includes them. So anybody who is occupying or operating premises should be able to determine that their premises may not be used for assisted dying services. What the amendment of the new clause does not do, however, is to grant any right to landlords or freeholders to assist that their property not be used. So, for example, the Church Estate Commissioners could not use this provision to prevent assisted dying from happening on land which they own the freehold of or which they rent out. and likewise any other landlord. If somebody lived in a rented property and wanted to die at home, this provision would not give their landlord any right to prevent it. It's instead focused on protecting the rights of those who occupy or operate premises. So I hope, Mr Dowd, I've explained the value of the new clause and of the amendments, and I'm happy to give way before I sit down.
I thank you for giving way. I just wonder if you could help us in clarifying, giving some more examples of the instances in which he thinks that new clause would apply to. So, for example, would it apply to supported housing schemes or nursing homes, where they are the normal place of residence, the home, indeed, of a person?
I'm grateful. Those are the sorts of circumstances in which I do envisage that the occupier, namely the manager, or the organisation that that provides the home, would be entitled to state that assisted dying does not take place on their premises. And I recognise that is a challenge for individuals who are living there, but it's explicitly because they are living in a community of others, supported by members of staff, that I think it is important that the rights of the community as a whole should be acknowledged, and particularly the organisation or the individuals who are responsible for overseeing the service. And I do explicitly think of hospices or care homes, where many people end their days. And I think it is imperative that we give the operators of care homes and of hospices the explicit opportunity in the bill, in the law, to state that they do not facilitate assisted dying on their premises. So I hope I've helped the honourable gentleman understand circumstances in which I think this provision would apply. Does my friend want to come in?
I'm just interested, are there other personal characteristics, beliefs or behaviours that he thinks those groups should be allowed to exclude?
I'm grateful. Not really. I mean, there are behaviours that it is within the rights of managers, particularly, for instance, hotel managers or people who host a bed and breakfast, not to admit prostitution in their premises, even if it's legal. So, while we're not allowed, while it is illegal to discriminate against particular groups, it is legal for the occupiers of premises to, in certain circumstances, to determine that some activities won't take place in their premises. And I think that reflects the rights of property, which are appropriate. And given that we are creating an entirely new legal event, something that has never been legal in our country before, which is the deliberate administration of death, then I think it is appropriate to consider the impact on certain places where people live or will end their days, and to give those places a specific protection against this. Happy to give way.
I'm just trying to imagine what this would look like in reality, Chair. So if I think about my own grandparents, for example, who ended their days in a care home, which was their home. That's where they lived, that was their address, that was where it would just feel wrong, and they paid to live there, having lived there for however many years it was, 4 or 5 years, if they had a terminal diagnosis and wanted to end their days in their home, that would just feel incredibly cruel to expect them to go somewhere else to do something which was legal under the law.
I'm afraid that's right. I'm not going to pretend otherwise. I recognise in those circumstances it would be distressing for the individual who lives in the care home to have to either not have this new treatment, this service, or to go elsewhere to have it. I recognise that would be an imposition on them and an inconvenience and possibly quite distressing. Nevertheless, I propose this amendment in order to protect everybody else who lives in that community and the staff who work there, specifically from the point of view of the conscience of staff. If an assisted death is taking place in a particular premises, everybody is involved in it. The facilitation, the admission of the doctors involved, and the support of the process is the responsibility of the occupiers of the premises, so of the management of the care home. And the fact of an assisted death taking place in everybody else's home, think of all the other people who live in that home with the with the patients who are receiving assisted death. They're also affected, and this does go to the point which has run through our debates, which is the extent to which assisted dying doesn't just affect the individuals who are receiving it. There's a wider social context in which assisted death happens, in which all death happens. And particularly when we are authorising professionals to play a role in the facilitation of this service. Also when we are obliging neighbours, in fact, housemates, for this service to be provided in their home. I think we are right to suggest that that's something that the operator of the home should appropriately have a veto of. And to the Honourable Lady's suggestion of people who have made a particular care home their home in the last years of their lives, well, I would suggest that care homes which refuse assisted dying would make that very clear, which don't want to participate in it, and people who would like or would consider that they might one day want to have an assisted death wouldn't choose that care home. So I recognise that this is difficult. Happy to give way.
I can completely understand where the Honourable Member's coming from, but there is a reality that in urban areas where there are lots of care homes and there's an ability for people to make that choice, that may well be the case, but in particularly rural areas, there will be the issue that it would then mean people might have to move when they're terminally ill to be able to access an assisted death. Does he acknowledge the problem with that?
I'm grateful. Well, I do, yes. I do acknowledge the problem with that. I mean, my expectation would be, if you're thinking about this in actual real human terms, that if somebody wants an assisted death, then that should be a conversation, and they wanted to do it in a particular care home, that would be a conversation they would have with the operator of the care home. The care home operator might have an absolute blanket objection for lots of reasons of which we can imagine what they would be, but they might, in certain circumstances, recognise that Mrs. Smith has lived here for some years, wants to have an assisted death, and that would be perfectly acceptable to the operator of the care home and to the other residents and to the staff, in which case, fine. My concern, to challenge the Honourable Gentleman in reply, is that what his suggestion is that because one resident of the care home wants to have this service, everybody, the people that live with him or her and the staff that support him or her should be obliged to either facilitate or to coexist with this enormously impactful event that takes place in their space. And I will give way to my honourable friend, but I just wanted to invite committee members to recognise or to consider, because the evidence that I've heard from the settings where assisted deaths take place in other countries, of the genuinely the disturbing impact that an assisted death has on everybody involved, even those people who do support the principle, and have indeed supported the act itself. It's not nothing when you participate in the assistance of somebody else's suicide. And I think that I can well imagine that care home operators would be very, very wary of inviting assisted suicide to take place in their premises, not least because of the, I think personally, very disturbing signal it sends to those residents about the end that might occur to them. I'm sorry, I was going to give way to my honourable friend, then I'll come over there.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and I'm sure he didn't mean to equate assisted dying with prostitution. I wouldn't want anybody in social media to misinterpret what he's said. I've been subject to that myself, and I just want him to be clear of that. So I'm intrigued by this notion. I fully appreciate and support the idea that individuals should be able to opt out from this process and not participate. But by what means would the view of these institutions be ascertained? Would it be the view of the management? He said that other residents might be disturbed. Will there be a vote of the residents? How will the collective view be come to in these organisations? Practically the bill says individuals can, which is an easy one for us, that people don't have to participate, and we've talked about the wider application of that, and the bill sponsor says she's willing to, but I don't understand how the collective view of the organisation would be reached.
I'm very grateful. I responded to this. I'm grateful to my honourable friend's concern about my experience on social media. I referenced prostitution because I think he or another member asked me what circumstances might it be acceptable for a an owner or an occupier of a premises to specify activity that may or may not... Illegal activity that may... Well, prostitution, I think, is actually legal. It's the soliciting of it that is illegal, but others can correct me. So the only things that a owner or occupier of a premises is not allowed to forbid is activity that is covered by the Equality Act or other equality laws. So they would be entitled, I think, there would be nothing in the Equality Act or other equality laws to prevent an operator from exercising their right to deny this. This is the amendment that I want to introduce that would clarify that right. He asked how would the collective will of the community be ascertained. It wouldn't be. It would be what I'm proposing is that the operator of the premises would have the right to determine whether assisted dying could take place there or not. I'm suggesting that the likelihood is, with a care home, the operator would probably, on behalf of residents and staff, say we're not doing that here. But if they wanted to, if there was a pro-assisted dying care home, well, that would then be a question for other residents whether they want to live there, other members of staff whether they wanted to work there. So I'm simply attempting to insist on the right of property, the right of occupation, I should say, because, as I say, it's not just a question for the freeholder, it's the occupier of the premises. So the tenant, in the case of a house or indeed a business premises, whoever operates the business or the activity of the premises should have the right to conclude that they're not going to have assisted dying in their premises. Give way to the gentleman.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for giving away. The honourable member think that it is even harder for faith-based organisations like Institute of Our Lady of Mercy, who submitted a written statement, which is an organisation run by the Sisters of Mercy, a Roman Catholic religious group. Would they find it even harder for what the honourable member is talking about?
Yes, I'm very grateful. Thank the honourable gentleman, because that's exactly the scenario, the sort of organisation I would expect to have an objection to assisted dying taking place in their premises. And you know, he invites us to consider the alternative to this amendment, which is that there should be an obligation on a care home provider to facilitate an assisted death if somebody wants one, which means that in the case of a care home run by Sisters of Mercy, somebody could take up residence there and then insist on their right to have an assisted death in the care home, which is staffed by people who have strong moral objections to this treatment, inhabited by other residents who also are deeply uncomfortable with this taking place in their own home as well. So I really do implore the committee to just, I certainly shall in a moment, to expand their scope beyond the single individual who would be the subject of the application and to consider the community that they live in. Happy to give
thank you, Chair. Just very briefly on workers in the care homes and these other institutions, would it not be easier for them, knowing that they have a conscientious objection to assisted dying, to apply to work in a place where they know it's not going to happen in their workplace, as opposed to needing to exercise their right to conscientiously object every single time that it comes up? And would that not be a reason to support this amendment?
I'm very grateful, and I thank the honourable lady. That's absolutely right. I think we have heard so many professionals convey their concerns about this bill. The majority of medical professionals who work with the dying oppose assisted dying. Care workers, palliative care specialists, hospice staff, and for them to take a job knowing that they might be called upon to witness, if not to directly facilitate. And again, so important that my other amendment, which speaks to the whole range of activities that can lead to an assisted death, not just the actual act of provision of assistance at the end. It's important that that amendment should be included too. The honourable lady is absolutely right. It's important for staff to have that protection, and the amendment tabled by my honourable friend speaks to that as well and would address that concern, and I think we're going to hear from her as well. So I think that's enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amendment 480 to clause 23 as on the amendment paper. The question is that the amendment be made. Rachel Hopkins.
Thank you, Chair. And it's a pleasure to serve under your chairship in this session. And I speak to Amendment 480 because I'm very sympathetic to the views just put forward by the sponsor of the bill in the principle of people being able to conscientiously object. But it's the way that this is written that is difficult in terms of, for me, it's around the indirectly phrase, because I think that actually could lead to even more ambiguity, which would actually make it more tricky for this to be facilitated. And so, you know, for example, by trying to list some activities and not all activities, that's led for some gaps potentially. So, you know, with the gardener in a care home who's indirectly linked, you know, would they be able to say, I'm not going to mow the lawn? And I think we're getting ourselves in a difficult place. So I'd welcome some further work maybe to be done on that to recognise the point you're trying to say because of that ambiguity there. And with regards to new clause 22, again, I think by trying to establish a point of principle, I think there are some difficulties there. So, you know, any individual business, organisation or association who occupies or operates premises has the right to refuse to permit the self-administration of an approved substance on their premises. And when, again, it's maybe interpretation how you read it. So any individual who occupies a premises could refuse it. And so could this mean that a husband could deny a wife from dying at home, where she may have been treated for her terminal illness? That's where all, you know, her help has been administered, and that's her choice of where she'd like to die. And I think that's, again, it's where the drafting might have some of those unintended consequences if we want to have compassion and choice of the individual at the heart of this. And similarly, there are people who, you know, again, could an organisation or association who has shared ownership of a property, that's a form of tenure that many people now have, could they then stipulate that someone who, it's actually in their own home, because they own part of it, that they could object and deny it by dint of that? And so I think, again, there's some difficulties there. By trying to establish one principle, it's actually making it very difficult or open to challenge, which is, again, where we're trying to make law that is good, even if we don't necessarily agree with it.
I'm grateful to have letting me intervene. So on her first point, the idea of the gardener refusing to mow the lawn, the activities that an individual will be allowed to opt out of are all clearly specified in the amendment. They are the activities of the Act, of the draft bill. So it's not, you know, unrelated activities connected with the premises. It is the actual provision of assistance, not just about assistance at the end, but the provision of assistance all the way along. So I hope that's clear. And on her second point, again, we have
Order on this. Perhaps the Honourable Gentleman may wish to pick up these points when he winds up later on. Rachel Hopkins.
Thank you.
Would she give way?
I will.
Just in response to the point made by the Honourable Gentleman, I think in terms of the drafting, this directly or indirectly does worry.
No, it's an intervention on the Honourable Gentleman, the Honourable Lady, not on the point. Which are you making? Who are you referring to?
So I'm speaking to the Honourable Lady.
Okay.
So in terms of the directly or indirectly point that she raised, I think it's a very good point. And also 1A says in particular, but in particular is not exclusive. So I just think it's that lack of clarity and certainty that is of concern to me, if she'd agree.
Thank you, Chair. And I appreciate the interventions, because we are trying to get the best clarity we can for basically, you know, dying people. And so, are we not yet debating the other amendments in this grouping, or?
The whole group, yes.
Okay, I will carry on. I know some of the amendments have been made by the Honourable Lady, and I just wanted to talk to Amendment 481, which is similar, in a similar ilk, about
an employer, so there's no obligation to provide assistance, and we're all absolutely bought into that, so that's not a thing. And this particular amendment is to prevent an employer who's chosen not to participate in the provision of assistance from prohibiting their employees from providing such assistance in the course of their employment with that employer. And I do have some questions because people's working lives are varied and often they may not just have one employer, and so again there's a slight ambiguity, and if the committee will bear with me, if employer A exercises a right under this to prohibit, an employee works for employer A, but they also work for employee B, which does permit and is okay with people participating in a legal act under this act. So, for example, a doctor might be a locum. Sorry, a bit of clarity there. So they're employed by employer A, but they also do some local work for employer B. Does that mean that employer A would say that the doctor was not permitted to carry out legitimate employment for employer B? And is the Honourable Lady?
I thank the Honourable Lady for raising that question. So no, that wouldn't be the case, because in the wording it specifically says with that employer, so it links to employer A. So I think the wording is very clear that the situation that you're concerned about shouldn't arise.
I thank the Honourable Lady for her response to my point, but I think that's just made the point that I interpreted it slightly differently to the way that the Honourable Lady intended. So again, I might welcome some clarity from potential ministers and lawyers in the room for that. Similarly, I was interested in the points around the genuine occupation requirement and how that's written and interpreted, because obviously there are reasons when having a specific occupational requirement in the relation to the provision of assistance under the Act, in accordance with Schedule 9 of the Equality Act, when hiring employees. And you know, the occupational requirement would be that you could discriminate on the basis of a protected characteristic, in that characteristic is essential for the job and a proportionate means of achieving a legitimate aim. And I was just a little concerned as to the interpretation as to whether it actually, well, which protected characteristic would they or wouldn't they be recruiting to? And I think we'd need some legal input to really clarify that, because we cannot make assumptions about people's protected characteristics, particularly in recruitment. Give way.
I thank the Honourable Lady. I think it's really helpful to have these questions, and I would of course defer to the ministers that they will be best placed to answer that. However, I suspect it would be belief, and I think what we have to just recognise, what we're just trying to do here is, if we have a hospice that has a policy of not providing assisted dying, that they're not in the situation where they've got employees that aren't aware of that at the outset, and then want to provide it, or conversely, the opposite situation. So all we're trying to do here is to make sure that we match the right employees with the right hospices, clinics, services being provided, so that we avoid these issues as they come down. So it is a well-intended amendment. My apologies.
Right, it's getting late, and I completely accept we need to explore these areas. But if members do want to intervene, can I exhort them yet again to keep their interventions very brief? If, on the other hand, members do want to pick these points up when they're speaking, feel free to do it. But please keep interventions short and to the point, or question. Rachel Hopkins.
Thank you, Chair. And I thank the contribution from the Honourable Lady there. I think we may be trying to put on, in light of the comments she's just made, we may, or this amendment may be trying to put on the face of the bill some nuances that should be picked up through employment law. Notwithstanding, I understand the principle of what she's trying to achieve, but there is protections under those. I'm conscious of the Chair's comments, so I'm going to proceed because I've got one final point to make as well, with regards to new clause 23. Similarly, again, we're sympathetic to the principles of that, and we're all recognised we've got institutions who may or may not want to do that. But again, it seems to just solely point to no detriment to care homes or hospices for not providing assistance, and yet in this world, and I think the point was made by my honourable friend behind me, regarding a variety of settings, such as sheltered accommodation, warden-controlled accommodation, you know, a hospital, whether they're regulated premises to some degree. We might be putting on the face of the bill some institutions, whereas actually there's a whole bunch of others who would then fall through the gap. So again, I think it's a difficult amendment, even though there's an element that we might want to be responsive to. So I just wanted to put those few comments with regards to all of these amendments in my views, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Rebecca Paul.
I thank the Chair for giving me the opportunity to speak, and before I get into my speech, I will just thank the Honourable Lady for her very useful questions. I think it's really important to explore these things, and in terms of new clause 23, which I'm going to come on to speak in some detail on, I would happily expand it if that would make the Honourable Lady happy. Okay, so I'm rising to speak in support of new clause 481 in my name and new clause 23 in my name. So firstly, I just want to say I welcome clause 23, which makes it clear that no registered practitioner or other health professional is under any duty to participate in the provision of an assisted death. However, I do believe it can be further bolstered by a number of the tabled amendments, some of which my honourable friend has spoken to, and including my own as well, new clause 481 and, amendment 481 and new clause 23. So these amendments relate to a very practical issue which would face hospices and care homes from day one of this legislation coming into force. Namely, how can they continue to operate effectively with a huge diversity of views among staff members? We will all remember Sarah Cox's oral evidence to the committee. She cited a 2023 Royal College of Physicians survey in which 43% of APM members said, and I quote, if assisted dying were implemented within their organisation, they would have to leave. Dr. Cox said this bill, if it becomes law, would have and I quote, a massive impact on palliative care in terms of its potential to develop both our funding and our workforce, who are really concerned about this. In written evidence, the Association for Palliative Medicine say, and I quote, the APM recognises the importance of organisations also being able to conscientiously object to involvement in assisted dying. This is essential for the organisation and also for healthcare professionals choosing where to work with their conscience. By not having robust conscientious objection at all levels, the bill risks imposing harm on health or social care practitioners, violating their autonomy and risking an exodus of skilled and valuable health and social care practitioners. There will, of course, be many people in the sector who support and want to participate in assisted dying, but it is likely that some institutions and organisations will want to have a clear policy of not providing assisted dying, and that some nurses, doctors and other professionals will only want to work in that kind of organisation. Either we carve out a space for them, or we risk losing some very dedicated people from end-of-life care. Amendment 481 carves out that space. That's what I'm trying to do with it. It allows an employer, a hospice for instance, that has a blanket policy of not offering or supporting assisted dying, to require their employees to adhere to their policy. My amendment clarifies that subsection 2 does not make blanket policies impossible to enforce. A care home or hospice can prohibit its employees from participating in the provision of assisted dying. So they can still believe whatever they want to believe, but it sets clearly out what is expected if they are employed in that particular premises. Of course, I will.
I'm grateful. Just two quick questions, Chair. First of all, again, I'm intrigued to know how she imagines these organisations would reach this collective view. And secondly, does she think they should still be able to, if they could reach a collective view, does she still think they should be able to deny what is a legal service if they're in receipt of public funds?
I thank my honourable friend for the question. So I'm slightly confused about the collective view. So that will be done in the same way that any policy, is come to. So, a company, for example, when a company is making a decision about the policies and their vision and their values, it normally involves directors around a table deciding what that's going to be. So I don't really see any difference in how the decision is made. It's not a vote. It's not about going around and surveying everyone who uses the service. Well, it might be that some of that might feed in to what they take into account, but really they will make the same decision about this policy as they would any other policy. Now, obviously, it will be quite an important conversation, I'm sure, for them to have, and some groups it will be very obvious, I would say. You will sort of be able to identify the groups fairly easily, the ones that may have an issue with it, and equally there will be other groups where you know they're going to be comfortable with it. Sorry, I think you asked me another question. I don't know if you want to intervene on the public fund. Or actually, I will come to the public fund piece.
In receipt of public funds.
Yes.
Order.
Sorry,
my
apologies.
Order. This is not a dialogue. If members wish to stand up and intervene, feel free, but it is not a dialogue across the chamber between 2 or 3 members. Kit Malthouse.
So just to remind the Honourable Lady, I mean, first of all, just to clarify, I mean, obviously she's saying that the views of, say, the residents count for little compared to the views of the directors. But my second question was whether she believes these organisations should be able to discriminate in that way, even if they're in receipt of public funds.
I thank my honourable friend. Yes, I believe they should be able to discriminate in that way, and I believe their public funds for palliative care should remain consistent and unchanged in spite of whatever decision they make on that front. I will, of course.
Does she agree with me that just as we are specifying that an individual who is in receipt of public funds, a public employee, a medical professional, is allowed to decline to participate in this service, institutions in receipt of public funds should be able to do likewise, and many institutions receive public funds for specific purposes, and they're perfectly entitled to decline to take part in other activities. Just because they're in receipt of public funds doesn't mean they should do anything that any member of the public requests of them.
I thank my honourable friend for making that point, and I completely agree. So I think we are giving the same courtesy and rights to the organisation level as we do to the individuals, and I know the committee is very supportive of this position for individuals, so I would question why it wouldn't be the same for the organisations. I will of course give way.
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady. I understand where she's trying to come from with this, Chair, but I'm really not convinced that management of employee behaviour, such as going against policies set out by a hospice or an institution, should be on the face of the bill. I'm really struggling to get my head around the idea that that's what we should be policing. Could you explain why it should be here, in comparison to just standard way a hospice would manage staff who'd gone against their policy on any other aspect of going about their daily duties?
I thank the honourable member. So I think we're just giving that clarity. We're making it clear that it is reasonable and legal for an organisation to have a policy to not provide assisted dying and therefore to require their employees to respect that. All we're doing is protecting that employer from, cases of discrimination, etc. And I think it's really important that we give that clarity. But again, I'm looking forward to obviously hearing from the ministers and their views on the technicalities on this. But I think the aim and the intention of these amendments is to avoid the problems that inevitably we will see if we don't make this clear up front. We are trying to just ensure that we match the right people to the right clinics, hospices, in order that we avoid these difficulties where, an employee wants to provide it, but the hospice doesn't, and vice versa.
One last.
I will, of course.
I'm very grateful. Just in the interest of symmetry, Mr. Chair, if I work for one of these organisations and it takes this decision, can I conscientiously support? I mean, we're saying that an organisation which will allow it, staff can conscientiously object. If there's organisations that conscientiously won't allow it, can I conscientiously support it as an employee, or am I automatically fired?
So I thank the honourable member. So I think what we're saying is when a an employee is employed by the hospice or the clinic, and they are employed to deliver services as directed by the employer. So I think the answer to that is, if an employer is really clear that they do not want to offer a service, I don't think it is right that an employee shouldn't have a right to then offer a service that the employer doesn't want to offer. It's like saying, you know, we're a shop, we sell sofas, but I've got this employee, they want to sell an oven, and oh my God, I'm worried I'm going to end up in court if I don't allow them to sell an oven. I think it's a perfectly reasonable ask to respect you know, what the employer wants to do on this. And I'm just trying to put that clarity in here. Like I say, this will save no end of issues down the line if we are really clear on this now.
Would you give way?
I will, of course, give way.
I mean, it is a very interesting point. I'm just slightly concerned about the equality and human rights issues around this in terms of the patients and the terminally ill people, but also in terms of the staff as well, to my colleague's point. And I don't know if she'd done any research into this issue around gay marriage, whether there were similar issues there, because I'd imagine when that was brought into law there might have been some similar issues, and how that was dealt with and addressed.
I thank the Honourable Lady for her intervention, and the answer is no, I haven't done any research on that, so I can't comment. But I will, following this, go and have a look into it, because the Honourable Lady raises a very interesting point. I think it comes back to my honourable friend, I think, eloquently explained that on the one hand there is the autonomy. We want to make sure the patient has what they need. And, you know, we're all sympathetic to that. But what we do have to recognise as well is that there is an impact on others, and it's about trying to weigh it up and get that balance right. It's not, I don't think it's reasonable that patients' autonomy overrides everyone else. We do have to think about the impact on everyone else too, and that is what these clauses are trying to do. And I am trying to get the balance right, and I think that's why I welcome the debate, because it's never quite clear where that line should be, and I think it's good for us to have that conversation and discussion. So, this amendment is intended to answer the BMA's request for such a carve-out. So, in written evidence, the BMA say of clause 23, and I quote, "There would need to be scope for some exceptions to allow, for example, an assisted dying service to only employ people willing to actively participate in the provision of assisted dying without falling foul of this provision." Presumably, this freedom would apply in both directions. So my amendment allows any institution or organisation, whatever its stance, the scope to set its policy and bind its employees accordingly. So this also works in the favour of those institutions, organisations that want to offer assisted dying. It ensures they can make sure that they don't employ a load of people, you know, that are against assisted dying. I mean, would you want Danny Kruger working in one of those organisations? So again, this creates it benefits on both sides. I'm following you.
Will she give way?
I will, of course.
I'm not objecting to that suggestion. No one would want me working in any sort of political setting. But I just wanted to emphasise her point, and it's to the right honourable gentleman's point about the symmetry. Her amendment would enable a service like Dignitas, the equivalent to be set up in the UK, to ensure that it only employed workers who supported the work that they were doing, and you wouldn't have some sort of fifth column of objectors to come in to cause trouble, which, could potentially happen. We worry about all sorts of things happening in the context of this bill in future. So it would at least ensure that the people who worked in an assisted suicide clinic would actually support the procedure.
I thank my honourable friend for that, and I apologise also. I probably shouldn't have used my honourable friend as an example in that way. It's getting late. My apologies. So exactly, I actually think this clause would benefit more those organisations that support assisted dying, and ensure that you've got the right people that support it working in there, because we want those patients to get the support, everything that they need. I will, of course, give way.
Thank you, Chair. She's referring obviously to the genuine occupation requirement, but I go back to my point.
which protected characteristic are you saying? Because support for assisted dying is not a protected characteristic. So I'll be intrigued to know how that would operate in practice.
I thank the Honourable Lady for that question, and I go back to my comment previously. I would probably suggest belief. Belief would be the characteristic in the person's.
I respect that, and I've been very clear about my beliefs, but I know people who share my beliefs but don't support assisted dying, and vice versa. There are friends of mine who are religious, and they do support assisted dying. So again, we can't make assumptions about people's protected characteristics.
I thank the Honourable Lady. So I don't think we should make the mistake of thinking belief is religious necessarily. So for example, I would say, I don't have a faith. I don't adhere to any faith, but I might believe certain things about various things that are protected. Those beliefs are protected, and they don't have to relate to a religion necessarily. Oh, we're getting philosophical now, aren't we? Well, of course,
technically, as we've established earlier in our discussions, cancer is a disability and therefore a protected characteristic. So anybody who has cancer under the law cannot be discriminated against by an organisation that's offering services to the public. I just wanted to make a wider point, though. I think the point we're trying to make about the amendments is that there are very few people who will move into these organisations and live in these organisations in the expectation that they're going to get a terminal disease. They will move in the twilight of their years for retirement purposes, whether it's an almshouse or a care home, for other reasons.
Order. Please. Please. I've asked several times now, today, about interventions being short. They're not many speeches. If people want to make a speech, they should indicate by bobbing that they want to make a speech. Not long interventions. Rebecca Paul.
I thank my honourable friend, and I'm sure I'll come to his point as I move through, but thank you for that. I would echo what my honourable friend, the member for East Wiltshire, said about the definition of assistance in clause 23. It's essential if this legislation is to genuinely respect the preferences of doctors and other professionals that assistance is read as including the matters in Amendment 480 covering non-medical practitioners too. I support that amendment, and what I'm going to say is based on its definition of assistance. My amendment, it is important to say, works both ways, as I've already mentioned. So a care home or hospice can state that all employees must be willing to assist. We agreed to Amendment 341, which allows individuals to opt out on conscience grounds. My Amendment 481 gives institutions and organisations the same latitude. It opens the way to three kinds of institutions, or premises, organisations: those which provide assisted dying as a matter of policy, those which will not provide it as a matter of policy, and those with no fixed policy, and might do it sometimes, might not other times. So where some employers will assist and some will not. All of these different approaches should be respected and supported. The legal basis for this is found in Schedule 9 of the Equality Act 2010. This allows an employer to specify what is called a genuine occupational requirement. A company can require a particular protected characteristic as long as it is a work-related requirement and as long as the requirement is a proportionate means of achieving a legitimate aim. The Equality and Human Rights Commission gives an example. A humanist organisation which promotes humanist philosophy and principles would probably be able to apply an occupational requirement for its chief executive to be a humanist. In this case, an organisation providing end-of-life care and with a blanket policy in either direction would not be found in breach of the Equality Act's protection of beliefs. Within healthcare, there is the obvious precedent of abortion. The British Pregnancy Advisory Service, as an abortion provider, is allowed to specify that employees must support its position. Without this amendment, we are looking at a legal and ethical minefield. If a hospice has a policy of helping with assisted dying requests and a staff member refuses to refer a patient to a doctor, can that staff member be sacked?
Or are they protected by Clause 23? Surely we want to avoid this situation arising in the first place by ensuring employers can make clear their requirements on this front at the hiring stage. And conversely, what if a hospice has a policy of not participating in assisted dying? Many hospices may want to have such a policy to reassure their patients on this front and provide a safe space for those who need this. In written evidence, Rowcroft Hospice say, and I quote, "Some patients may fear discussing pain and suffering in case assisted dying is suggested as an option." In Oregon, according to an article in Annals of Palliative Medicine, this is a major concern. One nurse is quoted as saying, and I quote, "There's all this advice about how to get information on death with dignity. Already there is an attitude among many of our clients that if I go into a hospice, they're going to kill me because that's what a hospice does." In Australia, likewise, a healthcare professional is cited in one study as saying, and I quote, "It's affecting us in palliative medicine more than we would like and more than it should because of the assumption that because we specialise in end-of-life care, therefore this is for us." And so the general perception amongst medical practitioners, the health community and the general public is that this is our thing. And so for a lot of us, we're saying, no, this is not our thing. So clearly some hospices will want to have an explicit policy that assisted dying is not their thing. And they should have the right to do this. But what if an employee at that kind of hospice wants to help a patient with the assisted dying process? What if, for instance, a hospice doctor volunteers to do one of the assessments? That will obviously compromise the hospice's policy, but are they in breach of the Equality Act if they only hire doctors who share the institution's view of assisted dying? Again, without my amendment, it's not clear what the law allows. Amendment 441, in the name of the Honourable Member for York Central, has a similar aim and would further clarify the legal position for institutions, so I'm glad to support that too. This kind of institutional opt-out is, I believe, standard practice in US states which have adopted assisted dying. California's law includes the following provision, and I quote, "A healthcare entity may prohibit its employees, independent contractors, or other persons or entities, including healthcare providers, from participating under this legislation while on premises owned or under the management or direct control of that healthcare entity, or while acting within the course and scope of any employment by or contract with the entity." There is also a good model in New Zealand where the High Court has ruled that institutions can opt out. Hospice New Zealand, the organisation representing all hospice services in the country, sought a declaratory judgment because of exactly the kind of confusions I have described. In its judgment, the High Court agreed that the ambiguity over institutional opt-out was, and I quote, "causing confusion amongst those involved in palliative care and more generally." And the court found that New Zealand's assisted dying law, and I quote, "does not require hospices or other organisations to provide assisted dying services. They are entitled to choose not to provide those services. This does not depend on a hospice or other organisation having a conscientious objection, although that may often be the reason. Hospices or other organisations that choose not to offer assisted dying services may employ or engage health practitioners on the basis that these services are not provided by the hospices or organisations." As a result, New Zealand hospices can set their own policy on whether to provide assisted dying. Sinead Donnelly, Professor of Palliative Care at the University of Otago, says this judgment has proved very helpful to the hospice sector. She says, and I quote, "This has proven pivotal in retaining staff at hospices, many of whom would no longer be willing to work there if the assisted dying doctor or nurse practitioners were given access to the hospice to end a patient's life." And the hospice doctor, Saiwan Seaman, says in written evidence, and I quote, "I have liaised with a medical director of a hospice in New Zealand. The medical director in New Zealand believed that without the organisation-level conscientious objection that the hospice movement in New Zealand would have been under even more strain and look very different now. If we want the quality," I'll just finish the quote and then I will do. "If we want the quality of palliative care provision across England and Wales continues to improve, the bill has to be amended to allow specialist palliative care services, such as hospices, to be separated from the assisted dying processes." I will, of course, give way.
Thank you, Jay. Just on that point, in terms of the evidence from New Zealand, I think it's fair to say it is mixed. I mean, there was one family who said that the final few days, precious hours of their mum's life were mostly filled with stress and distress, having to scurry around moving her out of her so-called home. So would she agree that there's different views and opinions when it comes to the New Zealand model?
I thank the Honourable Lady, and I have real sympathy for that situation, because I think no one wants to see that, and I think that's why it's really important to be clear up front. I would like to see care homes, hospices be very clear with their policy, so that when people make decisions in the first place about where to have their care or where to live, that they can take that into account. But I do totally recognise that, particularly in the situation we have, where if this bill went through in 2 years' time, there will be some people that are already settled in care homes where they didn't know what the policy was because it wasn't relevant at the time they moved in. So I do totally take the point that there are downsides to this as well. But I do think for getting it right in the long run, it's important to do this. I hope honourable members will agree that Amendment 481 seeks to make it easier for hospices and other institutions to deliver on their policy, whatever it may be, by ensuring they can require their employees to comply, and will also leave space for palliative care to flourish by not imposing burdens on people who work in the sector. I'm now going to talk about new clause 23. So I've obviously talked about one of the challenges for the hospice sector, but this is not the only challenge to the hospice sector. It has been a challenging time over the last few years, with the rising cost of living and rising demand for their services. Hospices play a vital role in local communities by providing high quality, compassionate care at the end of life, and I would like to pay tribute to their work. But they face huge financial pressures that put their essential work in jeopardy and could lead to unprecedented closures. Dr. Cox, in oral evidence, said the following, and I quote, "The first thing to say is that palliative care is currently inadequate. Not only do we need to ensure that it does not decline, but we need to massively improve it so that this bill offers patients a real choice. We know that effective palliative care can change a terminally ill person's point of view from wanting to die to wanting to live. We also know that 25% of people who die in this country do not have the palliative care they need. That is more than 100,000 people a year. Providing palliative care which might make their lives better, reduce their suffering, and even change their perspective on whether they would want assisted dying should be our priority in reducing suffering in this group." I also want to remind everyone here of what Dr. Clark said on this too, and I quote, "There are hospitals, and mine is one currently, where we do not even have a 24/7 palliative care service face-to-face. Every night in my hospital and every weekend from Friday to Monday, you cannot see a palliative care nurse or doctor, despite the fact that for a number of years that has been an NHS standard. That is an absolute disgrace, and it shows how little people who are dying are truly cared for in a civilised society. It does not necessarily have anything to do with assisted dying, except that if we do not address that simultaneously, some of those people will choose to end their life because we as a society do not care about them enough to give them the care that might make life worth living. Surely that is a travesty for Britain." I remember being quite moved when she said that. Although we are limited in this bill as to what can be done about rectifying palliative care funding, we can ensure that it isn't further impacted detrimentally by the introduction of assisted dying. New Clause 23 seeks to protect hospices from further funding pressures arising from this specific bill. That is the risk that public funding becomes dependent on offering assisted dying. My amendment would ensure that public authorities could not make funding conditional on the provision of assisted dying and could not subject care homes or hospices to any other detriment merely on the grounds that they do not permit such assistance to take place on their premises. This amendment reflects a serious concern in the hospice sector. In written evidence, St Gemma's Hospice in Leeds warned that, and I quote, "If compliance with assisted dying provision becomes a condition for NHS funding, institutions like St Gemma's may have no alternative but to cease operations entirely, given its reliance on NHS funding for its financial sustainability. Such closures would have devastating consequences for the communities we serve, eliminating high-quality palliative and hospice care options for thousands of terminally ill patients annually. If patients in our catchment area could not be cared for by St Gemma's, this would, at a minimum, reduce the degree of choice for many and put at risk the availability of palliative care across large parts of the city. Patients would be admitted to hospital or would die at home in a way that is difficult to reconcile with the palliative care ethos of choice, quality of life and quality of dying. This would increase demand on a health and care system that is already under unprecedented pressure, leading to devastating outcomes. This is a real possibility, as shown by the fate of Irene Thomas Hospice in British Columbia. The hospice was known as a sanctuary for dying people who did not want to be in a setting offering assisted dying, but the province adopted a policy requiring hospices to provide assisted dying if they had over 50% funded beds. After the Hospice Board voted not to offer assisted dying, its $1.5 million public funding was cut, its clinical staff were laid off, and the hospice was taken over by the Regional Health Authority. We should be honest about the possible threat to palliative care. I know this is a much debated subject, and so I would like to lay out in some detail the evidence that assisted dying may be detrimental to palliative care. It is true that the Health and Social Care Committee concluded that palliative care did not deteriorate where assisted dying is introduced. But a recent report from Professor David Jones looks at the issue much more forensically and finds that, and I quote, "This conclusion was based on the selective evidence that the committee received from respondents, much of which was irrelevant, outdated or speculative. In contrast, a more complete review of better and more recent evidence shows clear indications in several jurisdictions of palliative and end-of-life care deteriorating in quality and provision following the introduction of assisted dying, assisted suicide, and a negative impact on some healthcare professionals." In his study, Professor Jones found that some of the evidence on which the committee based its conclusions was highly unreliable. For instance, it was partly based on Canada committing to spend $6 billion on palliative care and home care over 10 years at the time assisted dying was legalised, but the money wasn't ring-fenced, and 5 years later, only $184 million could be shown to have been allocated to palliative care. Other evidence was out of date. For instance, Belgium's spending on palliative care was cited, but this only covered the period 2002 to 2011, and it appears not to have been sustained. In his lengthy analysis, Professor Jones cites a wealth of evidence for his own conclusion. He examines the data and finds that between 2012 and 2019, European countries without assisted dying increased palliative care provision more than 3 times more than countries with assisted dying. Between 2015 and 2022, Belgium, Canada and the United States also fell out of the top quartile in the world ranking of quality of death and dying, while the United Kingdom remains in first place. And between 2015 and 2019, palliative care teams in hospitals increased by 3.2% in US states with assisted dying. Non-assisted dying states saw an increase of 9.4%. There is also clearly competition for resources between palliative care and assisted dying. So, for instance, in 2023, New South Wales, after increasing palliative care spending, cut spending plans by $249 million. I will, of course, give way.
Just making some interesting points, but I'm just not entirely sure, Chair, whether these are within the scope of these amendments.
I thank the Honourable Lady for keeping me on track. The reason it's important is because I am setting out the importance of protecting the hospice sector, which is what these amendments seek to do. So I'm setting out the context that they currently face and the challenges they will face potentially with assisted dying be implemented in order that the importance of these amendments is made clear. But I am nearly there. When there was an outcry, the Premier of New South Wales told the press that one reason was assisted dying. His government had to find $98 million to pay for the voluntary assisted dying regime because the previous government had introduced it without funding. In oral evidence, Dr. Cox said, and I quote, "Although palliative care services have improved in those countries where assisted dying has been implemented, they have improved 3 times more in countries where assisted dying has not been implemented. The evidence from that study shows that the implementation of assisted dying is impeding the development of palliative care services." I will, of course, agree.
I appreciate the Honourable Member begin way, and I think this actually came up in the oral sessions when we heard, because the assisted dying hasn't been introduced in this country, but I don't think I think very few people would say that palliative care has improved in the last 10 years since this vote was last brought to the House. So I'm not really sure whether that comparison, as I said in the oral session, is directly relevant to what we're debating here today or how it would be otherwise.
I thank the Honourable Member for that contribution. I think technically our palliative care can be described as world leading, but I think we would all agree that there is so much more needed to. It's in the top quartiles, but it's not good enough. That doesn't mean it's good enough by any stretch. But I would prefer to not see it fall down. I will of course give way.
But I think the point you're trying to make, the Honourable Lady made in her stats there is saying that palliative care has improved in the countries which hasn't had assisted dying, but I don't think anybody could quantifiably say that palliative care has improved in this country even since the last debate we've had it in 2015. So I'm not quite sure how that comparison really holds water for what we're debating here today.
I thank the Honourable Member. I'm just making the point that palliative care has deteriorated in jurisdictions that have introduced assisted dying, and therefore it's something that we need to bear in mind for this country if assisted dying is introduced. But it is also a competition for time and resources. One palliative care provider in Ontario has been cited as saying, and I quote, "When a patient is requesting MAID, most of the resources have been sucked up by that one case, and it's all everyone's talking about, and they're rushing to get stuff done. Everyone from admin down to the bedside nurse is focusing on MAID, and all of the high-quality palliative care that we do falls by the wayside for the other patients." One academic study found that, and I quote, "In Ontario, some palliative care nurses are tasked with administration and coordination of MAID, which has been taking up an increasing proportion of their roles, to the point that nurses have left their jobs because they were not able to provide palliative care." Dr. Cox in oral evidence also said the following on this point, and I quote, "It is unclear how this is going to be funded. It looks as if it is going to be within healthcare, and if so, there will inevitably be competition with other aspects of healthcare, including palliative care, for those limited resources. There are finite numbers of doctors, nurses and side rooms in hospitals. If palliative care and assisted dying were funded from the same pot, I think there would be a massive detrimental effect on palliative care because we would be in competition for a limited resource." I have outlined this at length, and I thank you for your patience, because how we vote on these amendments could have enormous consequences for the palliative care sector. At the moment, it is world leading, but that doesn't mean there isn't huge room for improvement and that it won't be affected by the same pressures as in other jurisdictions. Amendment 481 institutes a common sense change, which the British Medical Association has suggested. New Clause 23 will protect the sector from unintended consequences and unfair funding caps. I urge you all to support it. Thank you.
Lewis Atkinson.
Oh, I'd like to move that further consideration of this bill be now adjourned.
The question is that further consideration of the bill be now adjourned. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Thank you very much.